OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone.
A happy Monday to everyone watching. Welcome to the 1xBet Rivals Mekong. We are your casters for the English broadcast today. My name is ZINO. I'm here with the one and only Joe Suave. And it's going to be an absolute banger for the start of the week here, Josh. We have 8 teams competing from 2 different countries. And I'm super pumped to start this day off.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one because this, after which we have the playoffs for the top 6. So every match matters. Every one of these sports series we're going to have today is going to be a best of 3 to get them their scores up, because every match matters here depending on what group you are, and we are only getting the top 3 out of each group to get into the playoffs, man. That is pressure, because you don't want to get grouped, because if you do get grouped, you're the only team that didn't make it through. So
well, what that means for our 4 teams, or rather 8 teams in total, 4 for each group, is there's a lot of chances to get in, right? You get a couple of days of round robin for the group stage. I believe it was 3 days, so there's plenty of opportunity to rack those points up and get to the coveted playoffs. And I love the format that we have. Let's talk about the stakes here. Let's talk about what all of our teams are fighting for. The prize pool, which I believe rack up to a total. The playoffs. The format of the tournament is just something that I like. Groups A and B with 4 teams on each respective group. Over towards Group A, we got Team Max, Team Mythic, Seal, Team ZINO Esports, and of course TDN. A mix of teams from both Myanmar and Cambodia. And from Group B, we have TSM. Not to be confused with a certain team.
not Team Solo Mid, but this is
yeah, and then we got Yangon Galacticos. I do apologize if I'm butchering the pronunciation there. Wings Esports, and of course Newborns from Myanmar. So yeah, these are the teams that are going to be bouting it out for the group stage. Starting off with Group A today. Actually, both groups will be playing off today, with the first matchup being Yangon Galacticos from Myanmar versus their brothers from Mythic Seal.
Yes, this is going to be an interesting one, because we are going to be starting it off with a Myanmar rivalry. Yep. Hey, wordplay! But yeah, we're going to see who's going to be able to strike first here and score their first series win for the group stage, which is of course very important. You don't want to be having to catch up in terms of your standings when it comes to the later part of our group stage. So it's always good to start off with a bang, start off with a win in your first series of the groups. And yeah, for these 2 teams, not the highest stakes, but it does make it a whole lot easier to get to the playoffs.
Yeah. And there's a bit of mystery involved here as well, right? Because this isn't your typical tournament where it's teams that have been playing years and years against each other, with each other. No, it's a kind of tournament where Battlefield is somewhat of a big question mark. There aren't any rank limitations. There aren't any rank requirements. Anyone could be at a certain level of skill, and there is a certain level of just not knowing how good your opponent is. So this first matchup is certainly going to set the stage, particularly for that first Group A. Yangon Galacticos going up against Mythic. While I might argue that some of these players know each other, the level at which they perform, especially up against such a big stage like this, is something that you can never discount, right? Anything could happen.
Yeah.
Especially because it's best of threes, Josh. Do remind everyone, it's best of threes in just the group stage. So it's going to be a lot of games of MLB.
Definitely going to be a lot of MLBB, a lot of Lords, a lot of Turtles that we're going to be seeing, a lot of bans too. So this is also going to be really interesting because, like you said, right, there's this level of unfamiliarity between these teams. So this first one is kind of going to set the tone for what meta we are playing around with here in 1xBet Rivals. Because, of course, we probably all have been watching MPL. We probably watched like any other of the pro leagues in several regions. But it doesn't matter here just because they haven't really been given that much data.
Yeah.
So these guys are at somewhat of an advantage because, yes, they do have the element of surprise, but the next matchup that comes in, whoever that is, there's going to be a little bit more tape. So things are going to get more interesting as we progress through the group stage because of the fact that they're finally going to get some data, some tape on the playstyles, on the preferred heroes that they want to pick, who their permabans are, who they're actively avoiding, and who they really want to feed into, right? Because then we're going to see some more complex drafting down the line.
Exactly. Well, more on that topic, Josh. Since, well, as we said, since we established that it's going to be kind of a mystery what your opponents play, this is the type of tournament where comfort picks are taken, right? Particularly in the first day. This is our first day. So it's going to set the stage, going to set the stone. And this is where we're going to see most of the players stick to what they're comfortable with. But I want to talk about the meta a little bit here, Josh. I mean, we already touched up upon that earlier. There's a ton of new heroes entering the fray. 2 brand new revamped heroes actually are not allowed to be played today. That's Glue and Kimmy.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about the other new heroes, the actual new heroes, like Kalea. Some would even consider Lucas and Suyo still new to the meta, but I would definitely consider them top tier. Do you expect to see them today, Josh?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, really. I feel like even if you're playing rank, you're probably going to be seeing some Kalea, some Suyo. But it's also a question of the mechanics of these players, right? Because they are arguably some very high execution, high mechanics heroes. So, like we said earlier, that these series for today are going to be series of comforts. Do you really want to experiment on something that you haven't fully grasped? Or would you rather secure it with a nice, comfortable win while no one knows what you're gonna pull out for today?
Yeah. I'm excited to see some good old-fashioned compositions, right? Some of those comps that doesn't use the new heroes I'm talking about big counterplay, big set play pieces kind of heroes like Kufra or Atlas. These are
a Tigreal.
Yeah. Okay, maybe a Tigreal is a bit of a stretch, but
Hey, Tigreal was used quite a lot in the Snapdragon series.
Okay, fair. But I do want to see somewhat of those kinds of heroes where you know, those big team fighty heroes, big setup supports, like, as you said, Tigreal with the Implosion, or like Atlas or Kufra, those big playmakers, right? It's a shame that we're not going to be seeing the newly revamped Glue. Excited to see just how creative you can get with that Glue. But maybe that's going to be allowed along the line if we move on to next week of playoffs. I'm not particularly sure, but hopefully we do get to see more of that. But for now, it's I would expect both teams to put a lot of priority, particularly to Kalea. Kalea, out of the 3 newest heroes, in my opinion, Josh, is the easiest to execute. Not just the easiest, but also the most versatile. I mean, Kalea, as a hero, you can play both in the supportive role, in the XP lane as well. I've even seen some experiments of Kalea being played in the jungle as the core. Although it is a bit of a sort of high risk, very high risk, high reward kind of playstyle.
Right?
Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, I'm excited to see that nonetheless.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be some potential for quite a lot of surprises here, right? Knowing that again, there's this shroud of mystery of our around our first matches for today. So yeah, I'm gonna be excited to see what that looks like. In fact, I'm excited to see what the bans are because at this point, when you don't know who you're playing against, then what do you even ban, right? Oh, what's the default? Ban out Novaria, ban out an Estes. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, especially in solo queue, right? Who likes playing against an Estes who just heals everyone up? But let me ask you this, Josh. From a player's point of view, we all got pocket picks, right? We all got that main hero that no matter what the meta is, you sort of default back to. When it's like a scenario where you're the first pick, you have to pick the first hero. You can't counter because you don't know what your opponent's gonna pick. What's that one hero you're gonna be pocket picking? I'm gonna go first. I mean, let me share mine first. I like no wait stop wait I know I say I love the Zilong a lot.
I know
and I do, but I only play him for the memes, you know. I don't play him seriously. My one pocket pick though is Bane. I love playing Bane.
I love Bane.
Bane is so fun to play. Even when he's not at the strongest point, he can still get pretty strong, can still snowball pretty good. And the thing that I liked about Bane is he's so annoying to play against, and that's so funny to me. That's so funny to me. What's your one pocket pick, Josh?
Speaking of annoying, I love using Valir, man. The CC you get out of a Valir is hilarious. Imagine the entire enemy team right
gets pushed off.
You just push them off. Okay, hit them with your fireball, and okay, here we go, we're done.
This is a battle, a local battle of the Myanmar brother teams. Yangon Galacticos versus Mythic Seal. So there's a couple of pocket picks here that we might or might not know. A couple of interactions between the players that they know amongst themselves. Joy getting banned on out. This is interesting because Joy usually picked as a response pick. Joy as a hero loves dashing around. Has got a lot of CC immunity. So typically you pick a Joy when you got a CC heavy squad. So having that as a first ban is interesting here for YG. Maybe they are going for that CC heavy composition. Seeing as they are the second pick as well, they are on the red side after all. Maybe they can go for a double CC starter lineup with two heroes. But I'm excited to see those kinds of comps because they like playing for team fights. When you're signaling that they want to Joy to go away, they want to go for team fights.
That's the chip ban out for Mythic Seal, which is, you know what, I actually haven't seen quite a lot of chip.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Here. I think regardless of where you are, but like again, it is going to be a question of comfort. On the other side, Yangon banning out Zushin, which I think that one's not a surprise to me. We talked about Zushin being one of the newer heroes and being kind of in the meta. We've seen the potential of this hero, especially when you're in the hands of someone like Super Prince, who's just absolutely insane in the mid lane. So no surprise there. That is going to be the second ban for YG.
Zushin kind of like the opposite of Estes in my head. Estes heals you up. Zushin just drains your HP. So again, a lot of the meta picks being banned on out here. But I'm excited to see what YG particularly are planning draft-wise here with the Joy banned out. Maybe they're going for a more CC heavy. If they can get priority of that Kalea, I would absolutely love for them to get their hands off that. And speaking of the most recent three heroes here, Josh, neither of them are all banned out. So Lucas, Suyo, Kalea, all available here. And with only one ban remaining on our first rotation, I think we're going to be seeing at least two out of those three meta heroes.
I mean, I'd be hoping to see one or two of those. Hilda banned out here for YG, so there's the possibility of those picks. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Soyu. I think Soyu has been a hell of a force when it comes to playing in the jungle. The option of choosing either high damage or high durability in those kinds of team fight situations, or just being able to start things across the map, initiate engagements between the teams, is something that would be very useful in the current meta that we have right now.
Yeah. Let's see. First picks now coming out. Team Myth being the first one, Mythical Seal that is, to pick the first hero of this game. Let's see. Taking the sweet time of it. There's a lot of options here. I mean, they could reserve the core pick for later on, and they will be picking up the Kalea to no one's surprise. So there's already a ton of CC support and flexibility with this first pick of the Kalea. I mean, she's just everywhere, right? Kalea. No matter what rank you're playing, no matter what league you're playing, Kalea is always going to receive priority. And of course, that first couple of picks from the red side of YG, what is it going to be? You have any predictions here?
Not really. I think as a response to Akalia, you would, I was about to say Harris would be a good idea to be able to at least have a little bit of distance from that just because of the CC that Akalia brings to the table, right? But I'm not sure what other response you would have here just because as Akalia being the first pick here, you need to worry about what other roles they can play just because of the flexibility of that. That's going to be Hayabusa as their choice here, which has been pretty in the meta. We've been seeing quite a lot of usage out of the quad shadow as of late.
Yeah, again, another one of those picks that is quite curious to me. Not because Hayabusa isn't strong, right? Hayabusa is definitely a strong pick-off, sort of core part of the meta right now. But again, Hayabusa is more of one of those picks that you pick reactively. When you have a hero that you want to specifically pinpoint on the other side, maybe a hyper carry or a very dedicated assassin, that's when you pick the Hayabusa, when you want to pin them down. So they're kind of proactively anticipating that Myth are going to go for an assassin jungle here, which Myth can just pivot away from. They could go for something a little bit more tanky. Fredrin will be coming out, and here comes the Granger as well. Been taking over the meta as well. A lot of early mid-game strength here, and I do love seeing the Granger up against teams that are not particularly tanky. And so far, that's the story for YG. They don't have any tanks yet.
Yeah, that early pick on the Granger, I think quite a lot of teams do prioritize Granger as the goal today. There is quite a lot of potential about being able to play around that, knowing that you have the Fredrin, who is a pretty high utility jungler as well. But that's going to be the high-lows for YG. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, Halos, well, I did say YG needed a tank, right? But one thing I'm lacking off for YG so far, Josh, they don't really have a lot of CC. I mean, sure, they've got one CC ability in the form of a Hylos, but you talk about their comp, it's Harith, it's Hayabusa. They don't have much CC in the way here yet compared to the comp of Myth. So, so far, I'm giving props to the way Myth has been drafting, right? They got the Kalea first pick, and then they've got a solid marksman already. So their early mid-game sort of in good hands already. Couple that with a Fredrin as well that could provide a ton of assistance. So YG, yes, they've got damage. Yes, they've got single target pick-off. But a lot of that banks on that ultimate. A lot of that banks on their ultimates. Hayabusa, Harith, they need their ultimates to deal that damage. So they're lacking on the CC department and on that early game department as well, which worries me a little bit here for YG. So they're going to have to tie this up with a solid XP laner, something that could hold their own in the solo grounds. Maybe Ayuzhong will fit their composition really, really well. But again, they run into the risk of having too little CC. So it's a bit of a question mark. In my head, I'm thinking of something like a Paquito, maybe even a Khalid for that sense. But then again, Khalid's not really the strongest in the meta right now. So still a big question mark. But as I said, still a lot of possible options here. They could even pivot for something like a Lucas in the XP lane. I wouldn't mind that at all. So the bans now going out. Kufra taken away. So I think there's a lot of pocket picks here that are being banned away, Josh.
Yeah, I think so too, man. Kufra, I wouldn't actually ban out the Kufra at this point just because I already have the Kalea here, right? But we haven't really seen too much shaping out of the way that Mythic Seal wants to play this game because we never know. This might be an XP Kalea. So better to err on the side of caution, not give them any of their pocket picks. That's also going to be the Valentina gun, thanks to Mythic Seal's last ban. So they're trying to deny out that possibility of someone actually just copying your ultimates. Of course, the Tsunami Slam is one that really hurts, man.
Yep. Okay, here we go. First pick of the second rotation here. And same stakes for YG. They still need a little bit for CC. They still need an XP laner to round out their composition. At this point, they do have a ton of damage already, ton of sustain. So they just need to sort of a solid solid XP laner to round out their composition. Something that's got fair amount of CC and can hold their ground. They're gonna go for the Sicilian first in the mid lane, so something that I don't necessarily mind here. Can keep their distance, can provide that long range bit of CC. You can consider that for a Sicilian. Can cancel a lot of the mobility here of the Kalia and the Granger. So I like the pick. I like the pick of the Sicilian here. Sort of double down on their damage. So let's see what the response is gonna be for Myth.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the late game, I do think that YG is still kind of lacking in the late game department, but the Novaria for Mythic Seal. And the current buffs actually for Novaria are really good, so I wouldn't be surprised here. You talked about the range of a Sicilian, and we all know that Novaria can hit you from across the map, so that's not going to be a problem for them. And the Phobius pick for Mythic Seal to round out their current composition. I do think this is a well-rounded team right now. I don't know how YG is gonna have to counter this.
There you go, Carmilla for the final pick. I don't necessarily mind the Carmilla, but he did mention they needed a little bit of that scaling there as well for YG, so they will be banking on that. A lot of sustain for YG's side, something that is gonna be very hard to cut through for that Granger. So I like this. They're gonna be playing towards or against that Granger pick. I have some doubt over the Phobius pick because it's going to be particularly targeting just the Hayabusa and the Harith. I would have gone for a Phobius if there were more dashes on the enemy side, but either way, very well-rounded comps for both sides here, Josh. Let me ask you this. Out of the two comps that we saw, which would you put your favorite? Which comp do you like better in these two?
I'm being honest, man. Like I said earlier, I am kind of leaning more towards Mythic Seal at the moment. I think it checks all the boxes of how to respond to the white we have on the board right now. But it looks like we're finally going to be going into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gents. First game of our first series. That's going to be Mythic Seal versus YG.
Here we go. Okay, so we hand on the jungle Hayabusa, and actually on the other side. So as you said, Mythic Seal rather is your team of choice when it comes to comps. I would have to agree there, Josh. But the problem with their comps is they don't necessarily have a lot of that late game.
Yeah.
They got a Ranger, which is peaks at the mid to late game, but when you get to the depths of that late game, it'll be pretty hard to get through that point. Ken going into early engagement with Boye here. Blink having to walk away. And there you go. The odds in favor. A 5.23 for YG, a 1.45 for Myth. Guys, make sure to bet responsibility. By the way, have we mentioned there's a 100% bonus on your first deposit when you use the code RIVAL. So in case you haven't yet, if you guys haven't played a Rivals account, or rather a 1xBet account, do so as Han goes in, steals a bit of gold and XP as Boy can keep them at half HP. Here comes the Fredrin from Ken as well. Dealing a bit of damage onto Lean, but we'll be backing off after that engagement. Han getting a lot of gold garnered, but it's Myth
Yeah, just trying to get them to use maybe their skulls here a little bit to really get rid of some of the resources they have to make it easier on their next few engagements. But the gold crab's also good. Yep. XP crab rather has been found here. A little bit of an advantage that they can have. And remember, at this early stage of the game, any incremental advantage that you can get makes it easier. But your turtle now going to be found out. That's just quite a lot of people coming their way. And looks like they have a 12-family reunion there.
Coming in from Ying, but now he's down to 1,000 HP. Look at the sustain on Ying's side. Still staying alive until Nico hits him with the artillery. Pasna, here comes the Hayabusa, I'm sorry. As Han dashes off to safety. That's the power of the Hayabusa as YG go for the reset. Turtle still up though. And Myth still going to try for the challenge. Here comes the Demonic Force jumping onto the back end. Lina getting targeted. And Blink having to back off from that. There goes Ken with the secure of the turtle. But here comes Han again to go back in for the fight. Blink barely surviving, and that's the turtle getting secured by Myth. 1-1 on the scoreboard though, as Ken walks away with the turtle.
Yeah, this is what I said earlier about having the Phobius, right? Early in the game, when you want to get those early advantages, and it makes things a lot easier. He was able to zone out YG so far that they really didn't get to contest the turtle when it came to the actual turtle take. But it is going to be a question of how fast they can get to their win condition, because like you said, Mythic Seal's current comp doesn't really scale into the late game, so you don't want to let it get to that point.
Exactly, which is why they're getting as much as they can in this early game, making the most out of their composition. Demonic Force doing the Lord's work as Blink gets knocked up. And here comes the Hayabusa as well into the back line, but Blink goes down early. Boye gets traded out. That's a Kalea down for the count, a 1-for-1 trade. As both teams backing off happy with that 1-for-1. Myth stay ahead for now with around a 400-500 gold lead.
Yeah, just about. But I mean, at this point, that's gonna be a couple of base items that make things a little bit easier. Of course, we are going to be looking more towards the gold laners at this point, because whoever can build up the first 2 or 3 items here could give them that power spike that could actually lead them towards it. But right now, if you look at the gold shields across the board, there hasn't really been much done in terms of turret damage.
The Sonata activated by Zippy, getting a couple of hits onto Blink, who will be walking down
Just
river area. Gotta be careful of Boye getting ready with the Kalea utility already set up. They're passive in that river.
You can actually see how cautious YG is here, man. They know that Nico can do so much damage with the Novaria, which is why they're actively trying to keep the distance from them at this point. But now the turtle already up. Boye forced to get out of that central bush as YG are closing in on the turtle right now. But it's way too far to call it just yet.
Demonic Force coming in from Kuhn. Blink is the target. Double down on the knockup, but there's not any CC being thrown out yet. Myth just chipping away at the health bars of YG as they pick away at Lina. Turtle getting played around. 10,000 HP and counting down. Ying just playing as the meat shield here, but YG, they have to decide to fight or not. 7,000 and counting, and here comes the double knockup. The Demonic Force there as well, and Kun will be there for the backup. Ken gets the turtle again, this time for Myth, as Boye goes down for the trade, and now Myth have to back off. They take the turtle, but they take a loss of a player as well. 1 kill for 1 turtle as Myth all barely walking away with just a gold lead.
Just a little bit of a gold lead, but now they're going to be closing in on Zippy. A little bit of a problem. 3 people up there. Ken here to rescue him. They are doing so much damage. There goes Nico as well. The meteor coming, but Ken will be the first to fall. YG going to be calling the cancel on it. Don't want to get away with anything else here.
Yeah, it's Zippy's time right now. Early mid-game, that Sonata doing a lot of damage from the Granger. Even on the 2v4, Nico and Zippy doing a lot of damage from far away. And YG have to be careful of this Granger. If Zippy gets the first 2 to 3 items in a few minutes, YG have to start getting worried of that Granger, because they don't necessarily have a lot of tools to shut Zippy down if Zippy snowballs. I mean, yes, they've got the Hayabusa, but the problem with Hayabusa is you've got to isolate your target to maximize that damage. With the way Zippy is playing, it's very hard to catch him out right now, so they have to start targeting, start putting a little bit of priority to shutting down that Granger.
Yes, positioning is always great, as you can see. They can't even catch him with the CC from the Sicilian either. So that's going to be quite a bit of a problem if they can't catch him out of position. And we can actually see why. The odds actually do favor a Mythic Seal right now. Because look at this. Yeah. They are actively going across the map looking for some openings. And even when they got all the way down here hunting for Kun, they can't find him because he's already aware of that rotation. They've sussed out where the locations of the YG players are, and they're actually taking control of that, because now they do take the first turret here in the game.
Yeah. And ZP knows that he's the backbone of this comp. Sky Piercer secured as well. So that's a lot of confidence for the Granger, saying that I can get these kills, I can get these stacks. And the way he's playing too sort of supplements that. Third turtle of the game getting spawned up. Look at the Novaria damage onto Blink. They have to start the fight right now. The Phobia's coming in, and Zippy gets the turtle again for Myth. As Stitch goes on the killing spree, Khan goes down, Boya does as well, and now Zippy has to back off. Khan down to 1 HP, Ken rather, as Stitch goes on the triple, and that is YG answering back. They lose the turtle, but they swing the gold back into their favor with Stitch absolutely popping off.
Yeah, closing that gold gap that might have been a pain in the butt later on. So only 300 of an advantage though. Good for them for now, but they're gonna have to try and make this a little bit more. Hondo gonna have to get back out. Gets hit by Nico. Quick little trick shot, but he's gonna be safe at least for the next few minutes. And that's gonna be a turret as well, taken by Stitch, equalizing the map at least a little bit more.
Oh, but I gotta say, props to YG. Despite losing the big objectives, 3 objectives for that matter, they still come out on top in terms of team fight. We're getting to the point, Josh, where Myth are starting to get outskilled. They have to leverage Zippy. They have to leverage Nico while they still can, because as it stands, Ken is not tanky enough. Kun is not tanky enough to withstand the damage of YG. And they have to select their fights more eagerly here, Myth. They have to make the most out of their long-range utility before Ken and Kun start declining in terms of that scaling. Well, the good news for Myth is it's not yet too late to look for these fights. They can still look for team fights as long as they have a target that is close to half HP. Like right now, Lina, around 75% full on that HP. Ken spotting up Stitch. That is the Harith, so not the best target. One of the strongest players on YG's roster. But they're starting to converge on that bottom side tier 2. Ying, Blink here as well. As they take down the turret. Look at the sieging power, Josh. So strong for YG.
So much damage here, and now you can see them trying to put feelers out across the map. There is that push all the way on top, making it all the way towards the inhibitor turret for Mythic Seal. So that should be a little bit more of a distraction. But the problem is now the Lord is going to be under siege by YG. They're trying to zone them out here. They do have all the vision. Here comes the setup.
And here comes the knockback. Ying gets slammed back into the team fight, but Stitch immediately finds the answer, and the Lord secured by YG. Myth can't even get close. Demonic Force on the back line as CC Immune from Lina keeps him alive for just a second until Kun takes him down. Blink has to walk away as the Carmilla as Myth finally strike back. A 2-for-1 trade, but YG get the Lord.
Yeah, but the problem here is they're still trying to fight back the waves up on the top lane. They have to worry about that as well as keeping control of the map, just because YG have been a little bit backwards. They have not been crossing the river too much, and they've kind of given Mythic Seal all this space to play around, right? Keep them guessing. So they need to turn this map red little by little to make it easier later down in the game, because right now Mythic Seal, this is the perfect timing. They're all bunched up towards mid.
Yeah, that they are, but there's Lord walking down their top lane, so they can't necessarily look for too risky of a play, because if they all go down here, Josh, that Lord's just gonna keep on marching down their base, which is why pressure is on the side of YG, who have the liberty of option. They could push 2-3 lanes simultaneously. Myth having to choose one to defend. That's Sonata activated early by Zippy just to try and fend them off. But Ying goes in and Stitch destroys the tower. Here comes the Vaughn fight. Back up. But the Kalea doesn't deal enough damage to shut down anyone as Boya goes down early. Ken has to back off. And Kun is isolated. No more Demonic Force as just gonna have to back off on the Phobius. And all they can do here, Myth, is just clear up the waves. Stitch going in, lays out that ult, but that's already one inhib tower down for Myth.
Yeah, Mythic Seal right now are holding on for dear life, because that push took way too much from them. A couple of kills for YG, a really clear 4K gold lead. That's quite a few items that are going to be in their favor. And there's pressure all across, right? The waves are still refreshing here. They have it pushed all the way up towards the inhibitor on top, and the bottom is completely clear, man. This is going to be one hell of a problem for Mythic Seal to try and come back from.
They have no choice. Have no choice at this point. While it is a hard task, it's not necessarily an impossible one. They do have a decent amount of wave clear with their composition. I say that lightly. They do have actually a pretty good wave clear comp here. And they still have that Novaria to sort of deal that poking damage, clear up these invisible brushes that they don't have any vision of. But the problem is, YG could just set up. Exactly. They could just set up as many places as they want. 28 seconds until the Lord spawns.
They're waiting here. Lina is going to be the bait for the entire Mythic Seal. If they do take this bait, Blink and Hunt are just going to jump in and do all that damage. But the problem is Mythic Seal are not taking it. They're waiting. They are actively trying to get the information across the map right now. They do have the Novari to try and suss out the locations of the enemy team. But YG, they're just outside the range of that vision from here. They are looking to converge towards the Lord right now. Ken already aware of that fact. Ying is going to be first to receive a little bit of damage there. But the problem is, last time this happened, they were zoned out. They were not even close to getting that Lord.
Lord getting started, 26 HP, 26k HP, and counting down as YG's first to go here. Glory's Pathway coming in, but YG, Ying goes down early, and Myth, they're gonna get to jump into YG now as they do go into the fight. Kun goes down early, very deep into the back line, and Lina just pops off with a double. Myth pops down one by one. It's just Nico staying alive, and YG, they lose 2 players, but they're now hunting for Nico, hunting for the enemy base, and Myth can't do much about it. And here comes the stun, here comes the kill, and here go the base of Myth. YG find the first match of the game.
Well, that was a quick one. A little bit of a surprise for those out there, and this is why, guys, we say, when you place your bets, bet responsibly.
Yes.
But hey, if you did, you got a 5.23 odds out of that one. So congratulations to whoever did that. But yeah, this was an interesting one. I think that Myth, they had all the pieces of the puzzle here to make things work. But the problem was there was some problems, some gaps in the execution. They had everything they needed. They just couldn't get the damage through. And the target selection was a little bit off. Maybe because YG had better movement, better placement of their players around the Lord whenever those encounters did happen. But when it came to execution, YG just lit up like someone gave them the key to Earth, for all God's sake.
And the biggest problem there for Mythic Seal was they couldn't kill the Harith. They could not catch the Harith. Despite the fact that they picked the Phobius specifically for that mobility of the Harith, they could not get the jump. I mean, yes, they get the Phobius jumping into the Harith, but they couldn't get the kill because still, it was a very annoying Harith to deal with. And ultimately, it was the bane of the existence of Mythic Seal because the Harith was the most fed player. It was the richest player in the roster of YG. So they have to address that in their coming composition. And, well, they have to find a way around that. Maybe just ban away the Harith, but then other heroes will be available. So, yeah, I mean, apart from that, it was also really hard because Mythic Seal was not able to make the most of that early game. I was talking about it earlier, right? The early to mid game is where Mythic Seal should get the spotlight here. The Granger, that's where the power points are in that mid game. But once we got to that point, Mythic Seal never got a proper position up against Yangon Galacticos. So it just kept snowballing the late game comp here of the Hayabusa and the Harith, not to mention the Harith that got a 6-0-1 start for this game. So it was just a terrible headache here. And you could see that Mythic Seal, they were just outscaled. Phobius never got to a point where it was tanky enough to survive those carries. And there goes game 1. Yangon Galacticos, sorry. Take game 1. But 2, remember guys, this is still a best of 3, so Mythic Seal can still bounce back.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of time for them to bounce back there. And while we're waiting for the second game, of course, they can gather their thoughts. But the problem is, right, when we reflect back on what was going on, I feel like there was also some problems in how Mythic Seal were prioritizing each phase of our game, right? They weren't able to feed Granger enough in the early game to get him to a point that he got that power spike just in time to really take control of that. Because we talked about how the mid game was going to be essential to them. We didn't even get into late game territory at that point. I think we ended at about 11 to 12 minutes when we finally had that map. And unfortunately, they didn't get that power spike early enough. We didn't get enough tankiness out of the Phobius. And even the Novaria, right? When you use a Novaria well and you have the right item build to burst down your opponent, which should have been a perfect combo with the Phobius here, it just didn't work out, man. It was a little bit too late. There was something lacking in the rotation. There was a lot of waiting around actually for Mythic Seal. If you notice the minimap, how they weren't actively trying to create that space, trying to gather the gold or gather the experience that they needed to get to the power spike that they wanted later in the game. So I don't know if it was because of YG just taking over the map. You could actually see them roaming so far across that they were essentially invading Mythic Seal and just stifling every opportunity that they could to farm up the resources to get themselves to the point that they needed to be.
Yeah, I think it's more of a consequence of a deep-rooted difference in mechanics here, because YG, their spacing was just near perfect this game. I mean, we talk about that early game being the moment of opportunity for Mythic Seal, but there was never a point where Yangon Galacticos were at a vulnerable look. They were never at a position where Mythic Seal could punish them, and Mythic Seal needed to force that early game punish. But the competition isn't necessarily built for that. It's built more for that reactivity. I was talking about that earlier. The Fovio is more of a reactive pick, more so than a proactive one. Fedrin, you could say the same thing. It doesn't have a necessarily long-range engage that you could use to sort of really get into the thick of things. So, yeah, at the end of the day, it just didn't have enough to shut down the key carries here of Yangon Galacticos. Talking about the Harriet here, talking about the Hayabusa. So, I think ultimately it led to a bit of a lackluster composition here.
Yeah.
But if they had a more robust tools going into that game, I think they would have had better chances. So yeah, they really need to address their drafting going into the second game if they want to stay alive, of course, in this best of 3. Guys, by the way, this is just the group stage. If you're just tuning in, this is just game number 1, day number 1 of our 1xBet rivals Mekong, with Yangon Galacticos taking the first game in a best of 3 against Mythic Seal. This is the first game of Group A. So yeah, you're just tuning in. I hope you guys are having fun, and we're just getting started in just a bit. But let's talk about this game a little bit more, Josh. Were there any surprise picks for you?
No, I think the surprise to me was, like you said, the Phobias, right? Where they actively did seek out the Phobias for some reason. I do feel like it may have been a miscalculation on their side. I feel like maybe they also felt like they had maybe some better mechanics. Maybe it was a cold game. Because if we're being honest, right, the execution on a lot of the engagements for Mythic Seal was not what we expected out of this comp. I think with a slightly better execution, better target selection, right, and maybe some better shot calls as well, it would not have been this easy for YG to get to this point, because you would expect maybe a Harith to be much more productive later in the game. That specifically past the 12-minute point. But like even before that, right, Stitch was Stitch who was securing the Lord. It was not the jungler. Okay, this is where you start to worry about, like, okay, maybe it is an execution problem because we're not actively trying to kill him specifically, because you need to shut down the gold laner Harith before it can become a pain in the backside.
Yeah, and they just weren't able to do that. Right, so yeah, ultimately it was a difference in execution as well. Stitch just played perfectly. I mean, not to discredit Mythic Seal of that game. We were praising how much the Granger were positioned, but there was ultimately a time bomb, right? It was a ticking time bomb, the composition here of Yangon Galacticos, and Mythic Seal just didn't anticipate how quickly that time bomb was going to erupt because of just how well they played that early game, because of just how well they placed their eggs into the Harriet basket, so to speak. So yeah, very well played, very cleanly played here by Yangon Galacticos. I want to see what the adjustment is going to be. Is the Harriet ban-worthy? Do you think the Harriet is ban-worthy here, Josh?
I mean, to be fair, like we said earlier, it's going to be a game of comfort, and you're trying to find out, okay, what is the comfort of your opponent? So at least now, Mythic Seal have one targeted ban, right? We are in 10 ban, of course. So in the lobby, you do have 4 more to try and suss out and react to what your opponents are getting ready with in the draft. So I do feel like the number one thing that Mythic Seal might have learned is keep Stitch off the Harriet.
That's fair. I mean, Stitch was a big headache, right? And I think they should also, if they don't want to ban the Harriet, I think they should invest a little bit more towards that CC side.
CC,
yeah. It could be a bigger, rather a more defined playstyle that they could use that will give them more tools towards this game number 2. So Harith being one of those priority heroes, it seems like for YG is already good starting notes here for Mythic Seal. We already said how this first game sets the stone, set the standard for the rest of the game. So game number 2, a big adjustment is due for Mythic Seal here if they want to get the reverse sweep going in this best of 3. Guys, by the way, if you haven't already, make sure to use the code RIVALS to get a 100% bonus on your first deposit in 1xBets. That's absolutely free of charge. Just use the code RIVALS. Again, that's RIVALS to get 100% bonus on your first deposit. And what's our reminder for our guys here who are going to sign up for their 1xBet 100% bonus, Josh?
Say it with me. Yeah, there you go. Bet responsibly, only bet what you can lose, guys. Don't. Yeah, you guys know what. You guys are old enough to know.
I don't know about that, Josh. I mean, we are.
Thank you. We were talking about.
We were just talking about this earlier, Josh. We are currently entering the age at which we should be having kids.
We're not, though.
Pain.
I have cats. That's close enough.
I have a dog. Yeah, I have a dog.
That's close enough.
My baby boy. He's my kid. What are we talking about? We have kids.
Yeah, man. I gave birth to 2 of my cat children. What do you mean?
Any cat lovers in the chat, guys? By the way, make sure to support the teams, the players that you are rooting for down in the chat. Josuave and I will try our best to shout you out and read your comments aloud. By the way, we do have
we are live on Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So if you guys prefer Facebook, prefer YouTube, we're gonna be on both.
Yeah, and we do have multiple languages broadcasted. We are on the English broadcast here on YouTube, on Facebook. We have 2 different other languages. Make sure to check it out if you're looking for your local region's languages. I believe we're streaming in.
You actually have 4 languages right now.
Yeah, 4 languages. Make sure to check out. We're all live on YouTube, all 4 languages. So make sure to check that out on Facebook. I believe we have the Myanmar stream, if I'm not mistaken, live on Facebook. So make sure to switch over to that if you're looking for the localized broadcast. But over here, it's your casters, Josuave and Datum, for the English broadcast. Do bear with us, guys. We're just getting ready to start the second game of this series. So make sure to type down in chat. You can talk to us, guys. Just a quick reminder. Just talk to us down there in the comments down below. And make sure to subscribe as well to the Esports and Game Hub YouTube channel to be able to chat in the chat down below. And do give us a follow as well on the Facebook page.
Yeah. It looks like we are going to be getting ready for the draft of the second game. Reminder, for those who are just joining us, of course, YG, we are going to be looking at our post-game stats that have been prepared for us lovingly by our production. Okay, I said 11 to 12, it was 13 minutes. But yeah, you can see that. Wait a second, this is. Yeah, YG with 13 kills opposed to Mythic Seals 6.
Yeah,
so Stitch, of course, is going to be the MVP of that team. 6-1-6, man. You can see this guy really turned it up. We talked about how he was going to be scaling into the late game. He didn't need to get to the late game.
Yeah. Not to mention as well, both Han and Lila. 0 deaths, the Hayabusa and the Cecil here for Team YG. So yeah, it's a very convincing win here for YG. And talk about the deficits of their composition. We didn't feel any deficits. We just felt like it was a Stitch show. It just felt like it was a YG show through and through. And let's see who the match MVP here is going to be for Team YG. But I have a feeling it's a certain someone wearing white.
It's a certain someone, yeah.
With white hair. Let's see who the MVP is for this particular game. But I want to give credit where credit is due here, Josh. Nico actually performing particularly well in that mid lane. 204 on the Novaria, dealing a fair amount of damage and actually not going down at all. It's an impressive feat considering just how explosive the playstyle of YG was. But let's take a look at the MVP here of the game. Okay, I guess we'll take a look at the MVP.
We're going to take a look in a few seconds.
In a few seconds here. But let's talk a little bit more about this composition, right? Boye, I mean, we talk about the lack of CC, it felt like, for Team Myth. While they do have a Kalea among their ranks, the problem was the Kalea just kept getting destroyed. Look, Boye didn't have a good time in this game. But let's take a look again at the MVP of this game.
This time.
It is, of course, Stitch. 6-1-6 with a 92% kill participation. I think it's only one kill that he wasn't a part of. So
I think it was 2. Yeah, I
One
think
or
it was no. They had 13 kills, right? And
1%,
it was
yeah,
the
one
only
kill.
one. Like, yeah, it's just
Yeah.
one kill for him. Yeah.
Yeah, Stitch, well, almost 100% kill participation there. No easy feat, to say the least. Let's take a look at the match highlights here and recall what happened in that game. Of course,
Yeah,
that
arguably
early
call it
engagement.
assists. These, the early engagements were really good. I think there was quite a lot of spirit from Mythic Seal, but the problem was that they weren't able to follow up, right? Once Boye was starting to fall behind the curve in terms of the items, then Yangon Galacticos really took control of these kinds of situations, right? You could see the attempts at the setups, but the execution was there, or not there, rather, the target selection a little bit on the side. So, yeah, you can actually see the amount of difficulty, how hard it was for them.
Yeah, and the problem also with having a Phobius on your team is you kind of set yourself to be isolated, right? I mean, sure, Phobius has got the kit for it. It's particularly tanky, has a good amount of AoE damage. But once you jump towards that back line like this, look, Kun is isolated. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is just getting destroyed front to back. So that's kind of a fundamental problem with the Phobius as well, right? Yes, you can target the back line, but when the whole team plays together anyway, you're not going to be able to isolate anyone itself. So, yeah, that ultimately was a challenge rather than a feat of strength here for Myth. So they're going to have to execute and draft a little bit better around that if they want to go for the Phobius counterpick. But YG, all in all, just a solid execution of their draft. And of course, props to the MVP Stitch. Just perfect positioning.
Yeah.
And just the amount of funneling of gold as well that the team did to put Stitch in a good position was impressive here from YG.
Yeah, man, this guy was all across the map, man. 1 second he'd be up top, he'd meet you in mid, then he'd clear the lane on the bottom in just a few minutes. And that's why Stitch was so easy to scale like that. They were specifically funneling all the resources to the direction which was going to be Stitch. And yeah, I just feel like at this point, right, if you can see the way that they play, they're really close together. I feel like some of the more CC heavy heroes, we mentioned them earlier, right? Atlas, Big Real, maybe even a Kufra would be great to try and counter YG. And I'm not surprised, actually. I remember YG earlier, we talked about they did ban out the Kufra. I think they did see that coming, possibly. But unfortunately, Mythic Seal did not.
Yeah. And besides, I don't think a lot of teams pivot towards that Team Fighty heroes anyway, because it's fallen out of the meta a little bit, right? There's so much counterplay available in the meta right now. I mean, you talk about just the Kalea alone can isolate by pressing and clicking that ultimate, that backline. And of course, Ryu as well, one of those heroes that's got a ton of counterplay on top of being so tanky. And so it's still very risky, of course, to go for those Team Fighty type of comps. But the good news here for Myth is the meta has evolved to a point where it's not necessarily a cut or dry kind of spell anymore. You can go for many versatile compositions, many versatile heroes as well. Maybe reach to the back pockets of your hero pools and go for something like a Jawhead or Popolan Koopa.
I'd love a Jawhead here, man.
Just be creative with your drafts here. So yeah, there's a lot of things that Myth can do here. But we are ready with the draft of game number 2 here. So let's take a look at what Myth are going to do to adjust to YG.
Yeah, so it's going to be, YG, I think, would try and get, same thing. No surprises here. I think they are actively, now we understand why they're actively banning out these heroes is because of the fact that they are more of a team fight heavy team, right? They prefer playing together. They prefer starting and ending with the entire squad on engagement. So the Badang, they're probably gonna try and get rid of Gatot Kacha if they can, and probably the same targeted here. What I want to see is what Mythic Seal do in response, and it's still the Joy. Okay.
Yeah, be banning away the Joy. So YG doesn't like playing against that Joy in particular. which makes sense. Lucas banned on out as well by Myth here. So Kalea still available up for grabs as Harith. There you go. We were talking about that earlier. Is the Harith ban worthy? Seemingly, Myth has decided yes, they don't want to play against Harith anymore. So we're gonna be excited to see what Stitch is gonna be playing this time now that the Harith is banned out. We have yet to see Asuyo. Maybe that's one thing that they could pivot towards. Jushin banned on out as well. So Myth this time has the luxury of the first pick. Are they gonna go for the Kalea again?
Yeah, I feel like given what happened earlier, I don't think that Kalea is something they should be prioritizing. Like we said earlier, that yeah, Kalea is great for CC, but the problem is whether or not you can execute on that. But they are gonna be going for it again.
I mean, Myth, I don't necessarily think the Kalea was the problem in their last game anyway.
Yeah, I feel like it was a great way to set up, but it was the follow-up that came after the Tsunami Slam that was really lacking for Mythic Seal.
Okay, here we go. YG could go for something similar for that last game. The Harith unavailable means they have to dig a little deeper for their first two picks. Ooh, Moscow in the first rotation. Interesting.
Okay.
Marksman this time coming out on top of the Hayabusa again. So YG really likes their Hayabusa, one of their pocket picks it seemed like. As Moscow this time, the Marksman getting locked up here for YG. What Smith got in response to that with the Badang locked on out. Let's see.
Gonna have to be a way to try and disengage from that Moskov, man, because when you have a Moskov that can play at the mechanics level, it's gonna be. It's a little scary, right? It looks like he knows what he's doing. It looks like he knows exactly what he's doing to be able to lock off that guy specifically. But there is that small solace that he's not gonna be as annoying as he was on the Harris. But that's gonna be the Fanny and the Phobius here for Mythic Seal in response.
There you go, the Fanny. Yeah, that's gonna be their response here. They're gonna be bringing out the Assassin as well to try and target these key targets. But Fanny is sort of like a double-edged sword at this point, right? You talk about Hayabusa. Yeah, you talk about Hayabusa being one of those heroes that you pick if you want single target damage. And the Hayabusa is what you can pick up against a Fanny. So you're kind of playing into your counter here. CC being showed up here. It's going to be interesting if YG locks this up, because that means they have two marksmen in their roster. So they're going to be tripling down in the damage department, which is quite risky, if I might say so, but it's gonna be fun to watch nonetheless.
It is gonna be fun, yeah. Who doesn't like these heavy team fights, man? And I mean, though, considering the way that they've been playing, I think YG want to speed it up even more than what they did in that first game. So the Moscow and the CC being able to scale is something that should stop Mythic Seal from getting to their full potential, because that's exactly what we saw in game one. Essentially, it looked like you were going up against an F1 car and you were just a Toyota Corolla.
To a certain degree, yes, but here we go. A ton of damage being locked up here by YG. And again, we'll go back to the argument of CC here. I mean, sure, Myth, the composition looks great on paper, but we've seen just how good YG can adjust with what they have. The Myth have a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to CC. YG all damage in their comp here. You're gonna be looking to round that up with at least a single bit of crowd control here. Gato Kacha getting locked on away, which is quite interesting for Myth. I think it would favor their comp as well if they do lock up that Gatot, but they're gonna be going for that. And YG, Farsa being banned away. They take away the Granger as well. So Myth have to look for something in the way of the marksman side, which is going to be a bit of a guessing game, but do have plenty of options to play around. Let's see what YG... I'm more excited to see how YG is going to round this up with. Last time they went for a Hylos, I was begging for them to lock up a CC hero. They lock up a Hylos and then they ran away with it quite literally. So
yeah.
I argue they don't necessarily need any CC anymore. Because they do have single target prowess anyway on the Hayabusa. They could lock up They could damage the Fanny. So I want to see what they're going to be pairing that CC up with, and the Moskov as well. But they do need some tankiness. Oh,
Valentina.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, Mythic Seal have specifically targeted banning out this Valentina earlier, but now they've elected to go and ban out the Faramis and the Galacticos instead. So we're gonna have to see what YG is targeting with this, possibly trying to target out the Kalia ultimate, right, to try and make the most out of that. Because we were talking about how YG don't necessarily have the most CC, and hey man, if you can copy out the Kalia CC, then that's gonna make things a lot easier for YG when it comes to these team fight engagements. Knowing that they do love playing as a team, I think what we didn't see much out of YG is really trying to split up the fights. They thrive in the chaos of 5v5 team fights where everything is thrown and then more. That's going to be the Novaria and the Beatrix to round this out.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I feel about that choice, but I do think it's going to be a good choice against the Moscow specifically, knowing that you can deal that damage from a longer range.
Exactly. Pretty smart choice on the Beatrix and the Novaria for that matter, specifically countering both the CC and the Moskov. So I like that. I like that roundup for Myth. But that Valentina pick from YG is just so good. You talk about the possibility of isolating fights here. YG can do that now. Valentina could just steal the Kalea ult and split up the fight. Oh, there you go. We were just talking about the Jawhead, and it comes out. That's the CC we're looking for. So YG going all in on the pick potential of their comp, the Jawhead, the Hayabusa, and of course the Moskov for that matter. Bit of tankiness for the CC and the Jawhead as well. So this is a pretty solid comp. Pretty knife's edge comp. It's kind of like a comp that is specifically catered to killing one person at a time. And I love it. YG showing the versatility of their comp, and more importantly showing that they are, as a unit, is a force to be reckoned with. They could play with team fights, they could play with pick comps, but they're gonna play together.
Yeah, and I think that's something that they really did show well in the first game of the series earlier. They knew exactly what their win con was. They set up exactly for it, and they did specifically feed towards this. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do that same thing right now, but we're just gonna have to see, because now we are back. Second game of the series, YG versus Mythic Seal. What does it look like from here?
Here we go, Myth fighting for their series life here. If YG wins, series is over. Guys, if you're just tuning in, this is the first series of the group stage of the 1xBet rivals, Mekong. And it is Myth trailing behind Kun back on Bovius. Well, arguably is going to have an easier time this time because there's a lot more dashes in the way of YG as Lina gets targeted early. The Fanny doing a blunt work for that first blood. And Myth starts off the early game strong.
Yeah, we did call this out, man. They can't be slowed by YG the way that they did in the first game. So this call for the Fanny to get in and out of trouble and keep things at least marginally more safe than it was last time, right? Without having to risk their entire lives is something that's going to be very important here, knowing the way that YG plays. They need to be able to disengage as fast as they can engage as well.
Yeah. And so the win conditions basically for last game, very similar for Myth this time. Get that early game going, get the snowball in the mid game, but the difference is this time they have a Beatrix for that late game insurance. So I do like this comp for Myth better than the last one, but I have to say I like YG's draft better all in all. I like the way that they have specifically catered to the one thing, and that is killing off targets one by one with Blink, moving around the map. And with Han now level 4, Hayabusa is primed to take targets down.
Whoa.
Boye getting the jump onto the turtle actually, and it's Myth this time getting their first turtle engagement. Odds showing up here. I don't think this is the odds actually of the game we have at hand. But turtle getting ignored by both teams. So yeah, not yet, says YG, but they're jumping in.
Yeah. They are starting to converge here. Kun is trying to feel around, waiting inside to try and get as much information as possible before starting it. But damage is going to be done. The first hit now coming in here. The Tsunami Slam coming in from them. Ken takes down Blink nice and quick.
Yeah, Blink just goes down without even being able to use that flicker to safety. Ying enters the fight now. But there's not much they can do here. CC particularly annoying to deal with, but Myth is just swarming this turtle pit. Han can go in to try and go for the steal. Both is available for the Hayabusa, but the red team just not hitting its mark. Myth take the first blood, first 2 kills, and the first turtle of the game.
Looking good for the start for Mythic Seal here. Trying to adapt to what they did wrong in the first game now. Trying to pick up the pace and get YG uncomfortable. Shots coming from ZPQ, not going to be hit there, but Boye also making themselves known. Now, nice little quick reposition from ZPQT, and here comes Nico as well. Following up, Blink is gone, erased from the face of the map.
Beautiful flicker there for Zippy, waiting at the last second for Blink to use that unstoppable force, drew him into tower range, and then calling upon reinforcement. Beautifully executed there by the marksman. And here comes Stitch getting swarmed. Boye going in. Ooh, the CC Immune keeps him alive for just a second, but Ken comes in for the finish. Another kill for Myth, and this is the best start they've had this series.
And it's great. They're targeting specifically the problems of what happened earlier. They're keeping Stitch out of the way, making sure he can't get his gold up. You can see how far back he was being held because Boye was there, Ken was there, I think Kun was there as well. This guy could not get close to any of the minions now, and now Mythic still going for the kill elsewhere. Ying in a 1v1, and here comes Ken as backup as well.
Too tanky, but Han is not the same. The push coming in and the shove right after. Myth 5 kills on the board. No answer from YG. Gives them the biggest lead they've found today. 4,000 almost here. 3,100 for Myth and counting. And the turtle is right at their grasp as well. Here comes again another execute from the Kalea. And Stitch just gets slammed by the Tsunami. Blink a little bit too late to help. And that's the turtle getting started again in just a couple of seconds by Myth. Everyone here to start it off.
And this is what we said earlier, man. It was not the Kalea that was the problem earlier. It was the lack of the follow-up. But now they're doing it again. They're not even letting Han get the most out of his Hayabusa here. It doesn't matter what you're doing. And now, so far away from the turtle, not even a chance to contest this one. Here we go. Look at that lead. Almost 5,000. And getting all that gold out from the gold shields as well early in the game before YG can even get their items up.
Ken is just doing wonders this game. The early game, a problem that Myth faced in the last game, immediately solved by that Fanny. Beautifully out jungling Han and then counter jungling him as well. And typically you see a Fanny going more for kills than objectives, but Ken is a type of Fanny who goes for both. Gets the kill and then goes and turns towards the turtle, netting them off a 4,000 big advantage.
Look at this concealed play.
A bit enough more that he can chew here. Gets the double knockback with the demonic force used up as well. Blink a little bit hesitant, and here comes the Fanny again with the execute onto Stitch. Goes back in with the cables. Look at the chip damage from the Fanny. The flicker forward, and Blink just will be going down at the hands of Kun. Vengeance active, and Ying shuts down Ken. And that's a tanky CC to deal with, but here comes the backup. Conceal play, and Ying goes down for the killing spree onto Zippy. 10-1. YG get their first kill on the board, but Myth answer with a twofold, a 5k gold lead. And Myth off to a resounding start into this game too.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, we started this off by saying that the narrative was definitely for Myth to come back from how abysmal that first game is, and they came back in full force, man. The execution is great. The game plan much more clear than it was in our first game of the series, and it looks like they have fully taken control. The amount of control they have of the map is amazing right now. YG are not even close to getting any of the objectives they have, save for that first tier turret at the bottom lane.
And again, Myth taking control of the river area where the turtle is about to spawn.
Here we go again.
And here comes the demonic force into that Kalea ult, and Blink just goes down. Zippy on the mega kill, and Ken gets an easy sweep onto Blink and Stitch. That's 2 kills down. Turtle getting secured again by Myth, who are just starting to run away with this game. A 5,000 gold lead about to get bigger because of this Turtle.
Yeah, it's just kill after kill after kill for Myth right now. You can see Han, he's not even going to be contesting that Turtle. This guy is on the other side of the map. He's leading himself to his own devices to make sure that he can farm up without risking too much of his life. But the problem is the entire force of Mythic Seal are looking to converge together again. But YG, it looks like they might smell that coming. Han is slowly making his way towards his teammates. They are trying to set this up, but little do they know Ken is right here. He can see everything that they're setting up for the quad shadow. Now setting it up Nico solo, but he gets away!
Wow. Kun, just a perfect position there, not revealing themselves, barely missing that Moskov ult, but Nico stays alive. Tsunami Slam available again for Boye, and they're looking at Stitch. Zippy clearing up the minions. Kun also up close near the buff, as Zippy just trying to deal with the wave. But again, Myth run away unscathed. YG have to keep trying though.
Yeah, they have to keep trying. They have to get themselves to the late game. We talked about that late game potential when it comes to these players. They are lacking, sorely lacking, in fact, in terms of the tankiness that you want. This Blink, this guy just melts in front of the force of Mythic Seal right now. So they're really gonna have to try and push this, try and survive, try and trudge on forward to bring it to the late game when they have all their items up. But here we go again!
Slam from Boye gets the jump onto Ying, barely surviving with the vengeance. That's a good setup coming through with the flicker play from Boye. And here comes the Fanny again onto the back line. Blink looking for a target with the unstoppable forwards, but to no avail. Stitch gets spotted in the back end of things. And again, the Moskov goes down. Stitch, a big performance from the last guy, this time getting absolutely erased by Ken's Fanny. It's just a tragedy for Stitch, Moskov, and Myth. A different look, a completely different look in game number 2, Josh.
Yeah, man, it's night and day, the difference we're seeing right now. Myth look like they were lost in map number 1, and here in the second, they are making up for it in droves right now. Ken, the amount of utility you've gotten out of this guy, 8 kills so far out of 13 from the entire team. And Nico, the trick shots are just hitting every target here. The setup again, now collapsing onto Ying, who does not even have a fighting chance.
Tsunami Slam again to get the kill onto Ying, who will be going down without a fight. And here comes the ulti Hayabusa. Gets a jump onto Nico, actually finds the early kill from YG. There goes Han, finally finding his first in this game, as the Lord starts to march up on the top lane for YG here. As here we go, 10 minutes 30 seconds into the game. Hope dwindling for YG, but they still have Han to get the kill, so maybe some semblance of hope for YG.
Maybe, just maybe. We have the Lord trudging on forward on the top lane. Mythic Seal so close by, basically stifling everything, laying siege to the enemy base, making sure that YG can't get anything out of the jungle, can't do anything in terms of pushing the lanes, making sure that they're distracted so the Lord can just continue on its path forward. And here comes Kun again, looking to engage, but YG wants none of it.
And the one, of course, popped by Kun.
Ow.
The artillery fire from Nico is just immense. Lina in a bit of trouble, goes in, dashes into the fights, uses a tsunami, but to his own demise. Lina goes down, so does Blink. There's nothing YG can do, and the back end of the side is gonna get destroyed by Boye. 4 players down, and YG are down to just Ying on the CC. What can you do against 5 strong people of Myth? Let's see, the last stand from Ying. Gonna get sniped down by 2 of these players, Zippy and Nico. And Ying has to buy time, as he said, but it's not tanky enough. Ken on the mega kill, and Myth strike back 1-1 in our series.
There you go. Like we said, Mythic are gonna have to come back, and they did come back with some great form as well. That is what we were looking for. We talked about the execution from Myth that was missing in game number 1. It looks like they warmed up, man. I don't know what it was. Did they maybe get some hand warmers? I don't know. Had a hot cup of coffee. Doesn't matter what it was, but they did win it out, and in some great fashion as well, Datum.
it was against Fanny. The key all along. They were struggling to get that early game going in game number 1. And we were thinking of ways that they could cope around that. Maybe a full-on tank, maybe a different approach. And a different approach they brought out. It was the Fanny, destroying Stitch's facade in this game. Stitch barely... I don't think Stitch even got a kill this game. Contrary to the last game where Stitch was just popping off. And the key to that was the Fanny just snowballing out of his mind this game, Ken. And we've got a series in our hands. It's game number 3 here. The first series of the day, Josh, and we're already going the distance. I love it.
Yeah.
Neither team letting up. Smithing Seal striking back against Yangon Galacticos. And both teams not giving up without a fight. I mean, it just goes to show you that the mechanics of this squad, of these two squads, are not that far off. It really just boils down to how they draft and how they execute that draft. The early game seemingly is the strength of both of these squads, right? Mythic Seal on the first game struggled with the early game, with Yangon playing around it perfectly. This time, they doubled down on the early game, going for a Fanny, and it worked out. So it seems like a battle of that early game between these two. Whoever gets the snowball going early on is a trendsetter. So that's going to be a key factor going into game number 3.
Yeah, we're going to have to look into it, man. And I also got to say, man, Boye's setups here, the Tsunami Slams were amazing. They know exactly who they're going for. And this time around, once the Tsunami Slam is activated, everyone else turns tail, hits that one target. That specific mechanic that was missing in game number 1 is present here. And Nico, for the love of the Lord, man, the artillery damage from this guy, when they finally had the opportunity to get the items up, that's what they were looking for. Because even if you get all the way into your base, when you're so close to getting to survive after that engagement, this guy just shows up with a meteorite right in your face, and you have not gotten the chance to heal up.
To be fair, I think Nico has had a phenomenal couple of games. Even in that first game where they kind of took a beating from YG, Nico still looked very good in the Novaria. So I wouldn't be surprised if they put Nico back on that hero for game number 3. A very consistent performance for their mid laner. And Zippy as well, a stark contrast to the Granger game. Taking a lot more fights, and I think that the more artillery approach suits Zippy's playstyle more so than the Granger anyway. So I love seeing Zippy on the Beatrix this time around. And as you said, just a minor adjustment on their comp, right? They went for a switch up from a Fredrin into a Fanny, and immediately a very different look. Earlier the game was like 30 minutes, 30 seconds. It was even shorter this time, with Myth turning things around. So I think this time with Fanny entering the fray of this series, Phoveus is gonna have an even bigger priority here. I think Myth are gonna have to either or IG rather are gonna have to either steal away that Phoveus or ban it out if they want a chance of finding a counter to this Fanny, because the Hayabusa just wasn't enough anymore.
Yeah, man, I actually feel like there really wasn't much we saw out of the Hayabusa, right? A couple of attempts from the Quad Shadow to maybe steal away the objective. It was a couple of attempts on the Turtle, but Han didn't even get the chance to get close to most of the objectives in this specific game, right? Not even close to the Lord, not even close to the Turtle, except for that one time, but then he didn't even secure that, right? So I feel like everything was so one-sided in our first 2 games. Hopefully in our third one, we're seeing something a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive, because things are looking like they just end on the draft, right?
Yeah, it certainly feels like so. But I have a feeling, Josh. I have a feeling that both teams are not going to give up that easy. So I would expect something like a full-on early game brawl here. I think tanks are going to come out. I think Fanny's going to come out as well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what both teams have in store for us in game number 3. While we're waiting for the post-game stats, guys, I want to tell you about a little special gift from 1xBet. Of course, you're eligible, everyone who's watching this is eligible to a 100% bonus on your very first deposit when you use the code RIVALS. RIVALS. To get 100% bonus on your first deposit on 1xBet. So what you're waiting for, make sure to create that account and deposit for the first time. You're going to get 100% bonus when you use the code RIVALS. And a quick reminder, of course, Josh, tell our viewers of our quick reminders when you're signing up for that bonus is to, of course,
bet responsibly, guys.
Yes. Of course, bet responsibly. And of course, thank you so much to 1xBet for organizing Rivals Mekong here. I'm excited to be part. I'm stoked to be part of the casting squad here. And of course, a massive shout out to our production team, doing a fantastic job at our broadcast here. Beautifully done overlays, and the broadcast is just flawless thus far. So thank you for all the hard work, of course. And thank you, of course, to my co-caster. It feels like I'm saying goodbye, Josh. I'm not, guys.
We're here for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So if you guys miss us after a 5-minute break, you guys are gonna get a whole lot of us for the rest of your next few days.
Hours upon hours of us just yapping,
screaming
watching
into the mics.
Watching some top-notch MLBB. So I'm not saying goodbye. In fact, I'm just saying hello. And better get used to our faces because you're gonna be seeing us non-stop for the next 3 days of ML. And I can't wait. This is just the first series, Josh, and it's already down to our third game. Already a lot of different picks. So I love the meta currently. There's a lot of different picks you can go for.
It makes it so fun. I feel like opposed to the last few years that we've had of Mobile Legends, where it's kind of one-dimensional, right? We had the reign of the utility junglers. We had the reign of the Echo Express. Right now, there's so many possibilities. Well, that being said, of course, we're gonna be taking a quick little look at the stats here to have a bird's-eye view of what happened in. Beaten the record of 13 minutes down to 11 minutes here. And like I said, Matt, Han did not get much action in that game. He's 1-3-0 after that.
Yeah. A complete annihilation of Ken is what happened, who this time has a 10-1-4 KDA. Han certainly not having a good time. Just 6,000 gold in their pocket as well. The problem with facing against a Fanny is you're gonna have to fight Fanny in your own jungle. That's not fun. It's not fun to do here, Josh. And Myth unable to find a response to that fight. I think they were taken aback by just how thunderous Ken's performance was on the Fanny. I mean, I think they knew that Ken had that in their back pocket. If I remember correctly, they banned it.
They did ban in game 1.
In game 1, but in game 2, it slipped away. So YG able to show the prowess of Ken's Fanny, and Myth unable to adjust. Brings them back to the drawing board. They have to find something in response this time around. So Ken just taking over the game means that YG have to adjust this time around. Apologies for the mix-up, guys. It's Myth on the right side, YG on the left side of the screen. So it's Myth taking over. Game number 2 here. So we're going to our first ever third game of this first match.
And if I'm not mistaken, according to some sources, aka YouTube chats, Mythic Seal is supposedly the best team out of Myanmar, where YG is kind of trying to catch up here. So I do like it that YG were able to get our first game, setting the tone, right? But right now, Mythic Seal, I think they're actually showing what they can actually do after that second round. I mean, 19-2 is painful to watch if you're a YG fan. So hopefully YG can squabble up for a game 3 of the series and maybe eke out that win against the number 1 team in their region.
Yeah. And the good thing here is I think they definitely have the talent to do so, right? As evident by that first game. Definitely can trade blows here with Myth rather. So I'm going to see what they have in store for us in game number 3. Maybe they have one more pocket pick apart from the Harith. Let's take a look at who the match MVP is in just a second. But it's probably a certain blonde hero we can see in the map right now. Let's see who it is. And of course, it's Ken, the Fanny of this game. Going as far as building a Kiras as well. It's a very tanky and a very damage-heavy Fanny who took over that early game and just ran away with it.
Yeah, kept it nice and quick, man. I mean, every time you would see Ken on the map, they'd just be just some insane things, right? You'd see the way that Ken is able to rotate around the map here in our highlights, way that they initiate these fights. Boye, Nico setting up for Ken as well. And this first blood was amazing, by the way. But you can also see that Blink really had nothing to do here. Even as the one tanky player on YG, he was just melting at the hands of Mythic Seal.
Yeah, and I think Ken's dominance enabled Boye. You can see a lot more presence of Boye around the map. Even that first engagement in the gold lane, Boye was able to attend because Ken was just creating priority elsewhere on the map. That rotation from Boye would not have been possible if Ken did not get the first kill in that mid lane, because Boye's rotation would have been cut off. So it really is a two-prong advantage here that Ken got that first kill, because one, Ken snowballed early, and two, it enabled Boye to rotate around the map more freely. So it really is that dynamic of the jungler and that roam that gives a lot of the strength here for Myth. And you could see play here just how dominant they can be with Boye able to freely roam around the map. And this is what we said earlier, right? We don't necessarily think that Kalea was the problem. It was a support system that was kind of the problem around in that previous game. This time with the Fanny popping off, Boye had all the rain in the map, and you could easily see how big of a difference it makes for Myth.
Yeah, it's kind of a thing of beauty, right? Where we were watching Mythic Seal kind of off tempo. It's like a Dragon Boat team, right? You have to row to the beat of the drum, and sometimes it was a couple of seconds late. Sometimes it was some bad target selection from Mythic Seal, and now they have everything in order. Someone called up a new drummer who has maybe a better sense of rhythm. I don't know, but the calls were amazing for this game. The rotations were great. They funneled everything into Ken here, and even then, it wasn't just the Ken show, because we were seeing some things out of the Beatrix. We were seeing things out of the Phobius as well for this team. So you can see that Mythic Seal are working like a well-oiled machine here in game number 2.
Yeah, the one thing that worries me is, what if YG bans Fanny? What is Myth going to bring out this time? Maybe perhaps a different assassin in that jungle that they could take out here, or maybe they should bring out the Shuyu. I'm not particularly sure if Myth is a fan of playing that Shuyu, but let's see. Draft is available here, Josh, for the final game of our first series of the day. So let's get right into it. Will Myth be able to close this out, or will YG be able to pull up the upset? Let's see here, Josh.
All right, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a ban on, hey, we have more targeted bans. So probably going to be trying to actively getting rid of the Badong still. I think Mythic Sea have really studied their countrymen here on the other side. Joy, of course, still going to be the first ban out for YG. But now this is where things get interesting, because maybe you want to get rid of the Fanny. Maybe you want to get rid of in this situation, the Cho, because they don't want YG to be able to set up for these kinds of engagements.
A different ban. Certainly from what I was expecting. I was thinking Myth was going to take out the
There you go.
instead. Phobius away. There you go. The Harith that I was expecting finally getting taken away by Myth. But what this leaves open, if YG doesn't ban it, is, of course, that Fanny being available for Ken to take away again. But the Kalea also has been the priority for Myth anyway. So if we go into that second rotation, YG could steal away that Fanny. Hilda is the one that will receive priority in the ban. So Myth have a choice here. Either go for the Fanny or for the Kalea. I would honestly go for the Kalea over the Fanny, because Boye looks really good if enabled on that Kalea. And the difference between a Fanny and a Kalea is there's not a lot of heroes that can do what a Kalea does, while having a lot of that versatility as well. So Myth, I think, should go for the Kalea first pick here, and then gamble the chances of a Fanny being taken by YG. Oh,
Ooh,
you're going different
Sushin.
here. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
That's an interesting one. We did see YG banning out the Sushin specifically, so we know that's going to be a targeted ban from them. So now that it's been left open, they have taken the chance to take it. And there you go, YG stealing away! Stealing away the two problem heroes from game number 2. The Kalia and the Fanny now in the hands of YG. What do Mythic Seal have to answer back?
This is a tough ask for Myth. Yes, they take a comfort pick of their Zushin. And they will be stealing away the Hayabusa as well. Okay. Moskov too, why not?
Okay, why not? Why not? Hey, let's just trade our comps, man. At this point, hey, pick out the Jawhead too.
But the problem I'm seeing here, Josh, is yes, Myth take away the picks of YG, but they've also given away the Fanny. Fanny is really good at taking out immobile, squishy champs. And so far, that's 2 out of the 3 champs here of Myth, the Moskov and the Zushin, both immobile and squishy. So the Fanny,
the Ranger.
if they could get close to a point where, gets the snowball early, gets that level 4 going first, the Zushin and the Moskov could run into a bit of trouble here. So maybe Phobius is going to receive a lot more priority. Oh, the Kufra taken away as well. And really what YG are trying to do here is thinning the options that counter the Fanny. The Kufra is out. Phobius being out as well leaves who? Leaves what to
Who do
counter
you
the
even
Fanny?
have at this point? Unless you can magically have some insane hooks out of a Franco. I don't know, man.
The only thing I could think of, maybe they could opt
Maybe
for
a
a
Gator?
Jawhead.
Or a
Jawhead
Jawhead too.
is a bit of a counter. But off the top
But
of my head, a
it's not the
Eudora
same.
maybe comes to mind, a Zilong comes to mind, and who plays these heroes? Nobody
Zilong
plays.
in 2025, sir.
Nobody plays these heroes exactly. So who are they gonna use to counter this Fanny with? I'm not particularly sure. So Myth have a big problem in their hands.
Yeah, definitely a problem here because they have not only taken 2 of the most pivotal heroes out of game number 2, but they've also banned out the counters here. Kacha's gone, Kufra's gone. So how do you even answer back? What is your counter, and how do you prevent them from rounding out this comp specifically, right?
Yeah, it's tough. Hilda banned out as well. I was gonna say Hilda, but yeah, I forget. It's one of the priority bans for this particular matchup. Ranger locked up for that early game prowess again, and YG is seemingly continuing the streak of fighting for that early game, but this time I would argue have the better tools at that.
Yeah.
Here we go. YG, powerhouse of a comp locked up, denying the Fanny and getting the Kalea for themselves. This is a very scary prospect for Myth. They're going to take away the Valentina as well, so see what Myth is going to answer in response. But YG have one more hero to take away here.
What is the pick, actually? And this is interesting to me, right? Because I don't think we've seen Han play Fanny or anything other than Hayabusa for that matter. So we're going to have to see if the mechanics are able to also match what Ken were doing in game number 2. That is going to be an interesting one out of YG. I don't know. How do you feel about this pick?
Of course, Lucas is very, very versatile, right? I like it. Gives them a lot of strength in that solo lane, in that XP lane. Of course, we haven't seen a Lucas yet because he's constantly banned out in the first 2 games. So always gonna be a solid pick. But in terms of drafting, YG are getting everything they want. They've got the Kalea, they've got Lucas, 2 very powerful heroes in the meta right now. They take away Ken's Fanny as well, and the Granger for that early game success too. So it's a very solid solo laner, very solid XP laner in the Lucas here. Hylos will be locked on up here for Myth, and Tigreal for the closure. Myth are just gonna go for the team fight comp, which of course is something that you can always go back to if you can't necessarily counter pick a particular hero, which is a solid idea here for Myth nonetheless. And I like it. I like the plan here for Myth. They're gonna go for the Moskov back end of the fight with the Zushin as well. Scaling is the name of the game with a Hayabusa to sort of supplement this playstyle for Myth. Meanwhile, YG, a powerhouse of picks. They've got a lot of meta heroes among their roster, coupled up with the Faramis as well for that sustainability in the team fights. And it is looking like a really good matchup. A lot of counterplay potential here for YG.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of questions in the air right now. Of course, Mythic Seal having that M4 experience is something that you would not doubt their execution. So even if YG do have what I would say would be the better draft out of this one, it's all going to come down to the experience. It's going to come down as well to the execution, because we saw, map number 1, right, where Mythic Seal kind of struggled to stick to their game plan. But, well, the answers are going to come to us right now in the Land of Dawn, because this is game number 3. We will decide who will win the first match of the group stage.
All right, here we go. First time we're going to be seeing Han in the Fanny in this series. The switch up of heroes between the two cores here, as Ken will be the one on the Hayabusa. Boye, no Kalea anymore. It's Blink on said hero. And we're going to be seeing our first Jushin of this series as well. Take a look, early skirmish coming through. Han going in for the punish, but not quite as successful, with Boye coming in with the double knockup. Blink having to flicker away in that early game from YG. Already not as good as they hoped.
Yeah, I do like this. We talked about Myth and being able to set themselves up, and having both the Hylos and the Tigreal is something that makes you kind of worry about, wait, if I see one, there's probably the other one right here. So you can see that apt reaction wherein when they saw the Tigreal there, when they saw Boye, they immediately backed off.
Yeah, and Tigreal, good amount of CC as well to deny Han of any more of that mobility. So yeah, gonna give Ken free reign over his own jungle for now, as Stitch gets chipped down to around 1,000. It's the Granger versus the Moskov, who should favor the Moskov towards that later end of the game. So realistically, Stitch needs as much help as they could get at this point. You gotta remember, this is essentially a best of 1, right? Everything back to square 1. So YG have to secure this game for themselves if they want to get the upset going. But remember, YG, their comp is the one that shines when they get their ulti. Talk about Blink being able to set up once they've got that Kalea ult. And then, of course, you've got the Nether Realm on Lina as well. But the Turtle, yeah, as I said, YG, they need their ults to fight, which is why they're not contesting the first Turtle.
Yeah, that's the problem. Mythic Seal have done a great job so far of kind of making sure that YG are not able to get anything across the map. But here comes the Fanny. There you go. Han gets that first blood to answer back. But the problem is, yeah, again, they are kind of, they're besieged, right? They can't get any resources out of their jungle just because of Mythic Seal being able to zone them out wherever they choose to move forward.
Boye, looking for the knockback onto Blink. And the problem there, the reason why Han was able to get the kill, was Boye was setting up a play down in mid when he should have been helping Ken to secure that purple buff. So Han taking that away means that Boye has to look for something else somewhere else. But the problem is YG playing very safe. They're playing for those level 4s, which, by the way, all of their players have secured now. So the next turtle spawning in a minute. YG can contest. Boye is still looking for a pick-off, potentially, in the gold lane. And Nico coming in, flicker forward into the implosion, the noble knockback, and there's going to be the setup into the ulti as well. But here comes another realm, a bit of a bailout for YG as Han enters the prey. Nico go down, and the setup has been nullified until the Hayabusa shows up. Here comes the ult, but the Hayabusa doesn't have the damage yet. YG come back into the fight as Blink goes down a little bit too deep for that Kalea, as it is a 1-for-1 trade in the end. There comes the Death Sonata as Yin goes onto the beast mode, but it is just one realm coming up clutch.
Yeah, man, the 1-for-1 here, but definitely YG coming up clutch. Here we go again.
Han goes back
engagement here. Yeah. Good way to get them out of harm's way, man, but it was way too close.
Yeah,
way too close for comfort.
Exactly. Lina, beautiful rotation, coming in just in the nick of time to save their teammates. Here comes the push onto Stitch, and Cone with the glorious pathway make sure that gold laner does not survive. Meanwhile, the turtle getting secured by YG in response. Okay, a good trade for YG in the end. And as I said, Josh, they just needed their ults to contest that turtle, and immediately they take it for themselves.
Hey man, and that also means that we finally have a game on our hands, Tatum. We saw
Yes,
Turtle
sir.
1 to Mythic Seal, Turtle 2 to YG. Hey, we're trading objectives, and I like this. We are getting into the thick of it right now, and Mythic Seal, Nico, trying to feel around, see what they can gather of the positioning of the YG players here, because it looks like they are gearing up for some sort of attempt on mid. That's 4 players looking to collapse onto it. Boye starting it off with a Tsunami Slam.
But it's Boye, it's a Tigreal, very, very tanky at this point. Implosion unavailable, flicker out already. Boye has to back up, but here comes the fighting of Han. Nether Realm activated from YG as well, and the Glorious Pathway just so Myth could survive. YG, they have the advantage in team fights, and they know it.
Yeah, imagine where that could have gone, but no one is going to be falling for now. Kun making use of how tanky he is here, trying to maybe threaten a second engagement here, but they're not going to be taking that bait, at least for now. Boye again encountering Blink down on the bottom lane as Zippy is trying to get ahead in terms of the gold department here.
And Myth have to assert their presence a little bit more. If they keep playing into the hands of YG, they're just gonna keep on losing these team fights because Faramis is in the opposition. You gotta remember, Faramis is one of the best team fighters in the game because of that Nether Realm, because of that ult, that extra life, that second health bar. It's just impossible to weather an entire team that regains a whole health bar once Lina activates that ulti. So Myth have to get the jump, but instead it is going to be the Tsunami Slam coming in onto Zippy, who will be able to flicker away for now. The Hayabusa from Ken bails out their teammate, so Zippy stays alive, but YG again starts up the turtle.
There we go. It's only Boye here. Cavalry coming in from behind as well. Ying now joining the fray. Not going to be easy, and no one's even close. So that's going to be an uncontested turtle. Second turtle for YG here. Also expanding their gold lead up to 500 as well. Making things a little bit easier, so Mythic still playing catch up for now.
YG though, all they have to do is play safe, play reactive, wait for Nico to go in. And here comes again the Glorious Pathway from Kun trying to engage. Nether Realm is available. Ken down to around 1000 HP. And there goes that Faramis ult. Kun having to back off after it's been activated. And again, we go back to a stalemate. YG, all they have to do is use the Faramis ult and they're free of charge.
Beautiful, beautiful. Making use of everything they can here. And look at this. Look at Han going all the way in right here and getting handed his own medicine by Ken.
Yeah, you can see Han just trying to force engagements up against Ken, but Ken knows this Fanny in and out. It's his favorite hero after all, right? So Ken is just playing very respectively of this Han, but eventually Ken is just going to outscale that Fanny. So problems are just stacking up here as Myth just buying time for the Hayabusa and that Moskov. But again, we go back into the problem of the team fight. How do you deal with YG, who gets a second win when Lina enters the fray? I think they should just target Lina, get rid of that Faramis. But it's really hard to do that because there's never a moment that Lina is isolated. And even then, Faramis is very slippery to take a hold off. So what are Myth going to do to shut down Lina in this Faramis?
Yeah, man, what do you even do at that point? Because the positioning from YG has been so great. They've been so cautious here. It's always a buddy system. It's either Stitch or Ying, who is with Lina at all times, basically hand-holding them and keeping them ready for whenever the engagement does happen. Here, Blink setting up already just outside of the bush right now. Stitch starting it off on the Lord. And you can see that Mythic Seal are aware of this. Han in and out here trying to threaten the possibility of them taking that Lord, as Zippy also taking this time to get as many objectives done as the rest of his team is trying to deal with this Lord dance.
25k, and here comes the stun onto Han. Goes down early, and there's no more retribution for YG. But Stitch strikes back. That's a 1-for-1 trade as Stitch finds a mark onto Ken.
Wait,
That's gonna be the tower destroyed on the top lane. Zippy, some way, has found a way to isolate himself from the fight. Meanwhile, YG are just scattered across the map here. Ying trying to get the punish onto that Moscow, but Zippy is a slippery target. So YG getting played in the macro here as Myth takes a tower for themselves.
Yeah, man, the distraction play was great. They had so many players gathered around the Lord. They didn't even notice Zippy taking 2 turrets, not just one, 2 datum. And now they are threatening another Lord take. Look at this. They are trying to zone them out here, and Mythic are finally going to have the opportunity here, but Ying is making his way forward.
Oh, Glorious
Lina,
Pathway
first
just to
target
catch
now, the
Lina.
Glorious Pathway. It's going to be a hard one, but it's not enough damage just yet. They're going to call it off. Han also threatening to kill Nico and Ken at any moment.
It's so hard to catch Lina. I mean, I get the idea there, Kun using the Glorious Pathway to try and catch the Faramis off guard, but even so, Lina able to run away. So now the turtle getting started here by Myth.
They can't.
Mythic Seal here down to 13 HP. Here comes the engage, and Lina shuts down Ken immediately. NetherRealm to buy them a second win as Han takes down the Lord, and YG on the hunt. Han going into the back line. Zippy is the target as Boye here to provide assistance, but it is just not enough. Han gets the double, and Mythic Seals get destroyed. Nico is the only one left standing, and Han, a hero play to destroy the back line.
The Lord and 4 to set the stage right now for a possible win despite the 2 stolen turrets from earlier. Look at this, man. YG were falling behind. Mythic are now looking to try and come back from it, man. It's looking kind of grim. That's a 6,000 gold lead, and look at all the control they have over the map. The map is red right now, and even if they have come back, Mythic Seal, they have to find a way to equalize. They have to find a way to get some resources because they're getting besieged from all sides.
YG about to create the upset, about to make it happen. And they're mushing down the base with the Lord, but there goes the NetherRealm to try and counter punch here. Here comes the Glorious Pathway, try and run away from this fight as Mythic Seals do go back into their fray, into their house. Blink down to 1.
Zippy!
Moscow goes in, but Zippy targeting the wrong thing. Will be isolating their teammates.
Oh, no!
Stitch goes on a killing spree, and Zippy, a crucial mistake there, targets the minions instead of the enemies. Leaves them 1 player down, but still, they do keep their turret alive, and YG gonna have to reset after losing Blink.
Oh man, that's definitely something that needs a reset, man. Honestly, if I was in that position, I'd be like, oh no, dude, that could have been a game-costing mistake, Tatum. So maybe just maybe there was some sort of error. So we're gonna be here for the pause, try and see what's gonna be fixed on the backside to make sure that everything is fair and square in love and war, ladies and gents. But since you guys are already there, welcome to 1xBet Rivals Mekong. If you guys have not already, go ahead and use the code RIVALS to get a 100% bonus on your first deposit here. All you need to do is type in the code RIVALS for your first deposit.
Yes, guys, bet responsibly and make sure to enjoy the game today. Make sure to comment down below which team you're supporting. Of course, this is just the first series of the day. If you're tuning in, it's between Yangon Galacticos and Mythic Seal, and YG upset against Myanmar's #1 team. So an exciting start to the day. It's just the first series, by the way. We do have 3 more upcoming, so if you're just tuning in, make sure to stay around for the next coming teams. We got a couple of teams, or a few teams from Cambodia and Myanmar about to bat it out in best of 3s today. But so far, this series has just been giving. YG, do you think Mythic, let me ask you this, Josh, YG has been in an uproar this game. We do see a couple of mistakes here and there for YG, some overextensions and some isolated fights, some as well for Mythic Seal. You think Mythic Seal could come back from this, given that their Moscow is still scaling to that late game?
Yeah, I do think if they can bring it to the late game, then it won't be a problem. But the problem right now is how far back they are, right? I mean, they have essentially taken control of the entire map right now. So Mythic Seal are going to have to take it slow and steady, maybe play defensive, as long as they can try and gather up those resources for the late game, keep themselves alive for the late game, then it won't be a problem. But the way that YG have been playing right now, the way that they've been able to set themselves up, Blink has been phenomenal at this right now for YG. They're gonna have to be very careful not to make any mistakes that can let YG capitalize.
Yeah, Han has just been a beast in his own right as well. Taking care of both the Tigreal and the Moskov single-handedly. And this is what I was talking about earlier. They don't have a specific counter to that Fanny. I mean, yes, they've got a Tigreal to use a bit of CC, but once that second skill has been used up, there's nothing in the way of Han and the back line. So Han is still a big problem here, who, by the way, has 4 items completed on the Fanny. So it's something that a Myth have to address here. And how do you deal with a Fanny if you don't have that single target lockdown? I'm not particularly sure anymore at this point in the game, with YG being around 6,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle for sure, man. I don't think the only thing that they've gotten so far is that one zippy push from top lane, taking 2 turrets as they were playing around the Lord. But they really haven't gotten anything else from this point on. So Mythic, Seal are really gonna have to take their time here, not overextend, play as a team. Of course, they are built for the team fight. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, let's see indeed. Next big point of interest is that Lord spawning in just 27 seconds. Mythic, that's their chance to start off the fight. Ying moving closer to Kun. Has to be careful where they tread, but take a look at the presence of YG. Because they're moving up in the river, Myth have to respect that. And YG definitely has more map control for now. Mythic Seal have to try and get closer to the Lord. 5 seconds until it spawns up.
Drawing a line in the sand here.
YG has so much damage, they could just take this Lord in an instant. But Mythic Seal, rather, they're getting closer and closer here. Nico providing that vision as Stitch actually starts up the Lord. A bit of attention drawn for Mythic Seal. Has to call Zippy to get into the fight now. Otherwise, it's going to be a 5v4 that YG are very willing to take.
Game of patience right now. Stitch starting it off. Damage here. Nico, Kun drawing ever closer. And Ken is right here as well, waiting for a chance to attack the backline.
Yeah.
But they're not taking the bait. They are not taking the bait. And YG, I think they have an idea of what's going on right here, because they can sit nice and still, just because of the amount of waves of minions pushing around the map. So at some point, Mythic Seal are going to have to take their attention off of here. And Ying is right there waiting for the signal, waiting for the go signal. Nico searching for the vision here. They don't see him just yet. Just outside, and there it goes. No fight.
Kun goes in. And just a bit of contact in between the two tanks. Han decides to back off for now, as both teams seemingly have found some sort of gentleman's agreement not to take the fight yet. YG can still see that Zippy is in the top lane, so they should go for an exchange right now, but they also don't know where Boye is. That's the problem for YG. They don't know where the Tigreal is going to come from, which is why they're giving so much respect to Myth. Han, of course, as the Fanny, has the liberty of rotation, will be going for the 1v1 instead. Zippy blinks to safety, and here comes the full-on engagement. 8,000 HP left and counting down. And the Blink will be alone inside a Lord Pit. Ken takes it for Mythic Seals. And that's going to be Stitch getting pummeled all alone in the back line. Where is Han at the end of it? Nowhere to be found as Kun does finally go down. YG, they take down Hylos. But Mythic Seals do take the Lord for themselves.
And that rotation might have been a bad one. They saw where Han is. They know that the red tree is on the other side of the map. So they go ahead and start that Lord dance. Went away with very little trouble. Now that 6k gold lead down to only 4,000 rather.
Oh,
and they are going to be going in for that push. Look at Lina. Now all the way there. He's so low, but he can't see. He's barely alive, but does get away.
Wow. YG still have to be careful. If Lina goes down, that's their team fighting prowess going away with it. So still have to respect the Hayabusa of Ken's, as the Lord marching down provides a lot of map control for Mythic Seals. Fair bit of struggle as Han goes for the 1v1 against Zippy, but is Han strong enough? I don't think so. Zippy survives that encounter, but so does Han. Meanwhile, the tower in the mid lane gets destroyed for now. Mythic Seal starting to turn that map control game around, but YG still have a fair amount of crowd clearing, so still staying ahead just by the thick of it, but Mythic Seals not giving away so easily.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth right now. Just holding on. That's gonna be a question of whether or not you pull the trigger here, because Han is ready, raring for the fight to go on. Nico, still careful. Mythic Seal know that they are still behind. They know that they need to be catching up, so they can't be taking any overextensions. No solo pushes whatsoever can be asked for at this point in time, because if you guys get wiped out, it's gonna be one hell of a problem here. They are sussing it out. YG just barely on the outside of this. They know exactly where they are, and there goes the Tsunami Slam. Kun is in trouble. Oh boy.
They're gonna be using Glorious Pathways just to escape, and here comes Ken. Found out where Ying is, but that's a very tanky target on the Lucas. Kun barely surviving, just tanky enough to survive with a sliver of HP. Netherrealm still available, so YG can look for a fight, but they don't have the Tsunami Slam, so it's gonna be hard. YG go for the reset.
Han?
And Han will not be going any further than what their team commands, so back to bit of a stalemate. Here comes the Hayabusa. Lina is the target, but it's Ken to go down. That's a little bit too deep for the Hayabusa, and YG have an opportunity here to strike back. But what is that cooldown on Blink's ulti? It's non-existent, and I don't think Ken was expecting Tsunami Slam to be up again.
Definitely not looking fun right now, man. We talked about Myth not overextending. They can't be taking these risks because they have to take this slow. They have to extend it all the way to late game so that they can get all their items up and maybe come back from it, maybe end it. But now, we have another Lord up, and the problem is, Ken is nowhere to be found. It's going to be an easy take here for YG. They're threatening it. They are showing some muscle, showing some leg, but they're not going to be going in.
His pathway going to be used up already here. And here comes the Tsunami Slam onto Blink. But Kun is just too tanky. 13k HP and counting down. The Lord going to be taken away with 4,000 HP. Zippy pops up, finds a kill, gets taken out. And it's YG to clean up house. Myth, 2 players down. And here comes Han again to go back into the fight. A little bit too deep. Immortality buff. Han still alive in this fight, but Boye takes him down. A 3-for-2 trade as YG come out on top. But Ying getting chased down as again, there's gonna be another re-engagement in the backline as Lina will be chasing down Boye. 4 kills for YG, and the Lord secured as well, and YG couldn't end it right here.
Yeah, it's gonna be It's gonna be a hard one, man. Boye is the only one left here. Very low. One charge from the Lord is gonna take care of this turret, and it's looking impossible, man. It's looking like it is gonna be the YG win. There goes Tsunami Slam. A little bit of salt in the wound, and it might be over, ladies and gentlemen. YG looking for the upset, and they get it.
Wow. Yangon Galacticos take down Mythic Seal in a very, very entertaining map. Number 3, beautifully done here by Yangon Galacticos. And what a way to start off the day here, guys. That's just the first series. Yangon with the first win and somewhat of an upset against Myanmar's disputed number 1 now. Mythic Seal going down early. I don't think this is how they expected their day to start here, Josh.
Yeah, man. Both these teams are actually M-Series experienced teams, so we're not surprised that it would have been going this way. I am surprised by the way it did go. Game 1, one-sided. Game 2, one-sided. So Game 3 made things a lot more interesting, and you love to see it, man. Bangers upon bangers for our first series, and maybe more, because we got 3 more coming today, Datum.
Yep. We got 3 more series. The next one coming up is going to be Team Max versus Team TDN. Both teams from Cambodia, rather. So we're gonna be showcasing that matchup up next. But for now, I want to talk about that game a little bit more here, Josh. We talk about the adjustments on both sides. Han this time stealing away that Fanny from the hands of Ken. Admittedly, not being as flashy as Ken, but still getting the job done. I like the way that Han played around with a little bit more reserved action, but still getting the job done in the key moments of the game there. And it just came together really, really well for YG. Sure, there were a couple of mistakes here and there, but all in all, YG played a clean game all throughout. Drafted really, really smart. And as I said, got a really good composition. They got the Kalea, they got the Lucas, and of course they took away the Fanny as well. And at the end of the day, Mythic Seal is just unable to adapt and falling behind in the snowball game.
Yeah, there were quite a few mistakes, man. Especially when it came down to it, there was a lot of pressure that was really starting to creep in, right? And you could actually feel it that it was stifling all across the map. So Mythic Seal, they were starting to get desperate. They did desperate things because, of course, desperate times call for desperate measures, and high risks, of course, are accompanied by a high reward. But the problem is, it didn't work out, man. They did one wrong step and everything fell apart in a matter of seconds. YG, all they needed to do was walk up to their base and give it a nice little whack to end that series.
Yeah, and the problem as well, Myth didn't have the best tools when it comes to coming into the late game end of things. Yes, they did have a Moskov for a bit of assurance in that late game, but obviously it wasn't enough for them. So YG, a phenomenal start to this series, and it felt like it was the playoffs. It felt like it was some sort of a semi-final matchup, Josh. But I do have to remind you guys, for everyone who is just tuning in, it's just the first series of the first day of our group stage. Yangon Galacticos taking the first series, taking the win against Mythic Seal. But this won't be the last we're going to be seeing of Mythic Seal. This is the group stage after all. So tomorrow we're going to be seeing more of Mythic Seal going up against a different team in that Group A. So a bit of a reminder for those of you who were not here during the group stage or the format explainer. It's a group stage where 3 out of 4 teams advance in each particular group. So definitely Mythic Seal not out of the game yet. They could still come back in the next coming days.
Yeah. And knowing the way that Mythic Seal play, man, of course, not knowing how the other teams play is going to be an interesting thing. Because now they have a little bit of tape on them. It's some time to study, some time to prepare for your opponents that you're going to be facing later on here in One Expect Rivals Mekong. But yeah, I do think that the way that this last game went was a little bit more interesting than one would have expected. I do feel like Mythic Seal, kind of similar to game number 1, outdrafted YG here, but when it came down to the execution, I feel like it again just came down to who made less mistakes and who was able to really capitalize on the overextensions, on the missed cues. Shout out to that one time the Moskov targeted the minion instead of the opponent, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say definitively that YG had the better draft here, but definitely agree they had the better execution. It's both very well-rounded comps in my opinion, but the way the early game is played is really what sets the tone for both of these teams, it feels like. And a lot of that boils down to the junglers here, Ken and Han. While it is a fact that Fanny has a bit of an advantage before that level 4 mark compared to the Hayabusa, the support system is, of course, going to have to be there as well. I mean, of course, there's ways to play around that counter pick, even if you say that this hero has a bit of a deficit compared to the next one and yada yada. There's still always, of course, there's still always other heroes on the roster as well, right? You got the roamers, you got the mid laners as well to be there for the support. And of course, YG was just on top of that game as well. Boye on, of course, the Tigreal this time around. We see him actually provide that early game denial up against the Fanny, but ultimately it just wasn't enough because Tigreal is more of a team fighting comp apart from, or instead of a single target CC type of hero, right? And we saw in that one instance where Han was just 1v2ing both Boye and Zippy on the Moskov, so you can see just how well of a job Han did to scale towards that late game with the Tigreal not being able to do anything about it. So yeah, it's just such a phenomenal job for the Fanny, being one of the strongest heroes in this entire series. And YG, of course, phenomenal win in that map number 1. I'm excited to see if we get to see a rematch between these two, because it seems like these two teams, Josh, they're out for each other. It feels like.
Oh yeah, it looks like they really have actually studied each other here. Definitely being within the same country, kind of vying for that top 1 spot in Myanmar is it has a lot of competition, man. So I'm not surprised that they have actively banned each other out. I think we did have our doubts of whether or not they were kind of studying each other, they're reviewing the tape on each other as teams, but it looks like they know each other well, and they have probably butted heads more than once in the past, and you love to see it in this kind of a setting.
Yes, of course. By the way, guys, if you're just tuning in, we have an ongoing promo at 1xBets. Use the code RIVALS to get a 100% bonus on your first deposit. That's code RIVALS, RIVALS, to get a 100% bonus on your first deposit. When you're depositing, of course, at 1xBet, make sure to create your account. And of course, why don't you subscribe at our YouTube page, where we're streaming right now at the Esports and Game Hub. Of course, follow us on Facebook as well. We do have a couple of streams on up on YouTube with different languages. So you're currently tuning in to the English broadcast. We have 3 other languages. Make sure to check out the live page on the YouTube channel to see other languages available. Maybe we have one available to region. Make sure to check it out and subscribe and hit the bell notification button as well.
Yeah. Wow. Already a banger. We've just started the day. We got 3 more to go. So there's a lot of MLBB action to be looked forward to. But I also want to talk about this huge difference in terms of like that play style. Wherein on a macro scale, it wasn't too far away. But this is going to be our post-game stats here. Kuhn not necessarily getting the most out of the highlights, and the same for Ken actually.
And there we go. YG with the win. Again, guys, do bear with us. It's YG that has 14 kills, not the other way around. As they are the ones to take the series in the longest game that we've had today, 19 minutes. Actually, we stretched out almost everyone getting all their items. Yeah, Kun not necessarily finding as much action as he did in the last game. Boye being the one with the highest kill participation. As expected on the take rail, doing a fantastic job on the early game, but ultimately proved not enough for the composition of YG. The Faramis really was a big headache here. There you go, 14-6 in favor of YG. And I wonder who the MVP is gonna be here. Actually, I could pick a couple of MVPs here because multiple players of YG actually stepped up here. I mean, Han, I was praising him a lot for that Fanny performance, but Lina did fantastic as well. Yeah.
There was so much to be said about Lina. I mean, Lina is definitely one of the central things that kept them ahead of the curve for this game. So we're just gonna have to wait for the MVP graph to actually come up to maybe name who the actual MVP is in.
Let's see.
Just a bit. There you go. It is Lina.
Yeah. Wow. 10,000 gold per minute. Or rather, that's not gold per minute. That's, I think, total gold.
I think that's total gold.
Yeah. 10,603 total gold for Lina. And I think that's very well deserved. Because Lina always on Johnny on the dot when it comes to activating that Nether Realm. And I think single-handedly, Lina is what got them through that early to mid phase.
Yeah, you can see it right here.
Yeah, Nico was just trying to get to gripes with the game, and Boyo was getting a lot of setups. Lina always got the proper timing to get the disengage going. Whenever Lina popped the Nether Realm, immediately Myth is just backs off. YG, a lot of the survivability being granted to them rather, of a single ability on Lina. And again, this is one of those highlight moments I was talking about. Han performing the 1v2 just gave them a big uptick in terms of momentum. And there's just so many highlight moments here for YG that I absolutely love for the squad.
Yeah, man, you can actually really see how important that NetherRealm was just for Ramis pick in general. It's just that Mythic Seal really didn't have enough sustainability to be able to play in these longer fights. And
Exactly.
that's also on the back of Faramis being the last hero picked for YG as well. They would not have any answer to that unless they spit out Lina, but they just could not, because Lina was one slippery opponent when you ever try fighting these.
Yeah, and I love it as well. The Faramis pick, they saved that for last, I believe. And it was a response to the Tigreal and Hylos pick, which is Myth saying, yeah, we can't counter Tefani, let's just go all in on the team fight. And then boom, Faramis shows up and YG just checkmated them in the draft. A masterclass in macro, of course, in drafting. Congratulations to YG, of course, taking the first win of the series. When we return, it is going to be the second series of the day. It's Team Max versus Team TDN, two Cambodian squads going at it. My name's Zaydam here with the one and only Jaswabe at the 1xBet rivals Mekong. We'll be right back after this, so don't go anywhere.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day.
Ladies and gents and bettors of all ages, hopefully above 18, we are back. I'm just Suave here with Datum, and this is 1xBet Rivals Mekong. We saw a banger of a first series between YG and Mythic Seal, but now we have ended that with a YG win. Second series on the docket for today, man. Team Max versus Team TDN. If earlier we had a Myanmar matchup, we have a Cambodian matchup for the second series. And I feel like if that was our tone setter, then this one's probably going to be a banger as well.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Was I not heard earlier, John? I am back. And yes, I absolutely agree with you earlier. Those two teams giving everything they've got, right? And this time, as you said, we have two teams hailing from Cambodia, Team Max versus Team TDN. I have no doubt that it is going to be an action-packed match, but of course, one has to emerge victorious. Who that going to be is, we're going to find out in just a bit. But I believe we are ready to get the game started with both teams getting ready. But before I start to draft, guys, let me tell you about the little extra bonus that 1xBet is giving away for everyone. Guys, if you haven't used the code RIVALS, make sure to do so because you're gonna get up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. That's right, just use the code RIVALS when you are depositing in your 1xBet account. And later we're going to show the odds for this particular matchup as we head into our game. So make sure to stay tuned for that. But again, that's 100% bonus on your first deposit when you use the code RIVALS. So make sure to do that to not miss those free, sweet bonuses.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of interesting things happening today, man. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, in that first series, we had a 5.2 odds on Team YG. So, those bettors are probably really happy. But with that being said, we're going to move on. Second series now going to be underway. Team Max versus Team TDN draft. Let's see what it looks like here because we are going to need to meet these teams for the first time.
Yep. Max on the blue side. It means they have the first ban and the first pick. And TDN on the red. So the right side this time. So excited to see what heroes are going to be receiving a lot of the priority. In the first series,
Badang again.
There was a ton of priority for this particular hero, Badang, and then you have the Harriet, Kalia, Fanny. Of course, a few of those are pocket picks of the particular heroes, or particular players of that previous series. So, would be exciting to see if there's still the same priority for the same heroes. But Harriet,
man, it seems to me that the Mekong region just hates Badang, man. It's always him. He's always the first. And it's okay, there you go. The Fanny out from TDN here. Understandable. It is Fanny.
Yeah, pretty strong. And the current meta and has a lot of backline access. The problem with the Fanny is there's almost no jungler that can match the pace or that can weather the invades of a Fanny, as we saw in that last series. So
yeah,
the Fanny will be continuing a very high priority for this series, but this time gonna be banned on out. So I'm not particularly sure what hero this.
That's Matilda.
Ah, it's Matilda.
That's Matilda.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Matilda.
Matilda getting banned on out. How could you tell? I think that's Matilda's
you can
hair.
see it's the hair and the makeup and the winged eyeliner.
all right. Thank you. That's Matilda getting banned out.
It's the XP later in the team. So
sorry, I only know Zilong and Yuzhong. That's my expertise. Joy getting banned out by TDN this time around. So yeah, another one of those series where Joy receives a lot of that priority. Yeah, so it's still a lot of the newer heroes being available. It feels like with one ban remaining
Blue Chip.
each team on the first rotation, Chip will be taken away. So Kalea, if not banned here, will almost certainly be the first pick for Team Max. Lucas available as well, unless TDN bans it away. But with Fanny and Joy banned away, Harith is the prime choice of the mobile sort of carry, so to speak here. So could be a prioritized hero as well. And because Harith is available, we could see another Phobius priority in this series. Let's see in just a sec once the overlay updates what TDN is going to ban away. You have any predictions, Josh, as to the first pick here for Max?
I mean, it's kind of looking mirrored to earlier, so I'm not surprised that it's a Zushin. The Zushin only came out in Game 3 of the last one. I think Zushin is definitely one of the more powerful heroes that you need to worry about in the mid lane if you have a good, if you have a team that knows how to use it. Right, well, that being said, that's going to be the Kalea available to Max, taken as soon as the opportunity is presented. No surprise there, man. We saw how the Tsunami Slam works in well-coordinated fights, especially when you are worried about trying to lock down a singular player. So there's no surprise there.
Yep, absolutely. And it makes sense. Kalea's got a lot of versatility anyway, can put it on different roles, so no surprise there. Wonder what the response is going to be for TDN. Harith being available could be a prime option here for TDN. Hayabusa is up as well, so they're going to go for the Phobius instead. And
the
of course,
Suyu.
there you go. First time, actually quite surprised.
First of the day,
first
right?
time we're going to be seeing a Suyu. So already a ton of available tankiness here for TDN. And a lot of already AoE damage, so I can already smell that TDN wants to go for that team fighty type of composition with the first two pickups here. And with the Harith getting cemented onto the ranks of Max, they want to keep toe-to-toe with those team fights. Wonder what the first other pick here is going to be with the Harith. They don't have a tank yet, don't have dedicated marksman yet either. But so far, nothing too surprising between these two teams.
Yeah, I do want to say that, there you go, I was about to say Hayabusa would probably get picked out, but there you go, the Hayabusa, of course, very meta in today's, the current patch, right? But with this being the first Suyu that we're going to be seeing out of the day, remember we talked about how Suyu being a very mechanics-heavy hero, right? You need to know when and where to use each version of his skills, whether that's the mortal or immortal version. And that also gives you that kind of flexibility to really play around what your eventual game plan is and how to react to this current set of heroes that Team Max have already shown, right? The Kalea, the Harith, of course, being a little bit more sustainable. You're probably feeling a little bit more towards the immortal side of the skills for Suyo, but that's going to be the Katalkacha to try and lock down the Harith, and not necessarily what I would pick in this situation, but I do think this is a pretty good choice if you want to play heavy into the team fights.
Yep, and heavy on the team fight is quite literally how I would describe this team. Lots and lots of AoE, lots and lots of reactive playmaking with the Phobius, and of course a ton of tankiness. Essentially, Suyo perma immortal mode here. They have 3 tanks in their roster already.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a very, very beefy first 3 picks here for TDN. Lacking a little bit on the damage department, but Suyo can provide a little bit of that. Gato as well deals a ton of damage, particularly on the scaling end of things. So TDN, I think they just need something to versatify their their ranks. Maybe a bit of range, maybe a bit of artillery, maybe a little bit of magic damage. But
the word
already
is diversify.
There you go. Thank you. Diversify their composition, make it less leaning on the bruiser type of playstyle, and give it a little bit more flexibility. But I already like the foundation of TDN here. Lots of CC.
Lots of CC and a lot of possibilities as well to what they can round this out with. So this does give them, it doesn't limit them whatsoever. If they have a wide hero pool for their remaining 2 players, then
this is going to be looking like a great basis for what they want to get in the draft. Moscow going to be banned out for Team Max here. Okay, they don't want this to happen because remember the potential of being able to lock up one person with the Suyu, with the Galacticos, and with the Moscow as well is one hell of a headache when it does happen.
Yeah, TDN. Wonder what they're gonna pick up or ban here. Max don't necessarily have a dedicated front line yet. Kalea, yes, is tanky, but I don't think we'll be able to last too long against the face of a Galacticos and a Phobius. I believe that's the Lucas being locked on out. So no Lucas this time. There you go. The Fram is banned away. It seems like Max was watching that last game.
Oh yeah,
is proving too big of a headache for Myth. So not gonna be letting that slip past the drafting phase as TDN pick up their second to the last hero here. They don't have a marksman yet. They could opt to not go for that, but I think they will. Or they could opt for an artillery mage here, maybe a Novaria. Couple of options being available as well in that regard.
Yeah, I do feel like being able to keep that distance, like with an Ovaria, with a longer range mage, knowing that this comp right here, man, the one with the Phobius, the Soyo, and the Galacticos is gonna be something you don't want to be any closer to. And even with the Granger, yeah, I think you can really deny that damage if you can keep far away from it. So that would be an appropriate response with the artillery mage in the Novaria here. And with the Tsunami Slam from the Kalea as well, you can splinter off one player at a time from Team TDN's current comp.
Yeah, but that is if he can get past the front line.
If
big beefy front line here. Granger very hard to catch as well because it's a fairly mobile marksman. Jawhead gonna make the job of the Kalea easier to catch that Granger off guard. And what I like about this composition for Max is they're not trying to take the tanks of TDN head on. They're trying to pinpoint the weaknesses of their comp, which is a vulnerable marksman in the form of a Granger. They're gonna use two heroes to try and lock that down. And then they've got the Luo Yi for that late game AoE. I like this comp from Max actually. Very well rounded. And it's got good amounts of damage coupled with sprinkles of CC. I really like it. Meanwhile, TDN, very utility heavy, very numbers gauged. But when it comes to the late game, I'm not sure how they're going to fare off against a composition like that of Max's.
Yeah, it's going to be very dependent on being able to get ahead nice and early and try and deny getting into that ultra late game, right? Probably past the 13 to 15 minute mark is where they're going to really start to have difficulty catching up to the curve of damage that they're going to be seeing from Team Max here. So it's going to be a game of, it's going to be a race against time for Team TDN here to try and win this.
All right, here we go. Second series of the day. Guys, if you're just tuning in, you're watching 1xBet Rivals. This is the second series of our first day in the group stage. And it is Team Max going up against Team TDN. Both teams from Cambodia. And we are going to start the game in just a second, guys. Do bear with us as we try to fix up a couple of
just a few seconds
technical difficulties. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind everyone, if you haven't done your first ever cash out already, make sure to use the code RIVALS for 100% bonus on your first ever deposit. Again, that's code RIVALS, RIVALS, on your first 100% bonus that you can use for this particular matchup. We will show the odds in the screen in when the game commences. So make sure to don't forget to use code RIVALS. It's RIVALS, and bet responsibly, guys.
Bet responsibly. I mean, we talked about that earlier, but that does happen earlier, man. The way that YG's odds were at 5.2 earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Man. So imagine whatever your current currency is, right? Say 50 USD times 5, then that's a lot of money.
Yep.
But again, man, you gotta bet responsibly. You gotta be careful. Only bet what you can lose, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, for those out there who are already using 1xBet, well, this isn't the only event that we have running for on the platform. Right. So if you're a basketball fan, if you watch football, American football, or soccer. I hate it. When I say soccer, I feel like I feel like a Brazilian's gonna come up and slap my face when I call it soccer. Right?
But do you watch football, Josh? What's a sport, a non-esport sport that you're invested in? Do you have any non-esport sports?
No, I'm not invested in.
Okay, not
sports,
invested in.
but
Something you follow. Something you follow.
I follow baseball marginally.
Well,
Baseball back in like when maybe something like 6 years ago was the last time I actively followed. Okay, I do watch like when I see it. Oh, something's going on. Okay, cool. Let's watch. Like when I opened basketball when I opened NBA the other day, and I was like, wait. Why
LeBron.
are both? That's LeBron in a yellow jersey. Hold on.
I think LeBron's been in the Lakers for quite a bit now, but I wouldn't know. Not that I would know anything about the NBA, Josh. I mean, I'm not a big sports guy, as you know. But the one thing I would follow, if I could share, is Formula One, and I follow that religiously.
Oh yeah.
Religiously. It's a shame.
I think
though,
everyone
that-
likes Formula One right now. It's just hard to kind of get a hold of getting to watch it.
Yeah.
And there are like watch parties going on wherever in the metro. I unfortunately live in Cebu, so I don't know where I can get a watch party in Cebu. But there's a growing community around F1. But you know what I
Yes.
do actively follow is sport climbing. Definitely not a
competitive
traditional
climbing?
sport. There is competitive climbing.
How
dude.
does that
It's
work? Can you
there's
explain
a
how that works?
so you have like a point system depending on problems that you can solve. So yeah, when it comes to sport climbing, you have like say in a competition there are different ways because there's like lead climbing, there's speed climbing, right? But I follow bouldering specifically as the event, right? And you get I think you get 10 problems, X amount of attempts per problem, so like maybe 5. And every time you fail, your score goes lower, and if you can't solve it, then your score is 0 for that problem. And then the score is added up over time.
Wait, how do they make it? Like, so what if nobody completes the problem? Does that
Then
ever
it's-
happen?
It does. Like the recent Olympics, I think there was one problem that only one person could solve.
Wow.
Yeah, so these guys are really athletic, but it's definitely not like a normal sport to watch.
I would imagine it's gonna be hard to. It's gonna be hard to appreciate how good a guy is at climbing boulders if you don't know how to climb boulders. Does that make sense? Kind of like
yeah.
if I were to analogize it. Wow, what is this with
Analogize.
my word? I'm just inventing words.
This guy's
just to put-
thesaurus is just pulling stuff out of the air.
Listen, it's like if listen, this is what I would imagine it'd be like if you made me watch competitive boulder climbing. It's like me making my dad watch an MLBB tournament. Yeah, kind of like that. Like he'd have no clue what's happening. Neither would I. Like, oh, he's climbing rocks. Nice. Like, I wouldn't know what's happening. I think that's why rock climbing is a niche sport still.
It is.
Am I right?
It is niche. Yeah, I feel like most people are more hobby climbers than anything else.
Yeah.
But sports climbing is kind of new as a sport, really. I mean, it is an Olympic sport, but I think it's only been in like the last 2 or something like that, man.
Yeah. Shout out to the Olympics, guys. Put esports up there. What are you doing?
Yeah, wait. On a condition, you know, the last esports
I
in the
know.
Olympics was.
I know what it was. I was like, that's not esports. What do you mean?
Like, these guys were cycling on a stationary bike for
They were-
e-biking. It was
I saw a clip of 2 guys driving competitive driving, and you know what I saw? They had Euro Truck Simulator. And I'm like, guys, come on.
Wait, I
this isn't-
love Euro Truck Simulator though. It's a great game.
Is that even a competitive game?
No, I can feel like it's not.
See,
Like how,
it's more of a leisure game, no? It's more of
Yeah,
something
yeah.
you play.
like I want to turn off my brain. I'm gonna drive from London to France.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, by the way, do join the conversation if you want to ask me or Josh anything, or if you want to shout out any of the players or teams. Make sure to
Yeah,
type that-
we're on YouTube and on
Yeah.
Facebook chat too.
Yeah, make sure to type in the chat below if you want to ask us anything. Me and Josh personally would love to answer your questions. We're reading your YouTube comments as it's.
Yeah, we can see you guys talking about Myanmar here in ZINO.
Yeah.
Some bettors out there also talking about who they feel is gonna win this series. Hey, you know what does have an esport that would surprise you?
What?
Farming simulator.
Farming. You know that actually I'm not surprised because I've seen all sorts of stuff.
I mean, there is Excel Esports. Yes.
There's Tom and Jerry Esports. There's all
This is
sorts
an
of
esport
stuff.
now.
Yeah. Wait, listen. There's no difference between chess and e-chess. Like,
Hey, it uses a mouse.
yeah, but there's like, listen, for esports, right? You have
Yeah, I
kinda
know,
have-
I know.
you kind of have cheat codes, if you can even call it that, like animation canceling or like.
It's just mechanics that you can play around
yeah,
with,
yeah,
that kind
yeah,
of thing,
there's-
right? Being
there's
able to
no-
cancel out certain things.
Yeah, but in chess, you can't
Chess, it's
glitch the
the
pawn.
same thing, bro.
You can't glitch the pawn 3 steps forward. You can't do that. But yeah, I do find it easy to believe that Farming Simulator has an esport because anything
It's pretty
that you
hype.
can do,
It is pretty hype. Yeah.
yeah, anything that you could do at a particular rate faster than another person is esportsable, in my opinion.
This guy is making up words every few minutes. It's like someone from Merriam-Webster take notes.
Hey, that's the spirit of the Filipino language. If you don't know, guys,
Or any language.
Just a bit of a fun fact. Did you for you, Josh? I have a fun fact for you. Did you
Okay.
know that the Filipino dictionary recognizes any English word spelled the Filipino way?
Yes, yeah. And did you know that we do have quite a few Tagalog words in the Merriam-Webster dictionary now, just because of pop culture?
Really? Give me an example. You have an example?
No, because that was a while ago, so I forgot what it was.
Yeah, but that's so funny to me that you can just change the spelling of a word. Like, for example, let's see the word rivals, right? It's spelled RIVALS in English, but if you spell it RAYBALS, you say it rivals, but it's already a Filipino term. That's so crazy to me. I think that's so my main driving force here, Josh, is why I'm coming up with words.
I do
left
think
and
it's valid, right? But as long as you can understand, I think the crux of, wow, here we go. We're talking about, what is the word? Oh yeah, linguistics, right? Because language always evolves, right? And
Yeah.
especially in a country like that we live in that has X amount of languages, man. I live in Cebu, and things are interchangeable as long as you understand, as long as you know what you're referring to. It doesn't matter how you spell it, as long as it's
As you understand
understood,
each other.
then it works. Yeah.
Yeah, that's and I think that's a pretty cool thing, and I don't think any other country has. I may be wrong. Don't quote me on that, but
Definitely not America, because the white people are gonna get mad.
but yeah, it's an interesting feature
Oh, gosh.
of the Filipino language. Guys, you need to take us off the air because you've been saying the most unhinged stuff.
We are slowly moving. Hey, with that being said, of course, for those asking what the next matchup is, Team Max versus Team TDN, it's gonna be a matchup between Cambodian teams this time.
Yes,
So
yes.
for the Cambodia fans out there that have been waiting for some Cambodian representation, something's finally coming up for you guys, and we're just waiting for it to happen.
And then on our third matchup, right after this one that we're setting up, it's Myanmar versus Cambodia. ZINO Esports will be going up against Wings Esports for our third matchup. And then the last matchup of the day after that is Newborns versus Team Spectrum. Both from Myanmar. Now, it's going to be exciting. Our third matchup of the day. It's the only matchup of the day that is between teams from different countries. So, representing the country's pride. It will be interesting who comes out on top between ZINO and Wings Esports. Have you ever represented the country in a competition? I know you have, Josh. You have, right?
I have, but not in an esport.
No, but it's the same kind of mindset.
Yeah,
right?
it's the same spirit.
What's
when
it
you
like?
have
Can you
flag
describe
on
to
your
me?
back. But you get that extra push that it's not just you, it's your ancestors, it's your mom, it's your dad, it's your neighbor, it's your brother. You're carrying the pressures of an entire country on your back, especially in these kinds of like international events, international tournaments, which is why it is a point of pride for most of these countries, right? For most teams. That being said, it looks like we are finally going to be going into the draft of our first game to find out, rather getting into the lobby rather of our first game, as we have, looks like a little birdie has told us that we are all set and we're gonna get back on track, ladies and gents. The yapping is not over. It will just be
not.
more about the game.
Okay, let me ask you this. Side note, mine isn't. So let me ask you this, Josh. What's one of the most interesting esports you've seen come up in the last decade?
Excel is definitely the most interesting thing, man. You know what? The teams that compete in Excel esports, they don't represent organizations. They represent companies, corporate companies with an actual expert. It's usually the people in finance or the people in accountants, in the accounting team. So that's definitely really interesting. Well, you know what else is interesting is that we are gearing up finally, ladies and gentlemen, for our first Cambodian matchup of the day, of the entire group stage. Cambodia versus Cambodia, Team Max versus Team TDN. The Land of Dawn is here now, and here we go, game number 1 of our second best of 3.
All right, here we go. Second series of the day. Cambodian teams now going at each other. And immediately Capybara starting off on the purple buff. Meanwhile, it's Sakzu on the Hayabusa on his own purple buff. No invades coming thus far yet, as the Fanny not present in the current map. So, yeah, it's going to be a very peaceful start to this game.
Yeah.
Little wonder the first point of contact.
Gentleman's agreement. I guess that's what you can call it. That's going to be a lot of damage from Crimson here. Making a little bit of a statement, hey, stay out of my lawn. Stay out of my territory here. We got the Little Wanderer as well for a little bit of extra vision, but TDN's gonna answer right back here. So that's a lot of people roaming a little bit towards the XP lane. Capybara and Natsu gearing up, but there's the immediate response from Max as well. Here in the fight, they do start it off with a quick little knock-up, but nothing else is gonna happen. It's not time yet.
Yeah, that's King Aries going in to provide backup as the Kalea. So TDN not going to be pushing up any further. But we did kind of expect this from TDN, right? They have 3 tanky boys on their roster. Capybara on the Immortal mode, coupled with a Gato Kacha and a Phobius, means that they will be looking for as many early skirmishes as they can. We're trying to get the hold of that early momentum. Saksu will be spotting out Capybara, rotating towards this bottom side of the map. Hayabusa with the ult available, unable to steal away that neutral creeps. That's Cypher from Team Max, hoping to catch anyone off guard, but doesn't have the unstoppable force yet, so the ejector won't be used up as the turtle does spawn up. Both teams converging towards the turtle pit.
Yeah, they are looking towards it. Cypher now starting it off. Quite a lot of damage now. Only 8k. Almost immediately, but they're just trying to kite it off, trying to bait some sort of reaction from Team TDN. But they are outnumbered right now. It's going to be a little bit hard how they want to play this, man, because the 3v4 here, and not necessarily that much cover either for both teams.
Saksu just letting this all play out. He is a Hayabusa after all, meant for more towards the steal rather than taking the blunt objective by itself. Aries going in with a double knock-up, and here comes the backup. And that's the first blood for Saksu, taking down Capybara and the turtle as well. Beautiful retribution for Saksu. Gets him the first blood and the first turtle of the game.
Oh,
King Ares goes back
Ares!
in. Hey, hey, hey. Down to 1 and now to 0. Saksu, 2 kills on the board, and Max come out on top.
We gotta love how you said that, man. Just as you said, the Hayabusa is meant for stealing. They steal it away. Not just the first blood, but also the first turtle. So that's gonna get them quite a bit ahead. That's 1,000 gold, and more than, in fact, 1,000 gold of a lead against Team TDN here. But of course, that may be marginal at best when you are not careful here in this kind of situation, because there's really not much that has been done across the map.
Oh, got getting caught off here, and Natsu just goes down. Saksu,
Wow,
perfect
Saksu.
timing on that Ogi's shadow kill. And that's already 3 kills on the board for the Hayabusa. This is the last thing the TDN wants.
Definitely the last thing. Look at this. Cypher, Heavenly, got him stuck in a corner. There goes the Hayabusa.
Oh.
And what an execute again. TDN a little bit too late to the party, but they are trying to answer back. Not going to be able to find it. There goes the Tsunami Slam. Crimson is gone from the map.
Yeah. And that's just early domination here for Max. The majority of it going to the hands of Saksu. The gold, that is. BMO is the key. Also finding a kill for themselves. Saksu 4-0 start. Saksu should be able to afford the first item at this point. Maybe even on the way to the second item as well. And that is a very fed Hayabusa. Really good setup as well with the Tsunami Slams from King Ares here, who will look for another engagement onto Hehe. But it's a little bit too deep here. Phobius just a little bit too tanky. Cypher getting ready with the Jawhead from the flank. Capybara here as well. So Team Max just going to back off for now.
Yeah, backing off, but that might be the wrong timing. Look at this. TDN are already here. King Ares just perfect. Sees them about 1/4 of the way in as they're trying to maintain this. The reset gonna be called in as well, making sure that they're not gonna be caught out, because Saksu shows them exactly what a Hayabusa can do, what a well-timed quad shadow and the retribution can do at the same time. They're trying to zone them out, trying to keep them away. But there goes another slam down. Capybara with the turtle here, and here comes the team fight.
Yeah, double knockback coming through with the Tsunami Slam, but the answer back from TDM is gonna be Hehehe, who goes down early because of Saksu's ults. There's gonna be the answer back coming through from Heavenly, but TDN will be coming off a little bit on the lopside of things there, as it's just 1 kill in favor of, or in trade of another. But Max still around 2,000 gold ahead. Natsu goes back in for a bit of a fight, but TDN, I like the proactivity here there. King Ares does go down, but TDN, they don't back off. They jump right into where King Ares lands, and then they put Heavenly up front to deal the damage, getting them a kill.
They're really trying to make sure that they get the most out of each action they do. They want to keep it efficient, man. Even if they lose some way, they want to try and equalize it almost immediately. But right now, stuck in a 1v2, and quite a lot of abilities being used. A little too tight for King Ares to whittle down himself, and Capybara comes in at the perfect moment. Look at that setup, but the damage is not going to be enough just yet. They do get King Ares, though. They're going to back off from there.
Yeah, Blade Surge to cap it off. Capybara dealing a ton of damage while being super tanky. And it was a bit worrying for me. King Ares not taking any damage until Capybara shows up. So because of that, TDN slowly climbing back into this game. And Saksu's lead being the only evident part of Max's gold lead for the moment, with just around 1,500 gold ahead. Let's see what the setup is going to be here. TDN with a bit of a death push play. Capybara invading Saksu at this point. Goes in, gets baited, but Capybara goes down. What is that damage from Saksu?
It's so early in the game, man. Saksu's already level 11. You can see the difference in the experience and the gold that they have right now. Really being called into play, and Natsu, even with his current hero, man, he's just getting melted by the damage. Both him and Capybara, hard to match the energy that Saksu is bringing to the table.
Yeah, Shadow Kill just deal too much damage. And again, there you go. Speaking of Saksu's damage, takes another big objective. That's the turtle taken by Max without any contest from TDN. The early game snowball certainly rolling down the hill for Saksu, as another engagement does bite through over towards the bottom side. Cypher somehow survives with the flicker. The demonic force coming through. The Gato Kacha ult onto Natsu will keep Cypher out of this fight until Capybara shows up. Blade Surge, but it's a 1v2 as Capybara bites off more than he can do. Saksu takes down Hehehe, and TDN have to run away, but Lei lays down the thunder, gets a double, and Max come out on top again with a 4-2-1.
4 kills in quick succession, man. That's one hell of a statement to make this early in the game. And Heavenly looking to be the last one. Might be a wipeout. They're trying to hunt him down, but Saksu already gets another turret here as well. Look at the amount of control they have over the map. The quad shadow to finalize that kill over onto Heavenly, and another turret to boot. It is perfect right now for Team Max. They're getting away with murder in broad daylight.
Yeah, tell you what's perfect, Josh. Level 14 for Saksu on the Hayabusa. No one even comes close. The nearest one in any of the players is Capybara, level 11. 3 levels behind. Saksu is just mountains ahead, miles ahead. And there's nothing TDN can do about it because he's a Hayabusa. Very slippery. Just has to click that shadow kill and will be able to survive and deal a ton of damage. Let's take a look at the items. 3 down for Saksu. Halfway through the next one and it's already got the Malefic gun. So it's just so deadly here. Here comes again another setup from King Ares. Saksu's gonna be there, but they're not even going to engage fully because they don't have to, Josh.
They don't care because Heavenly now is gonna be gone. They're going for another turret here, and that's gonna be everyone collapsing over onto the bottom lane. Now look at the damage being done. The Luigi coming in great here, but they're gonna be forced to back off. They know that they don't need to take this fight just yet, and they are gonna try and farm as much resources from TDN's jungle at this point. Make sure they can't get out of their own base, can't get past the river, and Lei gets another turret to boot. Look at that. They're down to the last 4. Inhibitors only on the top and the bottom. They're already starting off the Lord as well. And even if TDN want to push up, look at this. They're set up on all sides. They know exactly where they are, and they can't even hope to steal this away.
And Saksu is just soloing the Lord at this point. Will not require any help. Immediately joins the fight after taking the Lord. This is just a godlike performance from Saksu. Everywhere he treads, he commands presence. TDN have to respect wherever that Hayabusa is, and at this very moment they don't know where he is, so they have to stick together because anyone could be a target with this Hayabusa. Cypher going in for the plank, double knockback with the Luo Yi. Cypher doesn't even need to push forward because Max can just siege the turret. This is just utter dominance from Max.
Yeah, and they're taking their sweet time. They know that all they need to do is wait for the waves to come in. The minions trudging on forward to join the entire team here. There it goes, Lord. About to make the charge here towards the first one. Soon starting to get off already.
Capybara
and the damage
down to
being
1
done.
HP. Now it's 1 HP. Capybara still is alive for now, but Lei will be taken down. Natsu for the first. That's the inhibitor tower for the second. And Max just marching down the base of TDN. Here comes Saksu. Goes in, gets the shadow kill, and then bails out just like that. Max gets 2 kills and a tower. They're not done though. Capybara is still the next target. The immortal form doesn't make him less tanky as he hopes it would. Right in the face of Lei. And here goes the Harith, who will be keeping them in their own base. Here comes Saksu again. Doesn't have shadow kill yet until just now, but all towers down for TDN. Max breaks TDN's brace open.
And it's just wave after wave after wave of minions here coming in from Team Max right now. TDN cannot get out of their own base. Gonna have to play this very carefully. One wrong step and it could be the end right now, man. That's 11,000 gold of a lead for Team Max right now. That's complete and utter domination. That's it.
Yeah.
No other word can come close, and no other performance has come close so far here. 15-3, and look at this. Even with the attempts that they're doing here, Natsu already running. Whenever Saksu is seen on the map, they already turn tail. He's too much of a threat.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. He's a Hayabusa, so he's so mobile, so slippery that you have to anticipate where he's at. This is why they're playing really close to their chest here, because we can't risk running into that godly Hayabusa.
Here comes another wave.
And here comes another fight. Tsunami slam at the ready. King Ares down to 1 HP, but will be able to slam at least one person down. Ares goes down early. TDN might just start this off good, but Bimo is the key. Finds a kill. A 1-for-1 so far. Saksu still is alive and kicking, doesn't have the shadow kill anymore, but they're still pushing up. Lei has entered the fray and goes unstoppable as it takes down Natsu. Tank taken away, minions going down, and here comes Saksu again. Shadow kill just waiting for the cooldown, and Heavenly can't even react. TDN go down. Max make quick work of Team TDN.
Not much of a fight, man, towards the end there. I do feel like Saksu was left to his own devices a little bit too much. They didn't counter it. They didn't actively try and take him down. They didn't actively try and deny him any of the resources. And this guy was at most, I think, a 4-level lead against his adversary on the other team. This is not something you want to do, especially to a Hayabusa who is very in with the meta as of today.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want. Plain and simple, right? And especially because it's a Hayabusa too, it's just one button click away from escaping or turning the fight around you. Remember that ulti, that shadow kill, he's untargetable, doesn't take any damage if you haven't already done damage over time to him before he uses that ult. And he also deals a ton of damage to you, especially if you're isolated. But when you're that far ahead, it doesn't really matter much if you're isolated, because he can take on the entire team and then just blink away to one of his shadows. So a fantastic performance here for Team Max. And Team TDN, they have to throw something at them. Maybe ban the Hayabusa away, maybe prioritize a Fanny just to counter that Hayabusa, but something has to be done about it.
Yeah, man, the high octane playstyle that we saw out of Team Max is something that needs to be actively planned against, man. Because I don't even know how you fight against this, right? Because the Hayabusa is all the way in the front. You can't go for a full team fight at this point. You need to maybe try and isolate them, the 1vx's, and even then, right? Even then, if you can't deny the Hayabusa that amount of resources, you can't deny him the experience and the gold that is necessary to get into that kind of lead, then even if it's a 1vx, as we've seen quite a few times, 1v3, 1v2, Saksu just slices them in half like it's a hot knife through butter.
Exactly. There's no better analogy than that. So Saksu, well, I think it's safe to say who the MVP is. I'm just going to call it right now. Not even going to wait. I think he is going to be the MVP. And Hayabusa, I think that's the strongest Hayabusa we've seen thus far in the group stage. Saksu showing us just how powerful a Hayabusa can be in the right circumstances, in the right hands, and it certainly was a terror to behold. And the problem as well with the composition of Team TDN is they didn't really have anything to shut down that Hayabusa with. Yes, they tried to go for the early fights in the jungle, but it was a good support system that made Saksu had so much success in that early game as well. So yeah, I think that early game needs a little bit of reinforcement as well from Team TDN, or they could just steal away the Hayabusa and ban away the Fanny at this point. Just try their own luck at it. We will be seeing a switch of sides later on, which gives the priority over towards TDN to whoever is the first pick of a hero they want to. So maybe they could prioritize the Hayabusa over a Kalea, but there's a lot of ways they can approach this.
Yeah, there is quite a lot. I do think that the Kaleo, of course, is one of the key ingredients to the success that they also had, right? Apart from just Saksu, the Kalea that was able to just bring out the Tsunami Slam and peel them off from the team one by one. You saw the way that they were just able to isolate each of these members, and even towards those last few fights, right? When they were stuck in their own base, they were getting pulled out, plucked out from behind their own crystal. And that was one hell of a nightmare, because not only were you not able to heal, but you were getting delayed more and more from being able to respawn to keep your team alive, to keep the crystal still standing. And evidently at the end, they couldn't do a thing.
Yeah. And it's just a snowball, man. There's nothing you can do at that point, especially with how well they played that as well. Team Max barely made any mistakes in that fight, right? So yeah, very strong start here for Team Max. A very convincing win, but we have seen convincing wins before. In that particular last series, both first two games rather, were both very, very phenomenal starts for Team Myth and Team YG. So I wouldn't be surprised if Team TDN can pull a reverse sweep in this series. So I'm not counting them out yet here, Josh. So I'm excited to see what Team TDN can do in the next couple of games. Should we get to 2 more games, but Team Max are off to a pretty good start. They're going to be turning a lot of heads here as well, right? I mean, this is just the first day as well. It's still kind of what we said earlier of every team just setting a benchmark for how they're going to perform for the rest of the tournament. And this is the first time we're seeing Team Max as well. So we will see them perform against other teams too. So we will get a true measure of how good this team actually is as we go along the group stage. But it's certainly a phenomenal start. I think it's one of the best starts that we've had so far in the group stage.
And that's considering that that first series went the way it did. I think we had it wasn't even just the amount of kills. It's just the fashion in which it ended. Right? It was complete and utter domination. There wasn't really any fight back. Back in the first series that we had, we at least had some kills. We at least had some map control for both teams. But for this one, it just felt so one-sided. It felt like it was Team Max slowly painting the entire map blue little by little. And TDN didn't really have anything to say about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So TDN, well, they're gonna have to work cut out for them, but as I say, anything is possible, Josh. It is a best of 3 after all. So for those of you who are rooting for Team TDN, not to worry, they still have a chance to come back in the series. And of course, it's just the group stage. It's just the first day of the group stage. 1 day out of 3, well, they will be playing to get out of the group stage, where they have a fair amount of chance to get out of. It's, guys, quick reminder, 3 out of the 4 teams from each group will advance to the playoffs. So it's certainly not the end of the day. Quite contrary, it's just the start of the day here. And Team TDN have a chance to come back. Guys, a quick reminder for those of you who do not know, 1xBet is giving away a 100% bonus on your first deposit if you use the code RIVAL. That's right, get up to 100% bonus on your very first deposit if you use the code RIVALS. That's RIVALS as you put your first deposit in your 1xBet account. And of course, guys, bet responsibly. We do have 2 more upcoming matches after this one. We have ZINO Esports from Myanmar going up against Wings Esports from Cambodia. And then we got Newborns versus Team Spectrum, both from Myanmar. So make sure to bet responsibly, guys.
Yeah, well, man, that's one hell of a precedent to set. Really, I do think that we may have missed quite a few things just because of how flashy Saksu was. But with that being said, I mean, we're gonna be calling in the post-game stats to get a look at what exactly happened here. And 18-4, man, that is scary.
Yeah. 903 as well onto Sakuzu, and it's just it's a godlike performance from Sakuzu. There's not much to be said about that, but I think one of the more performances that, or rather one of the performances that went back into the radar undetected, felt like was BMO, actually dealing a ton of long-range damage and providing a lot of CC. In fact, BMO that is the key was the one to start off majority of these fights that King Ares did not, by pulling away at these heroes from the other side. I mean, Heavenly got caught every now and then, so did Crimson, only because BMO had well-placed utility on that Luo Yi. And this is one of my favorite things about a Luo Yi, is apart from the fact that she is a late-game powerhouse, Luo Yi also can set the stage for us initiating a fight if you're good enough. Let's see who the MVP is going to be, Josh, but I do have a feeling it's a certain someone. Oh!
It is BMO.
It's not Sakzu. It's BMO. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4-0-10. And like you said, right? Not 4 kills, man. But it's also the amount of utility that was provided by BMO here. So BMO truly is the key, Datum.
Lei as well deserves some credit for that spotlight performance on that Harith, right? So there you go, Max with a stellar start to this series. TDN have to work double time to counteract that, and I can see now the chinks in the game plan of TDN. They didn't necessarily have an answer to the Hayabusa. Well, yes, they could have outscaled the Hayabusa. They didn't have a full-on
They didn't
response
have time,
to how
dude.
they were countered. Yeah, they didn't have time either. 13 minutes, one of the faster games we've had in our day. So TDN have to find some way to address that, but I think they also have to work around their mid lane because BMO is the key. Just felt like he had free reign of that mid lane.
Yeah, that's something that's also been kind of missing, right? It's just not being able to get past the river for most of that game. That's why, of course, the Hayabusa in Saksu's hands was so effective, is because they were playing so far back. I think they gave away maybe 1/3 of their jungle in terms of space, which is a problem because not only does your jungler not get the resources that they need, but it also means that you're denied vision. You don't have the opportunity to get close to those neutral objectives like the turtle, like the little wanderer that you want to try and get that kind of vision across the map. And
And you're also
did they even
sorry
get
to
it?
cut you off. I don't think so. And sorry to cut you off there, Josh, but they're also very vulnerable to flanks, which is what a Jawhead thrives in. So
Yeah.
let's see what TDN are going to change in the draft this time around as they head over towards the red side. Oh no, I thought they were going to start on the blue side. They're actually going to start on the red side this time, which means they will not have the first pick priority. It's Max, Team Max, who does. Speaking of Team Max, they're going to be banning out the first hero this time. Matilda again
They
taking
really don't like Matilda here, and I can understand why. Right? If you have the mobility that comes from the Matilda, it might be able to be used to really catch up to the movement from a Hayabusa. Here, the Fanny now being banned out by TDN. Understandable, right? You saw what a Hayabusa can do, what more a Fanny in the hands of Team Max.
But can TDN take away that Hayabusa? I'm pretty sure Max is gonna prioritize a Kalea anyway, so TDN, they could get that Hayabusa for themselves, hence the fan ban. That's Lucas getting banned on out as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's Lucas.
It's either Lucas
Or Phovius, maybe. Based on the eyes. Based on the eyes.
No, I think it's Suyo. It could be Suyo as well, Josh. It could be. Anyway, I'm not particularly sure. I don't think that's Lucas. That's banned out. It doesn't have the same hair. Doesn't quite have the same hair. But anyway, the fact is, the key heroes here, Kalea, Suyo, believe both still available. So I think Team Max will be prioritizing the Kalea, paving the
There
way
you
for
go.
Team TDN to take away that Hayabusa. But with Kalea banned out, I think Max should just prioritize the Hayabusa. I think TDN just made Max's job easier.
Yeah, that's a little interesting. They do have a little bit more opportunity. We'll see what that ban is going to be brought out for Team Max, for TDN as well. And it is understandable, right? The current ban for the Kalea, because Kalea has been used as a setup monster for most of that first game as well. I mean, yeah, it wasn't as flashy as one would have seen the Hayabusa, so not surprised. But here, Sushin gonna be banned out here from Team Max. So TDN, what will be the response? I do feel like the logical idea would be that it would be a Hayabusa, but there's also the chance that they want the Hayabusa for themselves here.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, Josh, I'm getting confirmation this is a Phovius ban. The second ban for
It
Max
is a Phobius.
is a Phobius. So Joy, will be banned on out. Hayabusa up for grabs here. Harith is up as well. So let's see what the priority is going to be for Max. It could go for something else entirely here. The Luo Yi for BMO is the key. I would argue could be prioritized here just so TDN could not take it away. Harith, of course, one of the strong points in the meta as well, could be taken in the first rotation here for Max. So it's either going to be a Harith, a Hayabusa, maybe even a Luo Yi on the off chance. Maybe if they want, they could pick up their own Suyo. Sort of try their luck at it. But I don't think Max needs to hurry into anything. Just pick the Hayabusa and go, then draft around it. TDN, on the other hand, have the first two picks. Oh, we're going for a chip instead. Okay.
Interesting. That's the first time we're seeing a chip today. I think for all the games so far, we had teams actively banning out Chip. He is one of the newer heroes. I do feel like because he's one of the newer heroes, he's a little bit more accessible in terms of the learning curve, right? Because the longer a hero is in the game, the more let's call it insane mechanics can be developed, right? Because look what a Lancelot can do just because the guy's been in the game for the longest time. But that's gonna be Harith and the Badang. The first time the Badang is not first banned, they will be picked out here by Team TDN.
Hayabusa's still up for grabs, but yeah, I think it will fit really well into Max's roster here. Up against the Badang or the Harith, and then played alongside a Chip. But let's see. Chip, fair amount of CC, a lot of mobility as well. I really like the way Chip sort of spices up a meta or a composition here. So I'm excited to see just how Team Max are going to do that. But I want to see also what type of composition they're going to be wrapping around this Chip with. Is it going to be the Hayabusa-centered comp again? Or are they going to put Lei on the... Oh, they're going to put Lei on the Harith. They have Bimo is the key on the Luo Yi.
That's
No, they're going to go for the Granger Hilda. Lots of early game here for Team Max. I love this.
Yeah, and combined again with the CC of a Chip here, it's definitely going to be great to try and counter out this Harith, knowing that as long as you don't let the Harith scale into the late game, it's definitely going to be manageable from them. Not to mention the way that the Hilda plays, right? You have the opportunity to be as aggressive as possible, get yourself in some unexpected spots using the Hilda rather, to try and stifle. Again, the same thing that they did in that last game, keep them out of the jungle, and not just out of your jungle, but out of their own jungle.
Let's see. And of course, the Hilda as well has a lot of cancelability. I'm not particularly sure how the interaction between a Hilda and a Badang works, but it's going to be interesting how that happens. Remember, the first ability of Hilda cancels 3 times. So that's going to be interesting how that plays around the channeling of a Badang. I do think it cancels it, but we're going to have to see how that particularly works. And of course, gotta remember, Hilda very, very tanky. A lot of sustain, a lot of mobility as well on that passive. Couple that with a Chip, and you've got a rotation centric team that is a headache to deal with for TDN. So I think TDN are gonna have to get tools or get heroes that are self-sustaining and those that can keep up in terms of rotation with Team Max's composition. Let's see, CC, a very solid fighter here, can fend off for themselves. And Hayabusa getting banned on out. See, the thing about the composition of Team Max here is, yes, it's really good in the early game, but it really lacks damage. They need more damage with this comp. So I wonder what Max is going to pick up with the Hayabusa and the Fanny gun.
I think we're trying to hope for Team Max, if you are a Team Max fan, is to try and get that, maybe a Farsa in here. You know that you have the range advantage against these the heroes that TDN have picked out so far. A Farsa, maybe Faramis to last longer in the late game as well. You know, the second win that comes from the Nether Realm, and maybe a Navaria. But they are going to ban out the Hayabusa and the Faramis here.
Okay, team fighting getting thinned out here by Team Max. That reminds me of Max Verstappen, man. Anyway, Team Max still a couple of slots to fill their roster here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Team Max just goes all in on the early game. Maybe go in and secure a Jawhead again, and then an early game mage to make it a little bit easier to secure that early game. But let's see here. Max still have one more ban as far as it gets taken away. I think Novaria will be good here, just to have that artillery fire with the long range magic damage. So far, the only big damage dealer here is the Granger, of course. So certainly lacking on the damage department for Team Max. You're gonna need a solid mid laner to couple that up with, and they're gonna need a little bit more versatility in terms of damage, right? They've got the Granger, sure, but they need certainly a bit of magic damage to sort of mix up the damage output of the squad with. You can't have all of them be just physical attack. So Let's see. First pick in the second rotation is gonna go towards TDN.
What does it look like from here? Probably hoping for something with a little bit more range, actually. Like I said earlier, that's definitely one of the weaker points of the current hero comp that they have so far. So to be able to get themselves into some better spots, right? Not necessarily depending on Harith and CC to get all the way up in their face, and avoiding the possibility of maybe getting hit with an implosion or what have you, maybe even a Kufra or a Tigreal. They need to be able to vary up the ranges that they play, and that's going to be the Valentina pick for TDN.
Interesting. I think it's more of a preemptive rather pick for TDN. They want to take away the option of a Valentina for Team Max, and I think they're also sort of conjuring or trying to think up what last two picks here for Team Max are going to be, and they're anticipating it to be big OT heroes. I wonder what those heroes are going to be in particular. But Valentina certainly a good choice. A lot of mobility, very versatile against any composition. And with Faramis being taken out, I wonder what Team Max are planning here. Maybe a little bit of extra damage in the mid lane. A Luo Yi would fit the bill really well as well. Oh no, they're gonna go this time for the Suyo, and I believe that's the Aurora.
Yeah.
Getting picked up for their squad. So a ton of CC.
And the damage
good
from the
amount
Aurora
of
too.
damage.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. A lot of deniability as well, right? You talk about playmakers like CC, Badang, and Harith. Of course, Valentina there as well. Aurora can just lock them up, and they get taken down quite easily.
Yeah, can you just imagine right now playing the CC and the Harith? You need to get up close and personal. And right now, if you want to play, if you're gonna have to play against an Aurora, man, it's not gonna be easy. You need to burst down this mid lane player to be able to get the most out of your current lineup of heroes. But the problem is, as soon as you get close, you're gonna get frozen. You're gonna get stabbed to death by icicles coming in from the sky. It's not gonna be fun.
Certainly not. So let's see. It's gonna be the Lucas to round up the comp here for TDN. And I do have to say, this is a very versatile comp for Team Max. I love seeing this particular combination of the Chip and the Hilda. So I can't wait to see how that's going to transpire in the early game. That's going to be a big headache for the enemy jungler here of TDN. So Max, they have a job to pull off, and that is to get the Granger ahead early by using these two supports. So can't wait to see if Max can execute that, having our first game being as dominant as it is, or can TDN fight back and stretch us into game number 3. But I have to ask you this, Josh, which of these two comps do you like?
Man, it's gonna be a hard call if you ask me. I do feel like TDN walk away rather a little bit ahead after this draft, but it's gonna depend on how they execute this, right? Because an Aurora is a frightening prospect when you're playing against them in the mid lane, knowing that all you have is a Valentina, which is it's basically a copycat, right? So it depends on your familiarity of what you actually want to do here, and I'm not sure that you want Valentina in this, considering there's no big ultimates on the other side for you to really copy.
Well, there is one, the Aurora, and it's a pretty hefty one. So
fair enough.
It's still a pretty decent option in my opinion, but I do agree Valentina will favor Max's composition more if it was in their roster. So TDN, I think, just took that away from them. But Aurora, no, not too shabby of a choice either. A ton of CC, ton of setup available. Cypher going in. Not really pushing too deep as Saxo activates the immortal form. Again, a very slow start for both of these squads. I was expecting a little bit more pushback from King Ares and Cypher, but they haven't really been much. There haven't been really a lot of early engagement. Maybe they're banking on that level 4 for that extra bit of burst damage for both BMO and King Ares. And here comes Cypher going towards the mid lane. Crimson seemingly is the target, but BMO is the key, down to around 900 HP. Has to be careful of this mid engagement. Meanwhile, Lei is just gonna go for the 1v1. Heavenly, not level 4 yet, so both squads just backing off as the turtle spawns in 8 seconds.
A little bit of a game of cat and mouse here, trying to get some damage up, trying to get some gold up. early before the turtle does show up, but you do see them now circling around it. Badang spotted out here, Natsu along with King Aries. Just a game of back and forth, a game of cat and mouse here as they're trying to wait for the go signal. No one's really starting it off just yet. I think this is it's literally just chicken right now. You sit there, wait for someone to blink.
Yep. Turtle spawning. Hey, the first one to jump on it. Cypher around the area. King Aries, the two tanky boys of Team Max, just tanking a lot. 6,000 HP and counting down on Turtle HP. BMO's key around the area. Where is the retribution coming from? Here comes the engagement from King Aries. And Saksu gets the turtle. Beautiful retry. And the first blood on to Capybara as well. Saksu really a master of those retributions as Natsu getting pummeled down. That's the blade surge from Saksu to get closer to the enemies. Flicker forward and Bimo is the key. Pulls him back in to the fist break of the Badang, and Max gets the first 2 kills and the first turtle.
What a setup here. What a way to start it off, and it's Team Max again. The same way. If you remember, this was the exact same scoreline we got after the first turtle. 2 kills, 1 turtle, maybe even a turret, and you can actually see King Aries chipping away at the gold shield on the XP lane turret here. But they are slowly trying to fight it back. Be careful of where they go here.
You can already see just how impactful the two tanks here, Cypher and King Aries. They were tanking them all down. Saksu goes in with Immortal Form. The blade surge into the snipe. Beautiful execution from the duo of Max, King Aries, and Saksu. Taking another kill. That's 3 on the board. All for the core.
And the mechanics are insane right now. Just when you say it, Saksu shows up. The mechanics are great, and right now TDN, they're trying to play it safe. Play together in groups of 3 or 2. Now, the 3v3, 3v4 even, they're just gonna get stuck in the middle of nowhere, frozen in their spots, and it looks like they're not gonna be much of a fight.
Cypher will be providing that assistance. Crimson down to 1, and Lei just auto attacks him down. The triple from Lei, and that's the power of a chip. You see one person roaming around and you think you can pick him down, and then boom, 4 people show up and you're dead.
Yeah. Surprise. You just get frozen. You saw that. It's beautiful. The way that they set this up was great. Bimo with a great ultimate to freeze them. And there was just no escape here. Even when they tried at the end, there was just no choice. And Heavenly's down again.
Yeah, Lei just takes him down, wreaks havoc. Meanwhile, the zone is impeccable from King Aries. Look at the amount of attention King Aries draws, while the rest of Team Max just takes the turtle away. And just like that, the macro being a absolute menace here for Team Max, giving them a 5,500 gold lead. Not to mention, Lei has just destroyed the competition. No one even comes close in this gold lane matchup because Lei is 4-0-1. So far ahead of his opponent.
And earlier, it was Saksu. Now it's Lei. They're doubling up on it. Leaning into the early game like we said earlier. And now look at the damage that they've done to the turret. It's so low. It's taking 5 players to defend this one turret, man. That gives them so much space to work with. Saksu's already here. He's going to get rid of the first tier on the lower part of our map. And now the problem is they don't even know where to even look.
Yeah, and this is the problem when you play face against a chip. You have to watch your back. Anyone can TP at any given moment to where Chip is placing those porters, and Natsu will be taken down to half HP. And look at the poke coming through from Team Max. They don't even have to commit to force TDN away from that mid siege. And they're under constant threat that anyone's gonna TP because Cypher is around. So this is again another game that feels utterly hopeless for TDN, and they're starting to fall behind even more. Saksu 302, Lei 401. The key carries here for Team Max are just getting stronger and stronger here, Josh.
Yeah, man, they're just going all in. Now another ultimate to keep that threat coming. And you can see how desperate it's happening. It's becoming for TDN, man. It's 8-1. They are 6,000, not 5,000, 6,000 gold behind Team Max. Not a single turret taken. Not a single objective even. The turtle now again being taken by Saksu without any contestant. I don't even know if they can get here in time because BMO is in the way. And they're careful of this guy as well. They could not even get close.
No, they could not. Now the turtle taken. And the lead further is bigger. Look at this. They just TP onto. And suddenly there's 4 people in front. Oh, Cypher, you are a menace. We'll get caught by the Badang. Okay, there's the fist break. There's the kill. Cypher goes down, but Saksu is out for revenge. Goes in with the Blade Surge up against Capybara. But that is a Lucas. A very tanky Lucas. A 1v2. But Saksu will not relent. Will be taking him down. A 2-for-2 trade. But TDN at least gets some fight back in. Gets some shutdown bounty. But Max still marching on with a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah. They walk away with a win right now, but Team Max, man, they're not worried about this one battle. They're worried about the war. 7 kills ahead, 7,000 gold ahead. The last time we checked on that, it was 6. It has grown ever so slightly, but the longer this goes on, the worse it's gonna get now. Cypher spotted out. It looks like they're specifically targeting him. They're trying to get him here. It's gonna be game of whether or not they go in. Saksu also waiting for the go signal. And it looks like they want to try and go for Heavenly in particular since he is going to be the most vulnerable at this kind of position, but it's not going to be done. They are aware of the possibility of something like that happening again because it's already happened once.
Yeah, look at the flank again, King Aries. So deep, but take a look at this. BMO, his key gets destroyed. Cypher trying to bail out their teammate a little bit too late for comfort, but here comes the full-on fight. They TP everyone onto Chip, but Lei goes down. Capybara shuts down Saksu for the double, and Heavenly gets 2 apiece as well. Cypher left all alone, and TDN have turned this fight around. That's the fist break, and Cypher's got nowhere to run. It's a wipe out for TDN. A big mistake for Team Max. They try to TP in and they pay big time for it. Now the Lord getting taken by TDN.
Looking terrible right now. There is what they needed right here. It's the opportunity to get that Lord through. Even if they do get it, it's still going to be a question of whether they can actually catch up. Because yes, the gold is close, but the problem is whether or not they can get that map back in their favor. The control is very little right now. At best, it's going to be 1-for-1, halfway right here. But it's possible
for Team Max. It is, but they're still even in terms of gold. All things considered, Team Max aren't in too bad of a spot. But you have to remember the compositions here. It's a Granger we're talking about. It's a Chip we're talking about. This comp doesn't deal that much damage in the late game where we are headed right now. But TDM though, they have a Harith, they have a Badang. These heroes get stronger and stronger. TP onto the bottom side here as Team Max look to go for a fight. They shut down the Harith, and Saksu fends off for the back line, but he's just not strong enough in the face of Natsu the Badang as Saksu does go down for the 1-for-1. Cypher has to back off. Lei gets isolated, and now he is at a risk of a full-on dive. Lei, a 1v4, the Vengeance keeping Hey alive, but Lei doesn't survive at all. That's another kill for TDN, and Hehehe stays alive. They're coming back, Josh.
Just a sliver of health keeping him alive here, and the tower to boot, man. It's looking beautiful. TDN really mounting a comeback, and Team Max, you don't have to worry about how they do it from here because it looks like every time they attempt a team fight, every time they're here, we called out that ultimate that can be copied, specifically the ultimate from Aurora, and it's starting to become a headache. Every time they attempt something, every time they TP in, Crimson is just ready for it. They freeze them in place and just hit them with everything they've got.
Yeah, and he's got perfect synergy too with the Badang, right? Freeze them up and then put up the Badang wall, punch them with the ults, and they all go down like flies. It's just a headache here. They have to isolate this Valentina somehow. Lei at least deals a good amount of damage. But that Chip TP has been more a headache for them. Here we go again. The Harith ult getting laid out, but Cypher goes down early. King Airly doesn't survive anymore, and Team Max just not tanky enough to have the weather Heavenly. 3 players down, running for the hills now is gonna be Lei. Saksu running away from the fight, and Team Max, I think, Josh, I think the time is up. here comes the scaling of Team TDN, and they can't play around the chip TP anymore.
Yeah, resources now running out. They can't catch up. TDN fully taking the lead in terms of the gold. Winter is coming for Team Max right now, and hell is freezing over.
Yeah, and this is part of the reason why we don't see a lot of Chip, despite the interesting interactions that he can bring up to the table. Is once you fall behind, you don't necessarily find a lot of value with his kit, which is exactly the case here for Team Max, and that is especially true for compositions that doesn't have big scaling options, such as right now for Team Max. They have a Granger that is very strong, but once we hit that level 15 mark for all of the players, Granger is going to have a bit of a struggle. Saksu going down as well. And look at the Badang just catching down Bimo. Going to be using the Frigate Glacier to buy a bit of time. Bimo stays alive for now, but the chase is on as Heavenly crashes down on him, slides in, takes down Bimo, and that's going to be a dead Aurora. The 2v1 onto Capybara will be aided out by Natsu. And Cypher goes in, trying to deal a bit of damage, but they don't take down Natsu. Instead, it's Hehehe who enters the fray. Vengeance active, and that is going to be a little bit too deep for the CC. As Heavenly will be going in. Max has got nowhere to run. TDN are diving deep into their base. 2 in-heat towers down as they turn towards the Lord.
Not even a chance right now for Team Max to try and steal this away, because Saksu has gone away from way too early. Trying to chase it down. King Aries getting a little bit of vision here, but there's not enough time. Saksu just squarely far away right now as they're just getting melted down. The damage way too much from TDN. And Max, what do they do from here? They're backing off, trying to do some damage, trying to get some kills, but they're just way too slippery. They're just way too far away.
Yeah, and there's nothing they could do to catch them. There's nothing they could do to chase them down. Saksu just not strong enough, not tanky enough, and is getting outscaled by Capybara now. Lei, same thing. Natsu is just catching everyone off guard. And there's no escape once he gets pinned behind the wall of that Badang. Natsu going in, conceal play coming through. Crimson dashes in, but they're just biding their time, burning utility. TDN, they're marching the Lord down to the base, and Capybara goes in with a beast form, stays alive for so long. Capybara goes on a killing spree, gets the double, and still is somehow alive. TDN, they wipe out Max, and they go and force game 3. What a comeback from Team TDN.
What a comeback indeed, Dayton. We saw so much domination the first part of our game. When it came to the late game, the chip could not keep up. The Granger could not keep up. It was a nightmare if you were a TDN fan. From what looked like the game of your dreams to what was a waking nightmare. With every passing minute, it got more and more miserable. And that's all you needed. Just the patience from TDN to end it when it needed to be done.
Yeah, and I said it, Josh. They needed more damage with that composition. They needed a little bit extra, but they went all in on that early game, even going as far as getting that chip for that rotation. Yes, they got the early game, but that's the only thing they got. Once we went to the mid game, into the late game, there was just no contest at all. TDN just started taking over, and Lei's advantage in the early game just amounted to naught.
Yeah, there was really not much to do. And yeah, we talked about the chip as unorthodox. Yes, it was unorthodox. It worked for a bit. But unfortunately, there was really not much that could have been done once I think it was the 13-minute mark where they just started to lose their grip on the game here. And Team Max could not do a thing. Every time they tried to initiate a team fight, they had an answer back. Team TDN just had everything they needed to cancel out every attempt that was done by Team Max here.
Not only that, they had simply more damage here, Josh. There was nothing Max could do because the numbers game, they just lose it every single time, as is evident by those last team fights. Even with the shenanigans of the chip TP, they just couldn't do anything about it. And it was just a lost cause. Once we had that into that late game, there was nothing that they could do. So there you go. That's a prime example, Josh, of why we don't see a lot of chip in these professional games. Because yes, it could work out at the start, but if you don't finish the game early, then you're not going to be able to finish the game at all. And Max went going all in. I think that's a bit of a a bit of a risky comp to try anyway for Team Max. Well, they did make it work at the
For a
start.
while. Yep.
Yeah, it didn't work out in the end at all. So Team TDN will be able to force a game number 3 here. And Team Max, well, they have to go back to square one. And maybe even just stick to the more standard approach. I like the composition earlier with Saksu on the Hayabusa. Maybe they could just go back to the meta heroes.
Yep. We're just gonna have to see what that entails as well, because now it seems that Team TDN have a real idea of how Team Max want to play this game, and they know exactly what to ban out as well, man. The Hayabusa, the Kalia, gone from their rivals. Wordplay. But it just, what then happens, right? Because you can't be a one-dimensional team in this kind of situation, because our format goes through a group stage. So if you show all your strats right now on day 1, what happens in round 2 of the round robin? What happens in round 3 of the round robin? And what happens when you get the playoffs, right? So hoping against hope for the Team Max fans out there that Team Max have much more in store in their strat book than Trippy Chip Pick.
Yep, yeah. And just like that, Josh, we have our second game 3 in our hands here. With Team Max unable to close that out. We will be moving on to game number 3 here versus Team TDN. We will be showing the match numbers in just a bit, guys. But do hope you show your support for whoever team you're rooting for down in the chat down below. I can see a lot of people getting disappointed that Team Max lost this game. Right after that convincing win, and I kind of get it because Team Max, they look really unstoppable from that game number 1, but then game number 2 they come up with an interesting comp, made it work, and then they weren't able to close it out. So now they're at the risk of losing the series, and it just got more exciting. I can't wait for match number 3. I'm super excited, Josh, that we have all 3 games so far. I do hope we get 3 games all the way down the line to the end of the day. But guys, if you wanna show your support, make sure to type it down in the comments down below. Make sure to show your support for any team, any player. Big shout out to Miss Mochi, one of our resident casters as well, down in the comments in the chat down below. Shout out to Mochi. Hope you're having a wonderful Monday, especially to everyone else who are watching our stream today. By the way, guys, if you are tuning in and you're looking for localized broadcast, we do have 4 different languages streamed, and you can find them all in the YouTube page. Make sure to just look up Esports and Game Hub, click the live page, and there's 4 different languages that you can watch from. If you're not fancying the English stream, there's 3 other localized broadcasts. And by the way, we are giving away a 100% bonus on your first deposit. Make sure to type in the code RIVALS on your first deposit, and you have a chance of getting 100% bonus on the first deposit only, guys. So make sure to type in code RIVALS, RIVALS. And there you have it. If you want to bet on the upcoming matches as well, we do have 2 more upcoming after this one. But make sure to use the code RIVALS for your first deposit to get 100% bonus. Make sure to bet responsibly.
There you go. Don't forget, bet responsibly. And only bet what you can lose, because you guys are old enough. Anyway, that last game I think was really interesting. Yeah, basically did come down to exactly what we said in the draft, that it was definitely going to be a race against time. The gimmick only lasted for so long before it became a little bit more predictable. You see a chip, you know what's coming. They've already copied the ultimate from Aurora.
I guess you could say they had a chip on their shoulder.
Chat, you guys are gonna be in for quite a lot of these jokes.
I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, it's not gonna be only from him, so it's probably gonna come from me at some point.
Hey, there we go. Love the support. So I don't think we're gonna be seeing more of that chip, unless. Well, actually, you know what? I don't necessarily think.
I feel like it's a pocket pick. Maybe something to get them off of, kind of get them off guard. And I think it did at the start, but yeah, they just didn't close it out fast enough because
Yeah.
I think they started losing momentum at about minute 8, minute 7. And if you're not able to prolong that that time that is needed by Team TDN to get themselves up to scratch in terms of their experience, in terms of the level, in terms of the items that they need, if you don't delay it and you're only focusing on just killing them and doing what you can at the start, then it's not necessarily the most three-dimensional strategy out there. And I think that was also what was missing, right? I feel like it was not only the pace, but it was missing the denial aspect of that game that should have brought them over the finish line earlier on.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, a bit of change definitely due here, or the playstyle, or the drafting in particular of Team Max. I do think they could play the chip again. They just have to draft a little bit more balanced around that chip. In particular, I think they should put a bit more in the damage department, less so on the full front early game of Mahilda. But let's see what exactly transpired there, and take a look at this. It's actually a fair spread of kills for the players of TDN, with Heavenly taking the most of it with 836 KDA. Saxo actually did a fairly decent job given what he was dealt with, but at the end of the day, he just couldn't survive long enough, even with Immortal Form. Just getting shredded down, even by just a lone Capybaras. Yeah, it's just unfortunate here for Team Max. Yeah, it just didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, I think it was a lot missing here. They really didn't get a lot of action here as well. The Granger kind of fell flat, right? And even the way that they were going around here, it's a lot of problems as well in being able to sustain those longer fights. That would have been really important as well. But the burst damage from TDN was a little bit too much, man.
Yeah, let's take a look at who the match MVP is going to be. I guess it's going to be... Oh, I thought it was going to be Heavenly, but it is Natsu, the MVP here. Actually, out creating a perfect game here with a 4-0-10 scoreline, a deathless game with the Badang. And it was... it's a well-deserved MVP here for Natsu. Always providing a ton of cornering potential. If that makes sense, they were pretty good at cornering their opponents. Very beautifully done here by Team TDN. And can't wait to see what they're going to bring out next. But I can't help but feel like, Josh, for some reason, I can't help but feel like TDN, this is still an uphill battle, right? Because the only reason that Team Max lost was because of the draft. But execution-wise, this is a very clean team. So I can't help but feel like TDN still has some work to be done to secure this series. Because if Team Max had a standard comp in that last game, I feel like they would have been able to end this game a lot more convincingly.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to agree with you there, man. Because whenever it came down to the fights, it was really scrappy out of TD, and they need to get a lot more. They need to be a lot more purposeful in how they use their abilities when it comes to these team fights. When it comes to the 5v5s, down and dirty, everyone in the rage in a cage match type WWE kind of situation, they need to be able to hold on to one target, lock onto one objective, and decide what exactly the win condition is in these kinds of fights. Right? Who do you target first? Who do you leave for last? Or who do you isolate from the team in those kinds of situations? Because I think that's something that was unclear when you look at how they were winning these team fights when they started to scale back. The problem was that they weren't targeting the same guy. You usually see 2 or 3 kills happening separately, and it's again probably because of the lack of damage from Team Max. So what happens then if you have a Team Max that has a better composition, that can last later into the game, that has the ability to outlast you in those kinds of fights? Do they actually have that kind of coordination? Are we finally gonna see that kind of target selection out of this team, because yeah, again, it's just been so messy. And when TDN doesn't have a trippy chip on their on their comp, what does that look like?
Yeah, exactly. So it's still, we're both in agreement. TDN still have to get it across to the finish line, right? So Team Max, I think if they just stick to, they know what works, it's gonna be a way more achievable win for them. But TDN, they're one step closer to taking Team Max out. So let's see what the comps are going to be in just a second. But I think Team Max are not gonna pull out the chip anymore. Or even if they do, I would hope that they pick something other than. Honestly, it's not too bad of a composition for Team Max. I think they should just replace the Hilda.
They ditched the Granger and the Hilda.
Replace,
I feel like.
Yeah, just replace the Hilda with something that deals a little bit more damage, more towards the scrappy side instead of just the setup, because they already got the chip for that. And then the Granger as well could use some more team fighting oriented sort of marksman, because the Granger still is geared towards that single target, right? All of Granger's abilities are just for the one person, so maybe they could switch that up with another marksman in the meta, and they will have an easier time with this composition. But who knows? It's just Team Max might just bring out a completely different comp. I mean, fun fact, Josh, in the last game, there's not a single hero that is the same for Team Max. Every single one of their players used a different hero between games 1 and 2. Not a single hero repeated, so maybe Team Max have a bit of a hero ocean situation going on here. In that case, I think Team Max have a fair bit of options going into game number 3. So it shouldn't be too hard for them to adjust. But for TDN, they seem like a type of team that relies more towards the meta side of things, which is a good idea in my opinion. Just stick to what you know works, and hope it sticks. And it did in that last game.
Yeah, I feel like when you have too many options, it's like what you would call a kid in the candy store situation, right? You walk in, you don't know what you want to do, you don't know what you want to get. And that may just be what happened earlier. They feel like, hey, you know what? We're good. We stomped them in game number 1. Let's pull out something out of left field. And they did, right? It worked for a while, unfortunately, until it didn't. So yeah, hopefully they pull it back. They rein it in a bit, play a little bit normal, go back to something a little bit more meta, something a little bit more expected. Because, you can't win off of gimmicks all the time as well. With that being said, it looks like we're going to be going into our wrap for the third game of our series to see what it's going to be looking like on the next match.
Okay, here we go. I got Team Max on the blue side this time, TDN on the red. 1-1 scoreline. Guys, if you're just tuning in, this is the second series of the day. You're still watching the 1xBet rivals Mekong, and this is Team Max versus Team TDN, the second series of the day. Both teams hailing from Cambodia, and as you can see, it's a 1-1 scoreline. So we're headed to game number 3 here with Team Max picking up the first ban of the day again, or rather of the match, and it's Matilda getting locked on out again.
Yeah, here we go again. Fanny, Matilda, I think both teams are really averse to some high movement heroes, which is why I'm not surprised that they are kind of trying to lean more towards the team fight heavy heroes when it comes down to it. But I feel like this may be a little bit more, how would you even put it, right? Because for TDN, after what happened in game number 2, are you comfortable enough to just continue this? Or now that you have a better idea of the other heroes that Team Max have in their arsenal, maybe you have a specific one you want to ban out as well?
Maybe. Hayabusa could be one of those candidates, right? Remember that performance from Sakazu in game number 1? The Hayabusa absolutely reigning terror in the Land of Dawn. So could ban that out. As TDN might just fancy taking that for themselves. They do ban away the fan here, Josh. So possibility is they get the Hayabusa for themselves. While we haven't seen Capybara on the Hayabusa, I would imagine they're pretty. They would be good in that Hayabusa's hands, but have to wait and see, as the first rotation of bans not yet done as of yet. So there you go. I believe that's the Kalea getting banned on out on top of the Fanny from TDN. So let's see what's the priority pick here is going to be. Team Max have one more ban up their sleeve. Are they going to target any of the heroes here of TDN? Maybe the Badang could be a point of ban here for Team Max.
It is a little strange to me that they didn't ban out Badang specifically, right? Because I think for all the yeah, back to what I was saying. I don't think. Anyway, yeah, it's a surprise to me that they didn't actively ban out Badang, because out of all the games that we've had today, save for that second map that we had in this series, it was always the first ban for all the teams in both series that we've had so far. So leaving the Badang open in the second series and getting punished by the Badang in the second series, second map as well, it kind of leaves a question mark to me about why they're leaving it open, right? Do they have a counter to it, or are they planning to play it? But with the Phobius out here, I'm doubting that the latter is going to be the result of this. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Both Joy and Badang secured here. Phobius more of a proactive pick, anticipating that the Joy is going to come out. And there it is, the Joy secured on top of the Badang. So the two very robust, very powerful heroes in their own right. Harith Hayabusa, and it's going to be an all-out meta war here. Hayabusa, Harith, both very, very strong in the meta right now. Phobius, meanwhile, counters that Joy, try to catch it around while Joy dances around in the battlefield. It's very convenient too, because Phobius can get the jump on Badang as well. Has a couple of dashes themselves. So yeah, I like the standard draft. No more shenanigans for either team here, Josh. Just pure strong pickup. So it's gonna be a game in our hands.
Yeah, hopefully it is a real game. Now let's see what the third pick for TDN is gonna be, and it's going to be the Moscow this time around. So hopefully Team Max, they have learned their lesson from game number 2. They want to try and match this kind of energy for the late game. Hopefully something that does in fact scale up for the late game. To be fair, if they do want to burst off the Moscow, they do have a Hayabusa in check.
That's true. So you're gonna need something to sort of supplement that Moscow with as well, right? But let's see. One thing about the Hayabusa is you can counter him by just sticking together.
Yep.
And while that does sound simple enough, it could be hard to execute in for the entirety of the game. But then again, there are ways to play around it as well. So let's see just how they're going to achieve that here with the Moskov. But the fact is, both teams have a lot of late game prowess, a lot of playmaking potential. Both teams have two very annoying heroes to play with, and they even look like each other. Yeah, they even look like each other, the Harith and the Joy.
Both got ears popping out of their heads.
Yeah. So so it's going to be a particularly interesting battlefield should we see that as well. Okay, bans getting shown up here. Jawhead, Luo Yi taken away. So what is Team Max going to use to round out their combo with? They do have a ton of damage. Not a lot of CC yet, no, for Team Max. So that could be something they could gear up towards.
Yeah, I think we're looking for the ability to set up here. We did see, if I'm not mistaken, with the Kalia gone, this also leaves another question of what they want to do here, right? Maybe if you want to try and lock down both the Moskov and the Joy, I feel like something along the lines of maybe a Kufra, which has not been banned out, but the Faramis is going to be banned this time, so no second win for these guys, which is great, right? Because if you have a Moskov with some kind of sustainability, it's going to be one hell of a nightmare when it comes to the late game.
Let's see. It's a bit of a guessing game. TDN, but they're going to lock up. No more Phobius available. One of the top options when you're fighting against a Harith is gone now. Maybe they could go for Something like a Tigreal as well wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Get that setup going. Works really well with the Badang as well, right? A Kalea would have been a top option, but with that gone, you're gonna go for a high loss instead. More towards the sustain side and a single target, which is not too bad of an idea. And you talk about the protective layer for that Moscow, right? High loss could definitely serve as that, while also trying to provide a stun and catch the Hayabusa off guard. So I definitely don't mind the high loss. Team Max, however, they do need their own bit of CC. Jawhead not available anymore. They did ban away the Hilda, which was their choice in the first place. So I wonder what they're gonna be picking up here. Something that could perhaps act as a front line when the Phobius jumps to the enemy backline. So that's gonna be the Gato
and the
perfect way to
Valir.
fit the bill, and the Valir for the counter. The first time we're gonna be seeing a Valir here, Josh, your boy.
Yep.
So there we go. They're gonna be rounding up their comp with some.
That's some
more
CC,
CC.
man. A lot
Yeah.
of CC. You imagine you get the ultimate out of the Gatot Kacha and then you immediately get stunned up and pushed into a corner by the Valir. It's definitely something you want to avoid if you're playing as Joy and or Moscow. So this is an appropriate response, I think. This is one of the rare times that I would say that Valir is a good pick.
Mhm. Yeah, you could just deny everyone jumping on you, particularly that Badang.
The Badang.
Even the Hylos will have a bit of trouble.
Ooh, Farsa.
Farsa getting bought up here for the mid lane matchup. It's a Farsa versus a Valir, a classic fight of the mid laners here. But a lot of roaming potential here for TDN. So much movement speed on their roster. The Hylos, the Farsa, so much rotation prowess here, and they're gonna be looking for as many fights as they can as we gear up to the final game of our second series of the day. Can you believe that it is just our second series?
It
Josh?
is
We've
only
already
our
seen-
second series.
and we've seen so much MLBB already. I'm loving it absolutely. Guys, if you're just tuning in, this is game number 3 of the second matchup of 1xBet Rivals Mekong. We're casters for the day, Datum and Jasuave. And in case you haven't done your first deposit yet, we have an ongoing 100% bonus promo if you use the code RIVALS. That's RAVAALS on your first deposit to get 100% bonus on your cash in. Bet responsibly, and we're just gonna go an hour game here right now. Max versus TDN, 2 Cambodian teams fighting in the group stage.
Yeah, and here we go. Prioritization for the purple buff here, Cypher and Bimo. It's gonna be a 2v2 in mid. And again, we talked about how important it is to get yourself ahead early, knowing that both these teams actually are kind of designed to scale in the early game, and not to mention, right, the way that Natsu has been playing on the Badang. When we saw it in game 2, it was nothing short of phenomenal of a performance from him.
Exactly. So we're gonna be seeing this time. Oh, Saksu actually back on the Hayabusa. Capybara getting invaded by King Ares, but that's Capybara. Very, very slippery on that Joy. And here comes Hehehe for the backup as well. The Hylos just not as tanky as you hope he would be. Crimson around here as well. And I'm talking about the rotation prowess of this Farsa. Meanwhile, bottom side, Blay getting chipped down and destroyed. That's the power of the Badang right there, taking the first blood of this game.
This is why you gotta be careful, man. The solo push when you're on the gold lane, especially when you don't have that kind of advantage in terms of range, is something that's dangerous to behold. Knowing that as well, every time you die to Heavenly, you must remember that that's gonna be a lot more money in its pocket and a lot more problems for you down the line.
Yeah, here comes the first turtle of the game. And again, Natsu first to get the jump here. I wonder who's gonna get the priority over that. Cypher already starting it up. Gato Kacha ult not available yet. So Team Max a bit wary of contesting this turtle.
That's
Meanwhile,
right.
Hehe already has the glorious pathway to play around here. Crimson around here as well. So that's a lot of presence established by TDN. Farsa just reaching level 4 is a deadly threat at this conjuncture. As turtle getting started up again by King Ares. Again, Team Max sort of decided if they're going to push up here yet. Nemo is the key, just providing a little bit of damage as Farsa activates the ult on Crimson, providing a lot of artillery fire. 5,000 HP and counting down. TDN about to secure the Glorious Pathway, but Valir gonna be pushing them out back. Capybara secures a turtle for TDN. Meanwhile, that's gonna be the fist break coming through from Natsu. A good cancel coming in from Bimo is the key to deny Badang of anything.
Capybara.
And here comes the Demonic Force from King Ares popping up with the reset. Here we go again. Demonic Force. Cypher gets the kill onto Hehehe. Crimson goes down. Oh! Actually survives to get the recall going, so that's just one kill for Team Max as the turtle getting secured by TDN. Heavenly will be going down, so it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor, actually 2-for-2, with Heavenly getting a trade of kills there, so TDN walk away with the advantage, taking down the turtle.
Yeah, so hoping against hope right now, the Hires can get some gold out from the gold shields on the bottom lane, so looking for a way to try and equalize here. Oh! Wait, did he actually get hit? They got him. He's stuck. Cypher and Bima way too far away. No way to save him now. He's gone from the map right now. Crimson joining the 2v3, already starting it off, trying to get him away. The Feather Dare Strike coming down. Bimo barely alive. And they stun Cypher, but he's still way too tanky to take down here.
Yeah, good rotations coming through. Saksu will be going back into the fight, and Crimson just arriving in the nick of time. TDN, I like this look from them.
Uh-oh, Cypher.
This break coming through, and that Cypher will be going down in just a second. Hold on, still alive. Will be going down eventually in the hands of the Farsa, but here comes the Demonic Force from King Ares. Here comes the Badang as well. The ulti just doing not enough as King Ares chases down Natsu. The Badang goes down a 1-for-1, and both teams just trading blows. Lei gets chased down by Hehehe, and TDN backing off for now. It's an all-out war here, Josh, and TDN not letting Max get the advantage.
Yeah, they're definitely going tit for tat, mano a mano, man. They're not running away from any of the fights. If they want to start something, they will fight back. But Lei, a little bit low compared to Heavenly right now. One level advantage is TDN also starting it off now by the turtle, showing a little bit of leg. Cypher trying to bury it away. It looks like they are not going to be positioned well. King Ares stuck in a corner now, getting found out. Solo has to back off, and Cypher's going to be left alone.
Turtle getting set up by TDN now. No one going down yet, but they did force a recall out of King Ares to join. And it's a fist break onto Cypher. A good cancel again from the Valir, but it's just not good enough. TDN are starting to take the turtles left, right, and center. And they're starting to walk away with a big enough gold lead. Here comes the Demonic Force from King Ares as well. Setting up another team fight as Bimo is the key, struggling to keep up with the events here. Feathered Airstrike catches a stun onto King Ares. It's a tanky Phobius, but the fist break onto Lei might have just caught off one of the players here of Team Max. Nope. King Ares says, I'm gonna get a kill onto Crimson instead. And there you have it. King Ares gets the kill onto Crimson. Hey. Will be providing a bit of a meat shield, but King Ares is not done. Goes back in. Demonic Force knockback. Nobody out yet as Team Max get the kill for themselves, but still trailing by 1.5 gold.
Definitely trailing, man. The problem is, of course, the fact that they are behind. And look at the spear coming in from Heavenly from across the map. Look at the half-court shot coming in from there. Capybara get himself across here. Another turret secured for TDN.
Heavenly from downtown gets the shot in and snipes down the opponent, goes into the fight. But here we go again. Team Max looking for something to set up. Where is the Gato Kacha? Not setting up yet. Cypher doesn't have Avatar of the Guardian available, so they're gonna be backing off for now. Wait for that Gato Kacha ult to come up. There it is.
There you go.
The next big fight is gonna be the turtle. 30 seconds until the next turtle spawns up. TDN, remember, have a 2,000 gold lead. Max have to be careful of that.
Yeah, and careful they are right now. They're trying to avoid everything they can, but it just looks like TDN are trying to initiate everywhere. And I mean everywhere, no matter where you are. Look at this. Hey, on Cypher, Natsu going up against King Ares. It's just battles across battles across battles. We don't even know where to look. And right now, Heavenly again stealing away Saksu. Saksu's not getting. He's not allowed to play the game, Datum.
Yeah, and Heavenly just goes in again, and that's the glorious pathway being set up by Hey.
Uh-oh.
This break used, but Natsu stays alive for just a second until King Aries kicks him down. Here comes Lei running for the hills, and Hey chases him down, but King Aries is the one to wreak havoc, takes down 2 of the players of TDN, and now TDN running for the hills. Capybara runs away, and that's Team Max getting a couple of kills in trade of Heavenly getting away with daylight murder. So we're back to an almost even game, if not TDN coming up ahead 2,000 gold.
Yeah, man. It's a problem. Team Max have really not found a way to come back from this. No way to even fight back against TDN, because every time, whenever an altercation happens, doesn't matter where it is on the map, TDN somehow walk away with a little bit of an advantage, and sometimes a lot of an advantage. Here, look, Capybara starting it off. Cypher
Going in, Cypher
so low.
down to around 1,000 HP. Avatar of the Guardian not available anymore. The TDN starting up this Lord. King Aries looking to hold them off for now,
Heavenly.
but the top lane is getting pushed by Heavenly again. We've seen this before. Heavenly wins the fight every time up against Saksu, so King Aries have to do something with this Lord take. Demonic Force, a 1v4. Heavenly needs a little bit of help, but Capybara takes the Lord already. Here comes the glorious pathway coming through from Hey. There comes Avatar the Guardian onto the back line, and Hey gets taken down by Lei. Meanwhile, the top lane getting pushed. That's the Lord getting taken by TDN as Heavenly chips away at the first inhib tower. There's nothing Saksu can do until he gets the shadow kill. Just not enough damage as TDN gets the kill, but they haven't taken anything yet. 2 players down for TDN. Max have answered in terms of kills. TDN have to wait for the Lord.
saving it for now. Advantage that they do have, they can't overextend here. They can't get too confident, because even with the Lord, they know that they can't square up in a 5v5 at this point. Natsu now holding on to start in the middle. Capybara has to Mamba out here. Already half HP, just getting melted down, man. It's looking like they're finally getting caught up.
Yep. And this is impressive for Team Max, because you gotta remember, they're still 2,000 gold behind despite all of this happening. Oh, stun connects onto Natsu. They'll be able to dash away for now. And Lord, meanwhile, getting taken. But it is right clicker forward, and that is going to be Lei going down to the hands of the Farsa. Cypher, a little bit too late with the Avatar of the Guardian, as the Lord starts marching down on their top lane inhibitor turret. Oh, that Heavenly ult's just a menace in this map, as the first tower does go down, cracking the base of Max wide open. At around a 4,000 lead for TDN. See what they can do at this point. As the Lord getting spawned up again, the base of Max wide open already, the top lane that is, as Cypher has it at his hands to sort of delay this Lord take. Tanky enough on the gut to catch a feather airstrike to try and buy a bit of time. Good cancel from King Aries, but it's still a lot of damage, and they're too far away. As you mentioned, Team Max have to get closer now. King Aries asserting presence. TDN have to try and buy as much time as they can, draw the players of Team Max in before engaging in a fight.
I don't
Thing
think they
is,
want to buy it.
Exactly.
They're not buying it. But the problem is, man, the longer they stay here, the worse it's gonna get. Look at the lanes. The minions, the waves slowly pushing out. They're already down one inhibitor turret, and the way that the bottom is shaping up right now, it's looking like it's gonna be a nightmare. At some point, they have to do something, and here it comes. Heavenly finds Saxo again in mid, starting it off. Now, with the sheer amount of people here, the Lord Heavenly gets Saxo as well, and the turret almost there. They do take it away, only one inhibitor to go, but they do get Heavenly in return. But the problem is, Matt, the 4v4, was it worth it?
I'm not sure. With the Lord taken away, I don't think it is. TDN come out on top of that for sure. Heavenly does go down, but the Lord walking up the top lane of the map again. Team Max, it could be a precipice for them. They have to try and hold them off for now. Will TDN engage without their marksman? I'm not particularly sure, but they definitely have enough damage with the Badang. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. They are going to engage with better edge strike here as well. A lot of damage by the Varsa as Crimson stays untouched. And that's one player down for TDN. Make that two. Capybara dashes on out, and Max successfully defends their base for now. TDN walking away. And that's another assault successfully fended off by Team Max.
It's the first time we're actually seeing a good result out of these kinds of altercations from Team Max, but it comes on the back of being together. Every time TDN start an engagement and they are not ready and they're not in position, then they don't have an answer to the firepower that TDN brings to these kinds of fights. And that's going to be one hell of a problem, especially since every minute that passes by, it gets longer and longer. It gets worse and worse. That if you get caught off guard, if you get caught out of position, then it's more punishable, more painful to watch. Now the Glorious Pathway being brought out as well. So you see Team Max, they're so cautious.
Yeah, of course. They have to be. They lose one of their players. Could be lights out for them. And they have to be able to take down Heavenly first before they do anything else. Heavenly is a big difference maker here for TDN. Saxo, okay, gets hit again, and Heavenly catches him, pants down. Feathered airstrike immediately brought out by Crimson, and Max has to run for the hills. BMO is the key, running away, just pushing everyone off, and that's already one player dead for Team Max. TDN can push again as Joy pushes in onto Lei. That's Lei trying to stay alive, desperately. Capybara running off into the distance. The Glorious Pathway going to be used by TDN to try and assert a little bit of vengeance.
Heavenly!
But look at the base! Heavenly's just pushing up, just ending the base, and TDN might have just done it. No! Heavenly goes down! And Team Max stays alive again for one more fight.
Holding on by a sliver of health right now, down to one turret. Minions closing in from all directions right now, Matt. It's getting real exciting right now because Team Max, they finally have the firepower. They finally have the ability to fight back up against Team TDN, who have had their number so far throughout this game. But they have to be careful because look at this. They're walking right into it, starting another. They get one turret to try to take down Natsu, who's just way too tanky for this. They can't even take him down. He's just walking away like it's nothing, shrugging off the bullets.
Yeah, Team Max are mad. They are angry. They take that tower by brute force. They force Natsu away. Walking away. Wounds. Now getting licked up, but here we go. Heavenly again gets the ult up and going, but Heavenly might have been in a bad position. Doesn't get the jump onto Saxo this time, but Lei this time jets Capybara. Capybara down for the count. Lei down to 1 HP, and Heavenly nowhere to be found. And that's King Ares getting caught up in the fists of the Badang, but here comes the Glorious Pathway coming through from Hehehe. BMO's the key, getting isolated, and Cypher doesn't have enough utility. Here we go again as King Ares goes on a godlike, shuts down Heavenly, and the Moskov down for the count, meaning TDN have to back off. Max wins a fight again. They can take the Lord here, Josh.
They definitely can. They're nowhere close. Heavenly and Capybara gone. The main damage dealers for this team away. And the problem right now is Natsu is nowhere to be found. Crimson's the only point of contact they have right now, but it's just way too far, way too fast. They melt down the Lord like it's nothing, and it looks like they're finally getting the first of what they need. 13 to 10, not just the gold lead, but the kill lead as well, along with the Lord, all because of one misplay.
A little bit too eager there for Heavenly, just going in, guns blazing. And I like the idea there. I mean, Heavenly is certainly powerful enough to take down Saxo all alone, but not King Ares. King Ares is just too strong, too tanky for Heavenly. And Heavenly doesn't have any resistances for the magic damage that the Phoebes bring. So, yes, it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors. Saksu takes down Crimson, but Heavenly takes down Saksu. But King Ares takes down Heavenly. So it's gotta be a calculated assault. You can't just throw your ult and hope for the best.
Target selection.
Doesn't hurt work anymore for Heavenly because the Lord is now crashing down on their base. Continue play, not gonna be able to get them into the base, but the Lord is crashing down, taking down this first inhib tower. And here comes the Guardian into the back line. Saksu goes back in, takes down. Hey. Capybara will be threatening Saksu, who will go down. Max might have just done it. He might have just turned it around. It's endable, yes, but it is done. Max takes down TDN in the game of the day. So close. But at the end of the day, Team Max finally reap their soul and get the win against TDN.
Took them quite some time to get this point, man. It took so long. You could see every time they made an attempt, they kept making mistakes. They had to regroup every time that worked because there was something off in the execution. Whenever they had the ultimate that was not in time, whenever Heavenly would show up, there was no backup, and they really needed to hunker down, get themselves back up in terms of gold, catch up, get the objectives, and focus on what the win condition was for this game was, and it was to shut down Heavenly, get rid of Capybara. And as you can see, as soon as they did that, it was all clear. It was nice and easy. It was a cakewalk for Team Max. And yeah, it was hard fought, but who would say no to this kind of game, right?
I know. It's such a treat to watch. Both teams fighting with every bit that they've got. Just a hairline of HP left on each one of their bases. And, neither team just refusing. Either team refusing to go down. Max, so at the end of the day, just a little bit ahead. But what a series. There's not much I could say about how entertaining that game was. But holy, was it fun to watch. I've never seen a closer game in years. I mean, it's been years since I've seen a game like that. And it was an absolute treat. And yeah, both teams just proving that they've got what it takes to get to push each other to the limit. And when all bets are off, when all the cheesy strats are out, when it's plain old MOBB, both teams are going to give it all they've got, and we've got a game that is worthy of the grand finals, dare I say. But congratulations to Max. They do win this group stage best of 3. Which, by the way, is just the second series of the day. It's such a treat already. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if the next 2 series are just like that, Josh, because honestly, it's just so close between these teams.
Yeah, these teams are looking like they are truly the best of the best out of the Mekong region, man. We talked about earlier the Myanmar matchup, now the Cambodian matchup. This third series we have is going to be a little bit more interesting. Yeah, it's Cambodia versus Myanmar. So, no countrymen going against countrymen in this next one. But I do think that this series was an interesting one. Maybe if Team Max didn't bring out the chip in that second match, that second game, maybe it would have been a 2-0. But I just feel like, knowing the length of time, that the sheer number of games we're going to be witnessing here in the group stage, they want to keep as much tape as little tape out there as possible.
Absolutely, man. If the group stage is this close, imagine how close the playoffs is going to be. And remember, guys, the playoffs is going to be best of 5s from the semifinals, I believe. No, from the quarterfinals, even. It's all best of 5s. The grand final is going to be a best of 7.
So best of 7.
It's going to be really, really exciting to watch. I can't believe it's just day number 1. We're already getting so much MOBB out of these teams. Team Max advancing, or rather not advancing, they just win. 1-0 in the group stage. Guys, if you're just tuning in, this is day 1, match number 2 of the group stage. Whoever is the top 3 seeded teams in the group stage will be advancing to the playoffs. We got 2 groups, 4 teams each group, so the chances of advancing are
They're pretty high.
75%. Yeah, they're pretty high actually. So it doesn't reflect the amount of leeway we have. Doesn't reflect on the games that we have, because the teams are treating it as if it's their last chance to qualify for the playoffs. It is really darn close, and the amount of compositions that we've already seen are surprisingly high already actually.
We got some interesting stuff coming out there, man. Although I think we have been maybe trending a little bit more in one direction than the other, which is closer to the meta. But I do love that in this second series we saw them actively avoiding the current meta picks, right? Kalia's been banned out. We're not seeing any. We did see a Suyu, but we didn't get much out of it. And the same thing can be said about Lucas. When we did see a Lucas, we again didn't see much out of it. So, like I guess what we talked about earlier with this being more of a comfort league rather than a meta league, this is where things get more interesting, because then it means we're just gonna see a lot more. We're not gonna see the same cookie cutter bans every time.
Absolutely. But man, I love it when a squad gets pushed to the limit, just like they did, just like Team Max was in that match. Actually, Team TDN too. They were pushed to the absolute limit. You could see the desperate attempts just to end the game there. Heavenly just chipping away at the base, barely missing the health bar, barely. Man, I just can't get over how close that game was. I hope these two teams meet each other again. It will be lovely to see them in a best of 5, maybe even a best of 7, getting pushed to their limits and beyond. But yeah, I mean, I would like to double down on your point earlier. Maybe you don't want to reveal your cards this early in the competition, which is why Team Max brought out that chip comp earlier. They don't want to reveal what they're going to use should they advance to the playoffs. So maybe we've got more in the bank here for Team Max. We'll definitely see more of them tomorrow, at least, as we continue the group stage. But man, what a series already for Team Max versus Team TDN. I can't wait to see which player actually dealt the biggest bidding in this game. We're ready with the post-match numbers. Let's take a look at just how that game transpired numbers-wise. Let's just fix that in just a second. As we go into a bit of a fixture there. Hold on, we're just trying to get the numbers fixed up for you.
Second.
But if I were to put my prediction as to who did the best numbers here for Team Max, I think it's gonna be for King Aries. Let's take a look at the numbers for King Aries. There you go. 7-2-4. Actually, the most gold went into the hands of Lei. But I think King Aries by the end of that game is really the backbone of the team. But he was the one taking down Heavenly constantly.
Yeah. Also gotta be saying something about the utility that we got out of BMO, out of Cypher here. Knowing that, again, BMO was that guy that was pushing them away. Every time Natsu would make an attempt on their lives. Okay, push, stun, stay there, and then Cypher comes in. We get damage out of Lei, we get damage out of King Aries. It's a perfect game out of BMO and Lei, who did quite a lot, man. You can actually see it in the assists that they have, in the way that they behaved when it came to the team fights. They were not in front. Their job was to keep them distracted, was to keep them from doing as much damage as they could. With that being said, they definitely activated King Aries to do his best, and that would be no surprise if he does come up as the MVP of this game there with a 7, 2, and 4 KDA.
Yeah. And as I said, King Aries was the backbone of the late game there for Team Max. They wouldn't have been able to take down. Such as evident here. He had so much backline access. He was unkillable because of how tanky he is, that it didn't matter in the end if Saksu was to go down early. As long as King Aries could get the jump on Heavenly, Team Max could still win the fight. And I'd say well-deserved MVP for King Aries there.
Yeah, gonna have to agree with you there. even in the darker times of this game when TDN were kind of just stringing them along for the ride, I just feel like King Ares was doing so much here. Even with Heavenly showing up in these kinds of situations, right? The spear just being able to teleport towards your enemy, King Ares was coming in with a hell of a lot of utility and value for his team.
We can see it over and over again as well here. Sometimes you can't see where King Ares jumps to because of the way his ulti works, but he's almost certainly on the back of that Moskov, just pummeling away at that marksman. And look at this, King Ares just acting as a bit of a meat shield between himself, and so impressive to witness. But that just concludes our second matchup of the day. When we return, it's going to be the third series. It's a Myanmar versus Cambodia bout. ZINO Esports going up against Wings Esports. But before that, we'll just be having a quick break. My name's Dadum here with one and only Suave for 1xBet Rivals. We'll be right back after this.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events.
Yes.
Hi.
I can hear you.
Hi,
You're
Josh.
fine. I
Hello.
can hear you now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 1xBet Rivals here in Mekong, where we are deep diving into the group stage with our third series of the day. My name's ZINO here with the one and only Suave. And what a couple of series it already has been. And I believe this one is going to be even more exciting because, Josh, it's a clash of two teams from different countries. So we might be in it for a bit of a heated matchup here.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing it between Cambodia and Myanmar today, because so far we've had countrymen matchups. So what does it look like when you're going cross country, rather, right? Cross region, as one would say. It's going to be an interesting one. We'll just have to see, though. I do feel like there's probably going to be some sort of difference in playstyle, difference in meta, just because they are two different countries, right? When you have scrims against your fellow pro players within your region, within your country, it's definitely going to look a lot different from someone from somewhere else, right? So
Yeah.
Let's see how this goes. I do feel like we're maybe going to be venturing a little bit more in terms of the hero pools for these teams, because I think we got something a little more common, a little bit more normal over those first two series. Hopefully for this third one, it's going to be a little bit more interesting. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, whenever you have two teams coming from different regions, you typically see a difference in playstyle, right? I mean, for example, the Philippines, from where me and Josh are from, the MLB players there are sort of somewhat of pioneers, right? And whenever they come up with something, nobody else in the world plays them. So it's a distinct type of playstyle that you can see nowhere else. So I'm excited to see if we get to see a showcase of that here. And we've already seen a glimpse of it, right? I mean, Team Max earlier has played a composition that neither of the Myanmar squads have brought up, and this is off the back of two other different comps that Team Max have played. So that already shows us the difference in the philosophy of the way this squad in particular approaches the game. So excited to see if there's gonna be a showcase of that, a direct showcase of that contrast between ZINO and Wings Esports, who are from two different countries. But of course, before we start the game off, guys, I'd like to remind you that in case you don't know, we are currently running a 100% bonus on your first deposit. Just use the code RIVALS when inputting your deposit. Again, that's code RIVALS for 100% bonus on your first deposit on 1xBet. And you can use that to bet on this upcoming series, which we have two more of. The one that I just mentioned, and of course the final one for our day is going to come up after that, which is a Group B matchup between Newborns and Team Spectrum, two teams from Myanmar again. That's Rivals, RIVALS, for 100% bonus on your first deposit.
Yeah, and of course, if you are going to be depositing, don't forget that whenever you bet, make sure that you bet responsibly, because these games are interesting, but you guys need to be responsible as well. That being said, of course, this is the third of the day, the third of the group stage so far. For those who don't know what the format of the tournament is, we are going through a round robin in the group stage, wherein top 3 from each group is going to be making it into the top 6 teams for the playoffs bracket, which
Yes.
will decide who will be winning the lion's share of our prize pool.
Yes, 15,000 USD. Guys, don't forget that. We've got a huge prize pool fighting, or rather a big prize pool we're fighting for here. So I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top, but I'm already so hyped for the group stage. Every series we've had so far has gone the distance. But I've heard some things in chat, Josh. There's a lot of expectations for one of these squads. So maybe this could be one of those games that is going to change the tempo up in terms of how fast it concludes. But here we go. The draft phase is right at our fingertips. Let's start it right now. We got Team Wing on the red side, or the blue side rather.
The
Team
blue side,
ZINO
yep.
on
Okay.
the red side.
Harith gone. That's interesting. I think a lot of our games so far have kind of been led by Harith / Badong / Fanny first picks, first bans rather, which is why this is no surprise to me. I do feel like they are aware of the possibility of that just happening because of the current meta that we are in. In the moment, you want to try and avoid the possibility of being just bursted down and and some slippery opponents. So you can see that these first 2 bans are trying to get rid of those high movement heroes.
Of course. And not to mention just how strong they are, right? Harry can just pummel you with abilities, and same can be said for a Fanny, just constantly slicing you around. So here we go. And continuing off bans proved to be more on the standard side of things. I'm actually having trouble deciphering which hero this is again, Josh, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's really hard to distinguish them when it's not the full frame and they're black and white.
It's a mini game to us at this point, right? The first
Okay,
one is
that one's Joy. What was the second
that's
one?
definitely Joy, but this one on okay, I got Matilda right the first time, but I can't tell what this one is.
I will go back to that
to be 100% honest with you.
Go back to that
I'm-
in just a second. See, you can't even see the face of the hero, so I guess we'll find that out later on. But yeah, more of the same. The meta picks being banned away. Chip getting taken out by ZINO as well. And Granger, surprise, will receive priority this time. Kalea still available, unless that's a Kalea that's banned by Wing.
It's a Granger again, though. This is interesting. I mean, insofar, right? You know that Granger is very much in the meta, but it's easily counterable if you can get yourself into the late game. So I don't know about Granger being the first pick here. I don't know what they're going for in prioing the Granger for the first pick so far, right? Knowing what has been banned out at this point in time in the first set of bans, I just feel like this would have been better deserved for these kinds of picks on the other side. The
Yeah.
Suyo, the Zushin, where you would get a little bit more utility and more of a central idea of what the game plan is for this game. But maybe, just maybe, benefit of the doubt, Datum, that maybe Wing Esports is trying to keep them on their toes.
To be fair, Josh, Granger is a pretty strong pick, just not in the group stage so far. Like, we haven't seen, I don't think we've seen,
I mean, that's true.
yeah, I don't think we've seen a Granger win today, which is
We have
hence the lack of confidence, which is fair. But Granger is actually pretty strong if executed properly. So let's see, maybe Wing
okay.
got something up their sleeves. Fred and Novaria locked on up as well. So a lot of
I do like
fighting
this.
prowess. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of fighting prowess for the comp of Wing. And this should enable them for the early game skirmishes that I think this team wants to go for. And yeah, it should be a good counter to the Zushin, at least to in the mid lane, who takes a little bit of time to ramp up in terms of damage. And yeah, I like the
And
start.
the
I like the start. Yeah.
The thing about the Novaria as well is that this also scales up to so much burst damage towards the end of the game. So if they can activate against the Zushin, especially with the range advantage that they do have, it's gonna be great. And I'm not necessarily uh, enthusiastic about this Badang pick, knowing that maybe the only one you would specifically want to get in front of you would be Granger, because it's kind of hard to target a Novaria as well. If you want to try and be able to close that kind of distance, I think at this point in time, we need a little bit more range for ZINO to get themselves in a better position for when the team fights actually happen. But that's going to be us looking at a Selena ban and a Moskov ban, which
Interesting.
it is interesting to me. I do feel like the Selena has been one of the pocket picks for most teams recently, but it's also a coin flip of whether or not you can get value out of the Selena, knowing that we have quite a lot of what you would say high movement heroes.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to execute, right? Especially with the meta, considering the prevalence of Joys and Fannies and Harrods and what have you. Everyone's got a dash these days, so that's pretty hard to execute, especially if you don't have the setup necessary for it. Final ban coming through from Wings Esports. Let's see who they're gonna take on outs. Is that? I think that's CC. Yeah, that's CC. I believe
Is it
that's
CC?
banned away.
Yeah, that's her right bang. That's her right
from
bang.
Wings Esports. Yeah, I believe that is. So Wings are gonna be picking something up for the XP lane side of things. That's potentially more towards the melee short range type of scenario of having banned the CC out. The CC being one of those mid range kind of like XP laners.
I don't think that they're gonna be cryoing the XP lane, because you already know what the Badang's gonna be doing. So yeah, this one's interesting. We have the Gatotkacha, which should be a nice little tool to catch him by surprise, right? Knowing that we have a longer range for the Granger and the Novaria. If you're able to set up with the Gatotkacha and have the Badang follow up on the back of that, coupled with the damage that you're gonna get from the Zushin and from the Suyo, this is a great idea for a comp that can close that distance on the back of the ultimate from the Gatotkacha.
Absolutely. In theory, a lot of team fighting and setup prowess, right? But also that requires a little bit of setup, and you got to hit all of your abilities. So if ZINO
and the
can
timing,
execute, of course, if they could execute with proper timing, should be a very deadly comp here. Tons and tons and tons of AoE for ZINO Esports. Oh, the response is gonna be a Florian and an X-Borg. You want to talk about AoE? It doesn't get much better than an X-Borg, right? So it's a direct counter to the Badang and Gatotkacha combo. We jump on him.
Yep.
He's just gonna use his last Insanity to deal damage to you instead of to him. So it will be an interesting interaction, as ZINO will be putting the Beatrix for the last slot. So there we have it, 2 comps on our both ends of the spectrum, and I gotta say, fresh looks, right? These are different from the first 2 matchups that we've seen. Fresh compositions, and yeah, I'm excited to see how both teams are going to execute this. First time we're gonna be seeing an X-Borg today as well.
Yeah, same for the Florian. I do think that the Florian is a great response to what was shown on the draft board so far. So it's going to be an interesting one when we get into the game. It is, of course, going to be a question of whether or not they can sustain that long enough, or fast enough, rather, to stay ahead of the Beatrix, because that Beatrix, that's a lot of burst damage, man. It's going to hurt.
Exactly. Hey, here we go. 3rd series of the day. And we are about to get started. We are about to head to the Land of Dawn. It's ZINO Esports from Myanmar versus Wings Esports from Cambodia. I do have to ask you this, Josh. ZINO being the AoE type of team fighting comp versus Wing Esports, more of a, I want to say, composition that you can play around with. Which one would you prefer? Which one would you prefer out of these 2, Josh?
I do feel like there's a little bit more flexibility to what we have from Wings, because just looking at the draft, it looks like ZINO does have one singular idea around it. which can be a good thing or a bad thing, because if you know how to read this comp, then I think it does get a little bit predictable, right? When you're in position and you feel like there's trying to set up, it is going to be easy to try and make sure that you guys are basically not next to each other, right? Stay out of the big red circle.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
in later on in the game, I do feel like the flexibility of Wings comp is going to give them a lot more options.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you talk about the team fighting prowess of ZINO, and then you've got a lot of the mobility of the heroes here. If we talk about the Granger, the Florian, the Novaria, they could all get out of dodge if a mistimed Gata Gotcha ult comes down on them. So yeah, there is a lot of play available for Wing, but I do have to say I like the cohesiveness of ZINO's comp. But here we go. We're already deep into the game. First blood already secured by
top.
ZINO Esports, and that's a lot of presence being asserted onto that XP lane.
Yeah, I mean, Xborg is pushed all the way behind the first tier turret. But here, the odds up for you guys. ZINO 5.23, 1.45 for Wing Esports. Remember, we have a code RIVALS if you guys want that 100% first deposit bonus. With that being said, the game on. We already have it going on right here. Chi feeling so much of that pressure from ZINO that they could not even see the turtle being taken, and no contestation whatsoever.
Purple buff, they can't even get close to it. Super light, flickering away after providing a lot of headache for Chi. You know, a Super Bird, actually a very, very aggressive mid laner here on the Zushin, sorry. Look at how deep the players of ZINO Esports are. They're just challenging everything. Chi again getting forced out of their own jungle. And look at the difference between the levels. Zhao Yan is level 6. Chi has just hit level 5. So it's an entire level ahead, if not more, for Zhao Yan.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a problem, man. Because, like, you can see that Wing at any sight of a ZINO player, they already back off, right? Without even having used any of the abilities. Without even having expended anything. And I don't know if they want to do this, right? Because yes, we do understand that ZINO, they are built for team fights, but that doesn't mean that you're gonna try and completely avoid them.
I just conjecture they kind of have to. There's a lot of tankiness, a lot of prowess, there are a lot of presence asserted by ZINO, and by that fact, they just already secured more than a 1,000 gold lead before we even hit the 4-minute mark. Turtle,
Yeah.
I believe, went to them as well. Meanwhile, they got another tower too, so that's full gold from the plating, and they take the first tower entirely. So ZINO getting wins everywhere, no trades coming through from Wing.
And even when they do try it, man, Susui, here with the Granger, not able to do too much damage as well. Like, they know who they need to avoid. ZINO know exactly where the damage is going to be coming from. They know that the Xborg is going to be the biggest threat at this moment, just because there hasn't been enough time to get the resources up for the Novaria, for the Granger. So they're really just zoning them out here. Look at this. You can actually see the Xborg trying to get closer, but again, the turtle not even close to being contested.
Oh my gosh, ZINO are just pushing up. Okay, here we go. Coin getting caught up, and they are going to try and answer back. Last Insanity can't be popped anymore. Here comes the Galacticos. Gets the knockup onto one, and that's Chi actually providing a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. ZINO stay alive. They take the turtle. They take everything from Wing, and Zhao Yan goes in. Look at the damage. That's the kill onto Tsui, and ZINO get a kill on top of the turtle.
Yeah, man. This game right now, it's looking like it's cookie cutter, man. We're seeing it happen again. We might be seeing domination game 1, domination the other way game 2. But here comes Xiaoyan, takes down Denzo. That's just how many is it now? 3 kills so far for Xiaoyan. This is the first time we're seeing a Suyu being used to its full potential, and it looks like ZINO are just continuing to push forward. It's the second turret already. 5 minutes into the game, Datum.
Yeah, and it's enabled by Coin and Super Light, Super Bird as well. Why not? They couldn't. Oh, they're never letting Zhao Yan go at it alone. Look at Coin constantly denying that purple buff, and she can't even take his own jungle camps. Here comes Super Bird as well, and Zhao Yan has entered the fray. Here comes Coin. half HP, but is tanky enough to go away
Uh-oh.
with the Gatot ult. And just like that, ZINO asserts presence once more. 4,000 gold lead for ZINO Esports, and we haven't even reached the 6-minute mark.
This is unheard of so far today, man. That this kind of a gold lead, this kind of domination, where there's just really no fight. It's literally 3-0, 5,000 gold, more than 5,000 gold of a lead for ZINO, when it wasn't looking too hot for them. I expected this team to be taking a lot longer to get to this point, but the game plan that they have, it's so well done. They're able to fend them off. They're able to back off when needed, right? Nice, easy plans of escape and nice, easy ways to start engagements. And so far, nothing has failed them just yet.
Yangon is just so good at maximizing that advantage in the early game. Bit of chip damage onto him as he starts to turtle help as ZINO. 4 players strong here. She is trying to try and go in to steal away this turtle, but there's just nowhere to go. Gatot doesn't have any knockups, but it's okay. ZINO still going in for the fight. Here comes Super Light, gets the fists going as Super Bird goes in as well into backup. Chi goes down early. No more retribution for Wing as ZINO forces them deep into the tier 2 tower. They're just unrelenting at this point, ZINO. Very, very aggressive stuff. Super Light walking from behind the tower. Super Bird as well. What is happening here, Josh? ZINO is just taking over the game.
Absolutely no respect. I don't think Wing Esports have got the opportunity to even hit a turret, let alone destroy one at this point. And you can actually see it's just full control. It doesn't matter where you are. ZINO, it doesn't matter if you use the ultimate from the Novari. It doesn't matter if you have a meteorite ready. Even if you hit them, they're just way too tanky. Look at the level difference. Xiaoyan is level 12.
Oh.
He's way too tanky, way too strong right now. And Wing Esports, they're gonna have to find a way to eke out minute after minute after minute of survival to try and really catch up here, maybe equalize the game. But that's another turret. We're down to inhibitors on both extremities of the map for Wing Esports.
Yeah, and ZINO, the first Lord hasn't even spawned yet. We're at the 8-minute mark. There's a 8,000 gold lead for ZINO. And oh my gosh, is this the fastest game we've had so far? I mean, it's not done yet, but...
It's not done yet, but the pace is... It's just happening way too fast. And look at this. They're so close to getting one more turret down. All they need to do is wait for this next wave, right? And even with the full 5 squad of Wing Esports here, ZINO, I think they've thrown all caution to the wind. I feel like they've lost respect for their opponent because it's absolutely zero caution. Doesn't matter who you see. Doesn't matter how many people are there. They know that it's 5 people here, but they're still willing to fight with 2, with 3, with 4. It doesn't matter.
They're gonna start the Lord just like that with Super Bird providing that zoning. Super Light here as well. Coin gets a little bit of damage shipped in, but the Lord just goes down just like that. Chi trying to get close, but he gets knocked up and he's got nowhere to run. Gatot gets the double knockup. Chi goes down early, and the last Insanity is a last-ditch effort. Chewy gonna find a kill onto Coin, but that's the only thing they get. That's a 2-for-1 trade, but the Lord goes in favor of ZINO.
Matt, I gotta point this out. How long has this game been going on? 9 minutes and 25 seconds. Look at Xiaoyan's level. This guy's level 14 right now. 4-0 and 2. Absolutely
He's
unstoppable.
unstoppable.
He's a menace in the land of Dawn right now. And there's just nothing that Wing Esports can do to stop him. Look at this. Another turret. Another push. And even then, the gold shields gone. Look at the damage that they're trying to do. Xborg looking like he can't even pull anything. I don't think he's had any sort of utility, any sort of impact so far in every encounter that they've had with ZINO. And it's just so oppressive from all sides of the map. You see minions on one side, heroes on the other. The Lord walking down the top lane, going to charge into the tower now. And the third one in the middle. Where do you even start if you're Wing Esports at this point?
And now ZINO looking to dive as well. They have a very tanky comp. They have a Gato Kacha to penetrate deep into the back line, so they definitely have the tools to do
Oh,
so.
here
Here
we
comes
go.
Lagatot. One knock-up coming on through. Last incentive still
Well,
available, but Coin very tanky in the back line.
Coin,
Stays alive for the longest
How?
time as Latter wreaks havoc, finds the one kill, and takes down that first inhib tower on the top lane. Zhao Yan haven't even used anything
Going for
and go back
another.
into the fight yet, but the mid lane tower is their target. ZINO takes that down just like that, and now they're eyeing the third. Look at this. It's absolute annihilation from ZINO as they walk up to the base. Flicker forward. Zhao Yan might have bitten off more than he could chew here, but they take down all inhib towers, and ZINO back off with Wings base wide open.
No structures left here for Wing Esports, and it looks like ZINO, they're going to be calling in a little bit of a pause. Go back, get yourselves back to full health. Make sure that you don't make any mistakes at this point, because this is where it's super crucial. Look at this. They got a 12,000 gold lead, Wing Esports. All ZINO need to do is wait for a wave or wait for the Lord. As soon as that's up, they pull the trigger and go all in. And it looks like that's going to be it. You see this, they're taking full control now to jungle. Later, up in the front, taking the damage. The sniper shot does a little bit over onto Chi, but that's not the goal. They're not trying to get this kill.
Coin.
They're trying to get them distracted because Coin's getting ready for another fight, but he's not going to take that chance just yet. They're not set up for it. Remember, it's all about timing with this comp. We talked about the team fight capacity of ZINO's current draft, and they're going for that just again. Here now, 7 seconds to the Lord. Wing Esports nowhere close to even trying to take it.
Yeah. And ZINO could just set up a bait here, or they could just take it. They take this Lord super quick. Anyway, Coin at the ready with a taunt, already down to 1/3 HP is the Lord, and it's not gonna take 30 seconds.
It's so
ZINO
fast.
take the Lord again, and that's a 13,000 gold lead for ZINO. What is this performance? 12 minutes, 20 seconds in. This could be it, Josh. The final stand for Wing.
It could be. Xiaoyan, this guy, he's so strong right now. The damage that comes from him, he's making the Lord look like a turret. It's so scary. And even the export up in the front, taking all that damage, just soaking it all up. Here comes the setup from the Gatot. Misses it. But look at that. They are desperate. Trying to find the way to move forward. Xiaoyan's gonna be down, but there's damage being done. They're trying to close it off, and it's not gonna be enough. There you go, ZINO. Closing it out in dominant fashion. The first map goes to them.
What was that? ZINO Esports making the first, or one of the fastest games. Actually, it's not the fastest game that we've had yet. The fastest game we've had was Team Myth versus YG.
I think that was the 11-minute game.
Yeah, second fastest game we've had so far, but nothing has felt that dominating. Today, nothing comes close to that. ZINO, what a form that was, making the most out of their composition too. And we were doubting their comp at first. We were saying just how linear it felt like, but Suyo, man, when you've seen the full strength of a Suyo at the early game, there's not much you can do against it, especially when he's level 14 and you're level 9.
Yeah, there's really not much you can do, man. It's like an 8-year-old trying to take on a prime Mike Tyson at that point.
Exactly.
It's scary, you know. We got what is that? The current meme we got, you know, the atomic bomb versus coughing baby situation. So it's that was a stop of epic proportions in that first game. But I guess, or I hope, rather, on the other side, that maybe they have learned from that draft. And maybe they now have an idea of how to approach the second game to maybe take it back. But hey, I wouldn't say no to ZINO being the first team to actually get a sweep in our first day of groups.
There's a real possibility of that, and I want to address your point of ZINO's drafting if Wing has learned from it. The thing is, there's not necessarily anything wrong with the draft of Wing. They were just outperformed in the early game, plain and simple.
They were outpaced.
They couldn't even get close to their own blue and red buffs. That's how bad it was. Let alone the Rever, let alone the turtles and the objectives. I mean, it was absolute an absolute takeover from ZINO Esports from the get-go. I mean, it was so fast we didn't even see the first blood. That's how fast it was. The moment that we got into the game, someone from Wing Esports had already died because of how proactive ZINO was in that early game. It's hard to address too how they're gonna outban ZINO, because they just use standard heroes here. They use the Zuyu. What else? A Gato Kacha, a Badang. Nothing too crazy. They just got the meta heroes. It would have been even scarier if they probably got something like a Fanny or maybe even a Harith or a Joy for that matter. So, man, how do you address a game like that? I'm not particularly sure. But one thing's for sure, ZINO performed really, really well in that game.
Yeah. And I do have to say, that's the first time we actually saw Asuyu actually win.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we had some great mechanics out of Xiaoyan over this first game. I do feel like he knew when to go for the damage and when to go for the sustainability. That's where he wanted to go into mortal or immortal form. I think he was quickly switching between those depending on what minute of the game it was.
I think he was on immortal form the entire time, Josh, and he still dealt insane amounts of damage. That's how far ahead he was. He didn't even need to use mortal form. He just was
I don't
on
think
immortal form the entire time.
I don't think Wing. Did Wing get anyone on a two-digit level? I don't think so.
Well, they did.
Or maybe towards the end,
yeah,
right?
They
but
did.
The level gap that they had was just so massive
that
there was essentially nothing they could do other than sit down in the base and hope for the best. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. But that's not the way MLBB works. So you gotta take your fights, and ZINO did take as many fights as they can. And it wasn't just the work of a single person, right? I mean, I already talked about the support system of the Gato Kacha there, not letting the enemy Fred didn't get even close to their own blue buff. It's just too much. It's just too much pressure to deal with. And even if the players of Wing tried, they didn't have the comp for it. I mean, that's a Gato Kacha, a big beefy boy that's strong in the early game. What's a Florin going to do against that? What is a Novaria going to do against that?
What does your Granger do?
Yeah, you literally can't do anything with a Gato Kacha walking straight up. Yeah, you can throw stuff at them, but then just walk it off and taunt you right up your face, and then you've got a Badang that's uppercutting you. There's just nowhere to go, right? It's just ZINO knowing the strengths of their composition and playing it to a T, knowing the exact limits of what they can do and just pushing it. It was so good to see. Like I said, it wasn't even the fastest game of our day, but it damn felt like it because of just how in control they were. They never gave an inch of control to Wing Esports. Like you said, they couldn't even touch the turrets. It's and I hate to use this term when commentating a game, but it was a definite one-sided affair in that game.
Yeah, I just feel like there really wasn't a chance for Wing to come back in it, especially once we got to, I think, at 5 minutes. It looked like the point of no return just because they weren't really able to come back from it. I think they got their first kill halfway through the game when they lost, I think, at that point, 3 or 4 turrets already before they got their first kill. And that was only because they were able to isolate Xiaoyan, which doesn't happen a lot here.
And I think Xiaoyan overstepped anyway. A big mistake from
he did.
From his
got a little overconfident.
Yeah, so here we go. The tail of the tape here with a game time of 12 minutes 50 seconds. Xiaoyan, almost a 100% KP. What is this? What's 7 divided by 8? 8, 16, 90 something, Josh. It's a 90 something percent kill participation for Xiaoyan, who has 4 out of 5 items completed. Oh my goodness. One of the best performances we've seen thus far today.
Yeah. Wow. We also got to call out, of course, the way that Point played this, the way that Light played this when we were going for those kinds of altercations. But just being able to zone the enemies, knowing who to target specifically. I feel like Denzo was just having the worst time of his life. K-Tank as well was just getting pummeled into the ground so many times, just getting pushed out of position, not being able to help your teammates at those kinds of points. But of course, looking at the way that they played this, it's just been so methodical. And of course, talking about how these teams play, we're gonna have to talk, of course, about who was the most potent here, who was definitely the most important piece of the puzzle for ZINO here, and that's going to be here. It's gonna be Xiao Yan. No surprise there, 5-1 and 2 with an 88% kill participation. Hey, if
My
you're
math is
or your math is wrong.
Hey, it's 88% fine. It's close to 90, but either way, doesn't take anything away from the impact that Zhao Yan had in this game. The best performance of a Shuyu we've seen today, and it's performances off this day. Starting off strong is a Xiao Yan clip, a 1v4 where he still got one kill.
This guy went with more. Yeah, there you go. Superbird was doing some great stuff here as well with the Sujin, rather. And man, it's something that we can't forget as well. It's just not all a one-man show for Xiao Yan. You gotta love it. They're looking like an extremely efficient machine. That it doesn't matter who you're going up against, you're gonna see something out of Superbird, something out of later. It just so happens that here, Xiao Yan was the one man who pop up, who would be the one who hit the last possible hit. But of course, with that being said, I'm just Suave here with Datum. This is 1xBet Rivals Mekong. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we are back, the continuation of series number 3 for the day. We'll see you.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface.
Welcome back, everyone, to 1xBet Rivals Mekong. My name's Datum, sorry, with the one and only Josuave. And we do have an announcement to make regarding our third matchup here, Josh.
Yeah, for those out there who have been waiting, thank you so much for staying tuned to the broadcast. But unfortunately, we would like to inform you all that Wings Esports has decided to forfeit the match. And with that being said, of course, that means that ZINO Esports wins this series by default. We will now proceed to our fourth series of the day between Newborns and Team Spectrum, which will happen right after this short break. We're going to be seeing you guys in a bit, so don't go away. It's not over for today. See you.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in
Welcome back, everyone. You're still watching. Okay, we're both saying welcome back because we're so stoked to have you guys back here for 1xBet Rivals, where your casters still for the day. My name's Tatum. Here with the one and only Josuave, and we are down to our last series of the day. But why don't we talk about what happened today first? What happened in the first 3 series? Well, let me tell you about the first one. It was Yangon Galacticos going up against Mythic Seal. It went 3 games. With YG somewhat pulling a little bit of an upset here. I mean, many consider Mythic Seal to be one of the best teams in Myanmar, and YG winning against them certainly turned some heads, and I think the odds reflected it. It was like a 5 point something odds for YG, which meant that people didn't really expect them to win, and they did.
Yeah.
And then the second series, Josh, we also had 3 games, right? It was Team Max versus Team TDN in our second series.
Yeah, this one I think was a lot more interesting than maybe the first series, right? Where we saw this was a 2-1. It did go all 3 games, but Team Max had a lot of interesting ideas. Some more successful than others, but that also means that they have a pretty deep pool of heroes, a pretty deep pool of strategies that they can bring out when it comes to the Land of Dawn. So I do feel like Team Max is one of the teams to look out for, just because of that that fact that you don't know what you're going to be getting the next time we see them on the game.
Yeah, it's also the only game that lasted for. All right, this was the series that had a game that lasted for the longest this entire day, almost 18 minutes, with both teams left just to their base, and Team Max winning by the skin of their teeth. So it's without a doubt the closest series we've had so far. And then, of course, we've had the third series where ZINO Esports just absolutely obliterated Wings Esports in game number 1. And game number 2, Wings Esports was unable to continue playing, giving ZINO the win for this first matchup. And then, of course, we head on to our 4th matchup of the day. It's another matchup between 2 teams from Myanmar. We got Newborns versus Team Spectrum. And I can't wait to get this one started, guys. By the way, in case you haven't heard yet, we are currently having a 100% bonus on your first deposit in 1xBet if you use the code RIVALS. That's RIVALS. It will give you 100% bonus on your first deposit, and you can use that deposit to bet on this coming game. And guys, do bet responsibly.
Yep. With that being said, of course, yeah, this is an interesting start. So now at this point, we've seen quite a handful of different looks when it comes to these teams, right? And this is definitely going to be building up to some more interesting battles down the line as we go through the group stage, just because there's going to be a little bit more tape, a little bit more research that can be done on these teams, right? Of course, with it being 3 out of 4 teams moving on from the group stage, there's definitely some room for some revenge matches, 1, 2, maybe even 4, bringing it all the way to our grand final when it does get to the playoffs schedule. But we may be getting ahead of ourselves because it's only day 1, man. We're down to the last series of day 1. It's gonna close it out for us and set that tone for the rest of our group stage. But yeah, man, I just feel like at this point in time, we may have seen everything. At least insofar, like meta-wise. So I'm hoping that we're gonna see something a little bit outside of the box.
I know, I was about to say, Josh, we haven't seen a Zilong yet. But you're correct. So far, we've seen a lot of the things inside of the meta. Actually, you know what? We haven't seen one of the heroes that I've recently have had a bit of a revamp, a tiny revamp in Hanzo. Hanzo,
yes.
Semi-recently has had some of the parts of his kit changed. Although the essence of the hero is still somewhat the same. We haven't seen a Hanzo yet. Well, partly because he's been overshadowed by the newer meta heroes like Hayabusa, for example, or
Kalia.
Kalia, the newer heroes, Suyo, Lucas as well. So, but I think Hanzo, under the right circumstances, could be a proper option as well. So I do hope we do see some of that. I hope we see a Zilong, my favorite hero. But highly doubt that. So we're gonna be going to our final game of the day. Do you have a favorite lineup that we've seen today yet, Josh? What's your favorite lineup?
I feel like my favorite so far, right, is the one in our last game of the second series, right, where Team Max gave us one of the most interesting comps so far. It had a great idea behind it, but not just that, right? Because a few of the games, like, they had great ideas, but they weren't able to execute it. This one, we kind of got both in that last game of that series. Plus,
The chip game, you mean?
the chip was fun.
Yeah. No, but are you describing the chip game or no?
No, it's not the chip game. It was the game after the chip game.
I see. Okay, I understand. Okay, the one with Veil is what you're trying to say. No,
With
not Veil,
Valir, yeah.
Valir,
The Valir one
okay.
was an interesting one because they really leaned into the utility of their heroes. It's something that we haven't seen thus far. It was more about killing people than anything else, right? So I do feel like that one has a lot more dimensions to it as a comp, one that doesn't have one singular win con, and that if you fail at one, you can build up to the next.
Yeah. I would. You know what? I'm gonna say my favorite so far is the chip comp. I think just a minor tweak in this comp, maybe change a hero.
Maybe
or
a
two in this
better,
comp.
yeah. I feel like
Yeah.
the chip comp had so much potential if they had something for late game, right? To be able, maybe a Kari, maybe a Hanabi. I wouldn't be surprised if that would have helped. I do feel like when you teleport in with all 5 heroes and there's a Hanabi right there, where everyone's right next to each other, man, that's gonna be a pain.
Yeah, you could even swap that out for something like a tried and tested core that is strong in that late game. Maybe even a Roger to replace
Oh, Roger would be
the-
amazing.
the Granger. So I think this comp in itself, without the Granger, has enough early game prowess to push to that late game. But we digress. Of course, that game has passed. Maybe along the line we'll see more compositions from Team Max. They did, of course, win today. So it ups their chances of getting into the playoffs. And of course, we will see them more tomorrow anyway, and the day afterwards. Guys, by the way, the group stage runs for 3 days. This is only the first day. And on Tuesday and Wednesday, we have 2 more days of group stage with a 75% chance of getting into the playoffs. If I'm not mistaken, my math, 3 divided
Yeah,
by
3
4
out of 4 is 75%.
So yeah, there's a pretty high chance that if you win the game, you're getting to that playoff stage. So I do hope we see some more interesting compositions from Team Max or any other team for that matter. And who knows, maybe along the line we'll get permitted to use the newly revamped heroes of Glue and Kimmy as well. But we'll see next week on the playoffs if we do. But for now, let's talk about the upcoming game at hand here. Newborns versus Team Spectrum. A couple of teams from Myanmar. I believe the players are just getting ready in the lobby before we begin. But so far, Josh, we already talked about the distinct playstyles between countries, between different servers. Have you noticed any distinct playstyle between our Myanmar versus our Cambodian teams?
I think we are seeing, I wouldn't say that they're distinct, but more as they are kind of 2 sides of the same coin, right? Where you have either the teams that are very, very light and very comfortable when it comes to the team fights, and then those that know how to that work around the idea of locking off a single target, right? I think those two are the general ideas between the drafts of all the teams so far. I don't think we've seen anything different as of yet, other than the chip comp. but the chip comp is kind of just the same idea of okay, let's start it now. Pull the trigger, go ahead and start everything for a full-on fight. Yeah, we're gonna see the draft coming on in quite a bit to see what this is actually gonna be looking like. It's gonna be TSM versus Newborns,
No,
and
I
we're gonna
forgot
be
this-
having
this name.
TSM on the blue side.
I forgot this team was named TSM. That's Team Spectrum, guys. Not to be confused.
Not to be
with
confused for the NA word.
with that one North American organization. So TSM starting off on the blue side, and Team Newborns starting off on the red. They're gonna be banning out the Luo Yi, and then response is going to be that Badang. You know, Badang receiving a lot of
A lot of hate.
priority. Yeah, a lot of priority today. I think we've seen him on most of our games, either banned or taken are picked up. So, yeah, it's an interesting statistic to note, which, of course, it doesn't surprise me. I don't think it surprises anyone at this point, but I'm a pretty solid choice in terms of dueling and just becoming, a menace in trapping enemies. There's very little you can do anyway when you're facing up against a Badang. There's very few counterplay. Valier being one of those few options, but as we saw in that game as well from Team Max, can be fit into the meta in the right circumstances as well, and in the hands of the right player, the Valier. So maybe we get to see one of those again when a Badang is brought up. Is that a Fanny being banned out?
I think that's a Fanny. Yeah, I think that's a Fanny.
Fanny banned out. Joy banned out as well. Harith still available. Kalea up for grabs as well. So key pick still available for both of our squads.
Yeah, I think that's been more or less the common. Is that a CC? Well, yeah, I think those two have been some of the more common prio picks and bans for today. As I like we said earlier, it's easier for these teams, or it does give the teams an advantage if they're able to keep themselves in the meta for now, especially during the group stage, and just get away with it. Because when it comes to the playoffs, you don't want to be able to have given away too much of your hero pool and the options that you have. Because it gets so much harder from there. I mean, what happens when you get into a best of 5 and you've basically revealed all your cards here, and your opponents have taken their time and actually reviewed the VODs that have gone through?
Yeah, I think that's a Kalea getting banned out by TSM there. So Kalea not available anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Do correct me if I'm wrong here. But I don't think that's a Kalea. That is taken
well, if it's not a Kalea, then it's gonna get picked anyway.
yeah.
Okay, there you go. Harith.
It's the priority, so it seems like it is a Kalea that's getting locked on out here by TSM. But that opens a couple of possibilities. One of those being the Hayabusa available. With the Fanny banned out, I think it's a good idea for NB to prioritize something like a Hayabusa here.
Yeah, I do think that the 1-on-1, especially when it comes to the early game, Hayabusa would definitely make sure that the Harith doesn't get too productive in the early game, right? Because we saw what happens when a Harith isn't given the time to grow. And okay, so it wasn't Kalea.
Oh, it's not a Kalea.
Oh wait, but they don't look at this. The Kalea and the Valentina are on the same squad right now, right? This is not only opening up the opportunity for newborns to double up on the Tsunami Slam twice in a row and just flip you out, just RKO you away from your teammates. But this also opens up so many possibilities for newborns to just block off any ideas from TSM, because they're gonna want to actively avoid the Valentina from getting the most out of being able to copy the skills.
I am quite surprised though that NB did not prioritize the Phobias this time. I mean, when you see a Harith, it's almost
there you go.
It's almost guaranteed a Harith or a Joy on the other side. It almost guarantees a Phobias on the opposite side of that draft. So they're gonna miss out on that counter, which means the TSM are for sure going to pick up the Phobias for themselves. Hylos will be the choice of a tank for NB this time around. Missing that Phobias pickup is gonna work against NB here twofold, because Valentina has her own fair share of dashes as well. So that's a bit of a lapse there in terms of drafting, but having the Valentina on your side does limit the amount of heroes, especially meta heroes, that can be picked up by TSM here. One of those being maybe like a setup hero, like the Harith, for example, or maybe even other heroes that go into that mid lane as well. So yeah, it's a sort of a pick your poison kind of situation with the Valentina getting picked up. But now the ban's now coming through as well.
Matilda.
Nothing too crazy. Matilda banned on out again. And both teams just looking for their XP laners at this point, in particular NB.
Just gonna see what the idea is here. And we take their sweet time, man. Moscow,
I think Suyo
gone here.
Suyo, Lucas, both still available, right?
Yes, they are both still available at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if this should be the point where they either get banned or picked. And knowing Suyu, the way that these teams use Suyu, at least as we've seen so far, there's no lack of mechanics here. But Suyu is that hero that it does take quite a lot of effort to get the most out of, and I wouldn't be surprised if newborns try to take that out here, since they do have priority after this ban, if it's not banned out by TSM.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it effort, Josh. I would say you'd have to have the proper mindset of playing as Suyu going into the game. I would say you'd have to be as proactive as you can in the early game.
Yeah.
What was that one team? I think it was ZINO, right? That it was Xiaoyan. It was Xiaoyan that perfectly executed that Suyu in that game beforehand, right before this. And I think it wasn't necessarily a lack of prep with the other Zuyo players. It's more of a difference in mindset on how they approached the playstyle of Suyo. The difference is Zhao Yan, from the get-go, as we said, right, already got the first blood before we even got into the game. So I think that's really the proper way to approach a Suyo pickup, is just be aggressive as early as possible. He can handle it anyway. He's tanky. He's got a lot of damage, a lot of mobility, even at that level 2 mark. So Suyo will be ultimately available here. Let's see if any of these teams will be picking that up.
There you go.
There you go. Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised. I actually did see this coming, knowing that they had the Kalia here and the Shuyo as well. So this is actually a great way for newborns to possibly win this. I'm trying to think of a way that TSM can make this work, though, because you do have a Phobius, which has been great in trying to zone out people, and a Sicilian, which does give you quite a lot of range to maybe fend off this Suyu, maybe keep the Kalia out of range from throwing you out of your out of range of your teammates. But there you go.
Oh,
The Hanzo, for the first time today, we've been asking for it, we've been given it, and the got out gotcha to clean it up to finalize the TSM lineup for game 1 here. What is the response gonna be?
Well, it's a pretty well-rounded composition for NB anyway, but it wouldn't hurt to add a little bit extra damage into their composition here. Maybe some late-game prowess, seeing as they don't really have as much damage as I would expect. There you have it.
The carry.
The carry. Okay, first time we're gonna be seeing 2 heroes in this matchup, the carry and the Hanzo. Although the carry, I would argue, is a bit of an interesting choice because it kind of is vulnerable to a Hanzo. But we'll have to wait to see. A carry very skill dependent. It's all execution with a carry. You have to play those dashes to a T, and you have a lot of kiting potential as well. So I'm excited to see just how this carry is going to perform in the hands of whoever is playing that in the NB roster. And Hanzo as well. First time we're going to be seeing a Hanzo. You know, I'm quite surprised, Josh, that it's the first time we're seeing Hanzo.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of Hanzo in solo queue and even in some grassroots tournaments. So it's a nice sight to see a Hanzo this time.
It is nice to see Hanzo kind of back in the meta after that rework. But also, I mean, if we're going to be talking about the carry, man, if this is scary. We were worried about the late game potential of NB, and when it comes to Akari in the late game, it is unmatchable, the amount of damage that you can do with Akari if you're left unchecked.
It's true. Okay, here we go. Final series of the day. Team Spectrum going up against Team Newborns with NB picking up a carry. Meanwhile, TSM rocking a Hanzo this time. So let's see how this pans out. Hanzo, one of the few changes we see is with that skill too. It's kind of like an Electo final blow now. So it gives damage over time. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, that's the first blood for Shizu. And that's what you like to see when you have a Shuyu on the team.
Yep, that's exactly what we wanted to see. That's what we've been asking for all this time. And Shizu knows exactly what he's doing. Great start here, getting them ahead by about 600 gold. And look at this, adding a little insult to injury. Humble is trying to just keep Supercont away from it, man. Making sure that there's no way out at this point. Kind of hold it off as the Harith will be rejoining them here on the gold lane. But it looks like they want to collapse here on top. Kuzan Sky, Shizu right across here. Now starting it off. Look at the setup. Oh, there's not even a chance to escape. They take him down without much trouble. Barely any damage for Super Bender.
Yeah, crucial mistake there for Kuzan Sky, using the Dark Mist without having any information as to where the enemy jungler is. Makes him vulnerable to an attack from Shizu, and Shizu recognized that. He just Blade Stormed in, or rather, Blade Surged into the fight and made sure that Kuzan Sky was not going to be able to survive that. And that's an easy punish. Here comes the Pinnacle Ninja coming through, and the Hanzo is down to 1 HP. Gonna have to try and survive that. Will be able to do so as Kuzan Sky survives, but here comes Bender into the back line, and TSM striking back, looking to steal the turtle away, and will not be able to do so. It's NB to get that turtle. Bender down to 1 HP.
Oh, they're still going for more.
A Tsunami Slam going back in as Karchko gets to use the Demonic Force to deal a ton of AoE, but it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Kariko going down, Super Bender down as well, but here comes the Hanzo to get the kill onto Shizu. TSM find the kill. It's a 3-for-2 trade, but NB get the turtle.
Nice little shutdown. They needed that on Shizu. This guy was starting to get away from it, man. He got away with quite a lot. The turret, the kill, and just a lot of gold. Actually, if you can see where he was before that last fight, he was already at level 5, where his adversaries were only at level 3. So this was a necessary step forward to make sure that newborns could not get ahead of TSM here. Keep it equal.
Yep. And TSM, a good response attack there, but they weren't able to make the most out of Karchko's re-engage because of the early damage onto Kuzan Sky. NB really good at punishing Kuzan Sky here. Oh, here we go again, but Tsunami Slam not hitting onto anyone there from Index. Good counter from TSM there to nullify that Kalea. But Shizu goes back in. Will be dashing on away for now. NB not looking for any fights because they are ahead. They're just waiting for the next big objective. Seeing of which 33 seconds till the next turtle spawns.
That's a 1,000 gold lead now established by NB here. And even with Shine, and we talked about the Harith being a little bit of a problem, but he's not been getting anything so far. Look how far back he is in terms of gold compared to the Kari here. That's about 700. Now they're looking to collapse onto him. Supercont is right there. He's doing the damage, but it's not going to be enough. And look at the setup now. Shine just barely escaping there. And here comes Humble as well. Ready to continue the fight.
And Index is just got nowhere to run. But we'll be able to do so. Kalea survived for now. Here comes Blood Eerie, and that's going to be Humble going down after that deep engage. Couldn't escape, and now Shizu looking for the punish. The 4v2 dive as Super Bender will be going for the 1v2 in the mid lane. So that is Kuzan Sky, the Hanzo, a little bit too slippery. So they're going to be backing off. NB, 1,000 gold ahead.
I like the calls, man. NB, they knew that they needed to just be just out of reach as the reinforcements were coming. And when they did, the timing could not be more perfect here. So now, as they're trying to fend it off here up in mid, the amount of people, that's a full 5-man roster of Team Spectrum. But look at this. They kite them out. He uses the ghost, can't see a single thing. They're just wasting the time. They're playing around with it.
Yeah, this is the annoying thing with the Hanzo, right? You have to play around his cooldowns. Make sure that when you fight him, he doesn't have Pinnacle Ninja, doesn't have that ult. Otherwise, just going to be able to get away scot-free. But for now, NB, not really pressured to find any fights yet. As they are leading in terms of kills. Index hanging around the bottom side. Shine activates the OT, about to go into the dive, but here comes the setup again. And the setup is not the best as it could be. Now another cancellation on the Kaleo as the Demonic Force just doing a lot of work, but Karchko goes down. There's a trade going to be there. 2-for-1 in favor of TSM as Shizu comes in. A little bit too late to the party. It's a 1v3. Shizu, oh no. That is not a good position to be in. Shizu having to dash away. Will be surviving for now, but TSM, they take 3 kills and NB, no response.
Yeah, that turret here in mid as well, adding a little bit of insult to injury, man. making it so that they have truly caught up. It's 18.1k now for TSM. They've closed that gap. They've taken the lead. Might be possible.
Might be. I mean, still a little bit too early to say who comes out on top. You gotta remember the late game factors at play here. You got a Sicilian on the one end, the Phobius for that, and Supercon on the other with a carry. Turtle getting spawned up, 6,000 HP and counting down. Demonic Force in the backline. The Kalea looking for a target, not hitting its mark. But Index finds a kill to Kusanski. Supercant goes down. Shizu gets the turtle. And NB looking to turn the fight around. Shizu gets the kill, gets the double, and Shizu's not done. Larry is the next target, and Shizu's gotten the triple. 4 players down for TSM, and NB out for TSM Blood. Kajko down to 1. No
Super
Demonic
Bender.
Force to use defensively here. Super Bender looking to get the dive going. Blood Dury is here as well. The damage is going to be here for the long range on the Valentina. There is the glorious pathway, and that's going to be the unofficial wipeout for NB as they got the players of TSM. Oh, the Hanzo was already here. Shizu on a 1v1. Doesn't have enough damage, but will have enough sustain to fend off this Hanzo. And Shizu will survive for another day.
Wow. Things getting a lot spicier now. So you see TSM have actually caught up. They have the items to try and fend them off. So now newborns have to be a lot more conservative with how they want to play this. They can't just keep going in willy-nilly, because you saw what happened to Shizu when he did. Luckily, he did come out with a couple, I think it was 3 kills in that last altercation, and that means that they do still have that potential. Here it goes again, another fight on top. Shine getting all the way back, and Humble and Karjgor here as backup, but they don't want to go up against this. A 3v5, how do you even stay alive? Now the glorious pathway being set up, there goes the turrets!
And they're gonna push towards here. Bender gets denied by the Sicilian for now, but Shine thanking the stars that he's a Harith. Otherwise, he would have fallen prey to the trap set by NB. Went in for the 1v1, not knowing there's 4 people just around the corner. Shine surviving just by the skin of his teeth. As TSM still looking for avenues to even up the gold here. NB still leading by around 2,000, and TSM looking to close the gap a little bit. And with the turtles not spawning up anymore, TSM have to rely on kills. But so far, no bueno. It's NB that's on top when it comes to the fragging department.
I see what you did there. But yeah, now you got the full 5 roster of NB playing it out in mid, waiting for the right time to strike. Now, getting rid of that vision, making sure that the minion wave does push forward as they're gonna slowly venture forth towards the Lord. Humble is here, does have a little bit of an idea, not gonna be showing himself. It's gonna be a game of chicken. Who blinks first, who moves first here? Karjko will be first point of contact just in case they want to start it. Trying to fend them off, trying to discourage them from making any attempts here. But I do feel like right now the lanes are getting ahead of them. You can see the Kari clearing it out on bottom, the top also slowly pushing forward towards the turret. So TSM, they're on borrowed time right now.
Newborns starting a bit of a lore dance here. Shizu just about securing a double buff. This is risky. Both of these junglers don't really want to start a fight, but both teams converging around the area. NB, where are their players? Split up across the purple side of the map here. 34k, still around full health here for the Lord. Super Bender goes in, flicker forward, and that's going to be the engage. Coming through from Shizu to get the kill onto Karjko.
How is he still alive?
Down to 1 HP as well as Shizu somehow stays alive. Index go down, but Supercon is here to play. The carry pops off, and that's 4 players down for TSM immediately. NB, what an engage for Index. Immediate flicker forward into the Kalea ult, and just like that, TSM fall apart.
Kuzan.
And that's Kuzan barely surviving with the ult as the Lord gets secured by NB, but Index, what an engage.
I don't know how he keeps getting away with it, man. Index starts everything, and Shizu on the back of that. The follow-up is immaculate. Doesn't matter how much HP he has, he's always gonna survive. He gets what? In this time, he got 1, but the last time this happened, it was 3. Almost a full wipe every time it goes into a 5v5 altercation between Team Spectrum and NB right now. So they know that they cannot do this. Look at Supercon. He's 13 Level 13 already at this point. We talked about the late game carry. The late game carry is here. It's not late game, but they're here early, man.
Yep. We're at that point. NB's totally taken over the game. Just took the Lord. Just took all tier 2 towers. Only inhibitor towers left here for TSM. Newborns, they're looking for their prey. Humble is just around the bush here. Index, he's the man to watch. Index has been instrumental in starting the fights. The tsunami slam of his
This
has
guy
been a
is
headache.
the instigator.
Exactly. TSM have to watch out for where Index is coming from, and they're steering clear of Index.
Yeah, you see him, you run away. It's as simple as that, man. You see the pink hair of Sakura, you run. That's it. Nice and simple. But hey, it's gonna be now. It's a Mexican standoff. That's what it is right now. All you need now is a tumbleweed to walk between them. Nothing gonna happen in so far. Super Bender just taunting them, daring them. Don't you dare get any closer.
Exactly. The amount of map control NB commands is just immense. Index about to walk up, and look, Humble just walks away from him. Bender still has the glorious pathway available. Here comes the knockup into the Tsunami Slam.
Again!
And just like that, Karchko goes down. Index again finds a mark. The Hanzo goes in, but it's a little bit too deep. And Kuzan doesn't find any kills. NB again find a kill. Karchko away. They could look for a fight.
Just gonna do it again. They don't care. The wave's coming. They're refreshing. They're pushing the one in mid forward as well. It's pressure coming in from all sides right now as the walls are closing in. Who's in Sky
Nice
trying,
pathway.
but there's nothing happening from him, man. He doesn't have enough damage to keep them away. Keep them at bay.
Yeah, they used the Gatot ult just to clear up the waves coming down in that mid lane. So now they can't use that anymore in the Lord take happening in 20 seconds. Here comes the Hanzo coming in for a 1v4. But Kuzan Sky can just do that over and over to become a nuisance. But the problem is, it doesn't really amount to much. NB just gonna take away that clone. And they are just going to start this Lord in 6 seconds. It's gonna go away so easily with this
The amount of
carry at
damage,
level
man.
14. The amount of damage that they have.
Index is right here.
Karchko has got to get close. They've got to get closer
Here we go
here. The
again.
Phobia's at the ready. Here we go again. Index with the immediate startup of the fight. And Karchko again is down for the count. That Tsunami Slam slams CSM's hopes and dreams to get into that Lord. Azaki goes down as well. Bender on a
Humble.
double. And Shine finds a shutdown onto Super Count. But Shizu immediately trades back with the monster kill. Shine running away at the face of 3 people from NB. They are hungry for TSM blood as Shizu goes godlike and wipes TSM off the map.
It's just utter domination, man. Yes, the kills are going one way and the other, but when you think about it, not one altercation, not one team fight has been won by Team Spectrum, Datum. This is what you should have been afraid of much earlier on. They let the Kari get fed. They let Shizu do his thing. And now they're really struggling. Every time they attempt a 5-on-5, it just doesn't work out. And the problem is, how do you separate these players? How do you get Shizu away from everyone else? How do you isolate the Kari in SuperCon? You can't, because they don't let it happen.
And more importantly, how do you anticipate where Index is going to strike? Every single time Index denies Karchko, and they just melt that Phobius like it's nothing. And it's all because Index sets it up perfectly, dunks him back into his teammates, and just like that, NB have set themselves for another siege. Lord marching down on the bottom side. Index slides in to the
He doesn't
base
care.
of TSM. And Super Bender puts down the glorious pathway to sort of start a bit of instigation here. Kuzan
No
Sky
wave
looking
here.
for a mark. Will be going in, but he just gets dealt with all so swiftly. Another siege happening down in mid. And the tower goes down just like that. Here comes the fight again. And that's Index just shutting down the Phobius. And B are just taking them on. Head on. And there is nothing TSM can do until they have actually a bit of fight left in them. Hold that. Super Khan finally shuts down Humble. And that's actually NB down to round red health.
The last
Can they push
turrets.
up any further? I think they still can. They want to end the game right now, Josh. TSM 3 people left standing. Double knockup coming
Is
through
it
from that
doable?
Hanzo. But TSM, they can't do anything in the face of Khan, who is chipping away at
It's
the
not
base.
possible
That
here.
is the shurikens that is taking down the players of TSM one by one. Shine gets the double as Shizu
Still
goes on a
alive.
legendary killing spree. And they are still alive, but not for long. TSM go down. NB take game 1.
Oh man. Yes. This is one of the strangest games we've gotten today, Data. We gotta say, the way that this played out, right? It wasn't one-sided in terms of numbers, but the way that every fight happened, every 5v5, every team fight that was initiated, it doesn't matter who initiated it, it doesn't matter who started it, man. Because at the end, it was always new bloods that were that started it, that would end it. Man, they would be ahead 4 kills. It would almost always be Kuzan Sky who was left alone. And yeah, we talked about the power of the Hanzo, the newly returned to the meta Hanzo. We didn't see anything out of that today. They just shut them down thoroughly.
Yeah, there were attempts at it, but when you are as far as Newburn's ahead were, Hanzo realistically couldn't find any real impact in that fight because it just doesn't deal enough damage. Hanzo doesn't last long enough to find any kills among the ranks of NB. And a part of it is because, well, their carries are so far ahead. The carry was untouched. The Suyo was godly. And of course, you got to mention that frontline index. Whenever someone was trying to even get close, the Phobius, for example, always getting shut down, always getting pinpointed. And then the moment that their Kalea activates the Tsunami Slam, the moment that they land on the floor, whoever is ulted is already dead immediately. That's how strong, that's how much damage they have here by the end of this game. And Newborns, what an execution that was. I mean, it was pretty close up until the early to mid game. But when it came to the late game, the team fights, the initiation was just unmatched from Newborns. Credit to their players, credit to the way they set up these fights, because it was just beautiful to witness from Newborns.
Yeah, man, I feel like it wasn't domination per se, but they really showed what a team looks like here, right? They didn't. It was more or less a normal game, but when it came down to the team fights, when it came down to the chaos of the 5v5s, they just really shined, man. The target selection, knowing who they would pick up with the Tsunami Slam and who they would prioritize. They know they didn't need to worry about the Hanzo because that wasn't their main target. That wasn't the one person that they needed to get rid of first. It would always be someone else, because at that point, I think they've essentially stopped the Hanzo from being anything of a threat when it came down in the latter parts of our game here.
Yeah, exactly. There wasn't anything that Hanzo could do, especially when you're playing from behind, right? That's one of the downsides of having a Hanzo. When you're playing from inside of your base, when you're playing from very late game and behind as well, there isn't really much you can do. You aren't going to be able to catch any isolated players. So you might as well just throw your ulti out to poke out the players in front of you. But if you're behind, you're not going to find any kills. That's exactly what happened here for Team Spectrum. So game number 1 gonna be secured by Team Newborns here. Team Spectrum, the Hanzo appearance here was pretty good at first. They do find a hit every now and then, but when it came to a time that they had to defend the base, it didn't really find a lot of value, not much at all. And Team Newborns just took advantage of that fact and just shut down their team over and over again. And it just felt like the Phobius was not tanky at all because of how much damage Team Newborns did. And it was honestly, up to a certain point, it felt like an even game until it was a landslide with Newborns dunking on Team Spectrum over and over again.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it was definitely that specific situation here. I do feel like I think one of the problems that you could see on the map was that they were leaving the Kari alone a little bit too much. There wasn't really much congestion, which is why also when you had to worry about Shizu, who was roaming around killing people, they just left the Kari unchecked. And at that point, you don't even know what to do, right? Because on one side, you need to worry about a fed Kari who just melts people, including the Lord. And then on the other, it's Shizu with this kind of damage as well. So then, what do you even do? Who do you go for first?
Yep, it's exactly. And the way Team Newborns played that as well, there was never any point where the carry was left alone in that late game in particular. Because that's one of the comeback strats that Team Spectrum could go for in that late game. Go for an isolated target, maybe pinpoint that carry, let the Hanzo shut down the marksman. But Team Newborns, they knew that. They did not let that happen a single time in that late game. And it paid off wonderfully. I think the carry had minimal deaths, if any at all, in that game. Really nullifying the effect of that Hanzo, which I was excited to see in this game, at least. So maybe perhaps in a more advantageous, in a more favorable spot, Hanzo will have found more value, because that's where Hanzo shines anyway, when you're ahead, when you have a lot of map control. Let's take a look at the post-game stats to see a deeper look into the numbers here, as of course Team Newborns being the team that won, having more kills, have 25 on the board. And take a look at Shizu, 10-1-9. What a beast.
What a beast indeed. Now look at that. And you talk about also, and you see the gold here between these players, man, 14,000, 12,000, and you see the difference it is. Where for, say, Humble right now, it's essentially half of almost everyone. 3 out of 5 players here just fully fed up from NB as opposed to TSM. They were so far behind, not just in gold, but in level as well, is something that just got away from them, because they were giving so much respect to NB to just roam around the map and just take what they wanted out of the jungle, out of the lanes. There was just no contention whatsoever from what it looked like.
Yeah, and a part of that is because of the frontline success here of Team NB. And speaking of frontline success, of course, it's Shizu. And, well, I have to give credit to Index on that Kalea. Shizu, of course, was a terror in that early game. I mean, we talk about the mindset you have to have when playing this particular hero, right? And we talk about Suyo being a tier that you have to play aggressive from the get-go. And I think Shizu is one of the two players today that we've seen that are able to pull that off. But I think Index was a key success in those late game fights. I mean, take a look at this initiation. We didn't get to see it here, but he even got the kill there, Index, to start off that fight really strong. But a lot of these team fights wouldn't have been made possible if Index did not flicker forward and then used that ulti to put whoever was at the front line of the enemy to the back line of his own team with a Tsunami Slam, and it was always perfectly executed. I mean, Index always put himself in a pretty perfect position.
Yeah, and every time this happens, right, it at first it looks like NB are about to
There
get
you go again.
demolished,
Boom.
right? Where you feel like their health bars are so low, you feel like Shizu's about to die. Just like here, Index almost about to die. They come in from all angles. But because of what Index did, it just unlocks everyone else on the NB roster, where, yeah, it looks like they won at first with 2 kills, but they just get wiped out here at this point. It's a sight to see that it doesn't end all at once. It doesn't end after Index, but they have that sustainability to continue pushing the envelope, to continue the damage being dealt on their opponents, that there was really no way to fight back when it came to those longer fights.
Yeah, especially with how fed Shizu and Super Kant was. So there you have it. First game of our final series being won by Newborns. Can TSM come back from this? I'm not particularly sure. One thing I would argue, though, is the Hanzo didn't particularly do a bad job necessarily. I think It was just a consequence of them being behind in that late game, which is why Kuza and Sky couldn't do much in that game. But all things considered, I think Kuza and Sky did actually pretty well considering how aggressive Shizu was. It's what surrounds him that didn't fare much against Super Bender and Index. Karjko and Humble just got pummeled over and over again in that early game. And it's really hard to address that. How do you address that? How do you make that better when you already have a pretty solid lineup? They already had a Gatokacha and a Phobius here, Josh. Really strong early game potential. But even then, they got outshined by Shizu, Bender, and Index. So how do you address that? I don't know.
I mean, when you looked at the way that they were positioned across the map, especially when it came to the first few minutes of the game, you would notice that for TSM, man, they were a little bit too far apart, right? And Shizu, the Shuyu would thrive in those 1v1s. They're able to take them off one by one, just pick them off. Honestly, I feel like all they needed to do at that point was stay together and make sure that he could not get any hijinks online.
Yeah, here we go. Draft for game number 2 of our final series of the day here. Can TSM keep themselves alive, or is it going to be lights out courtesy of Team Newborns? Guys, if you're just tuning in, this is the final series of the day. I can see some people in chat asking what happened to the previous series. Guys, unfortunately, Wings Esports have
they forfeited.
Are unable. Yeah, they forfeited their match against ZINO Esports. So ZINO won that best of 3 against Wings Esports. Don't worry, guys. We will be seeing more of Wings Esports in the upcoming days of group stage. We have 2 more days of group stage. So Wings Esports are going to be making a comeback tomorrow. But for now, this is the final series of the day. 1-0 in favor of NB. And TSM looking to make this into 3-game affair after that devastating loss against Newborns.
Yep. All right, well, back to our draft right now. So the Badang is going to be gone. Matilda again. It seems that all the teams are allergic to Matilda and Badang so far. We're looking at a Fanny and the Louis denied. I mean, we saw what the Louis could do earlier today in our second series, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be the Zushin, also banned out by TSM.
Okay, and B. What are they going to take away this
And
time?
what's it gonna be?
Yeah. Honestly, I think they could ban away the Harriet at this point. Let TSM take the Kalea, and then they could draft from there on. If you remember, they were the ones to take away the Valentina at the first rotation. So they can go for a Valentina pick again if Kalea gets picked up by TSM at this point. So, let's see. That's the Joy being banned away. Oh no, that's not the Joy. That's the Kalea,
It's the Kalea
being banned away. So no Kalea for TSM this time. They could prioritize a Harith for one, maybe a Phobius for another. But we'll have to wait and see. TSM last time around, they went for a Phobius first pick, but they're gonna go for a Joy instead. So a Harith is up for grabs here for NB.
Yeah, this is interesting. NB, of course, know that the first pick is going to be going to TSM, so they don't want them to be able to pick up that Kalea. I am... Actually, you know what? I do feel like that Joy opener is probably a statement for something, but it still depends on what kind of response NB have here in these first 2 picks for their team. How they're going to try and counteract this. Because Joy, as a pick, right? As the first pick, it doesn't really tell you too much about the general game plan, the general idea here for game number 2.
Yeah, that's true. Joy thrives in multiple different setups, multiple different compositions. Moscow will be locked up here. Gatokacha will be secured for NB as well. So no more Gatot for Humble TH, as they will be in the hands, or the Gatot will be in the hands of NB this time around. I was surprised, actually. I thought they were going to go for a Suyu first rotation pickup here, considering how well Shizu performed on that Suyu. But no, okay, they're going to go for a Moskov instead. Phobius still available, but NB did not go for that. So TSM, I think, are going to have to pick a Phobius for their ranks, unless they risk NB getting their hands on that. So it's Phobius into, this time a Granger.
And
okay,
the
you're gonna
Granger?
go for a Granger. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, yeah, it is interesting. I do feel like the Phobius is a response here to the Moskov in particular. Uh, Maybe try and fend it off for the late game, but the problem is, right, the existence here of the Hayabusa. Yeah, that's gonna be a headache later on, man. You have a Hayabusa, you have your Gothot Kacha. That's gonna be a problem in the late game, especially your big meaty boy, like you said earlier, is going to be able to set up your Moskov because
Yeah.
yeah, the spear along with the ultimate from Gothot Kacha is it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem.
I mean, I hate to sound like I'm putting a bit of bias here, but NB has pulled a checkmate onto the drafting of
yeah,
TSM.
I'm not seeing the light just yet.
They the one thing that they did was they let TSM pick the Joy. So now and now NB did not pick the Phobius in response. So TSM kind of have to do that given that they already have the Joy, just so the Joy wouldn't be countered. So what does NB do afterwards? They pick up a Hayabusa after forcing TSM to pick up Phobius, and now the Joy is somewhat at a checkmate position. You can run around, but then you have a Hayabusa chasing you. Meanwhile, NB have a pretty solid front line and a marksman in their roster, one of the best in the game in the moment, the Moskov as well. So TSM, their draft, while they do look okay in terms of these are solid picks all throughout, it does not have a cohesive plan. It's sort of, yes, we pick up the Joy, so now what do? We get the Granger, that's good for us, but we have to pick up the Phobius. It's kind of like playing into the hands of NB. Now NB has the upper hand in this draft. They can pick whatever, but TSM, they don't have a cohesive plan in this roster. It's more of the Joy and the Granger and then everything else in response to what NB brings up to the table, which is not good. Which is not good when you're fighting, especially for your series life.
Definitely not looking good, man. I think NB have really painted them into a corner here. I'm not sure what else they could do. I do feel like at this point, just halfway through the draft, they may have been out-drafted already. But we're just going to have to see. We do have 2 more picks. There might be something that they can pull out here to maybe throw things in their favor. But even then, right, it's just the matchup of the Joy and the Granger here, I feel like they just pale in comparison to NB. And the pace at which NB play this game, man, they get to they get to full power really fast.
Oh, here we go. Eve getting locked up here for NB. And at this point, they're just picking whatever they want. A really solid mid laner here. Lots and lots of damage. And it's the first time, I think. Yeah, it's the first time we're going to be seeing an Eve for tonight's games. So it's going to be interesting to witness. But of course, we all know how powerful an Eve can be, especially with the right amount of CC. Phobius is, of course, really strong up against dashy heroes. Eve doesn't have any dashes. Cho gonna be locked up in front of the Valentina. Okay, at least the Valentina is a good pickup here for TSM, and then they're gonna put a little bit of their own comfort in the form of a Cho. But at this point, NB already have secured themselves a pretty solid comp. They have a lot of AoE, a lot of CC, a lot of single target damage, and that late game potential as well. I would put just a little bit more team fighting strength into their comp here for NB, just for good measure. Maybe a bit of AoE as well. Oh, why not? A meat shield up front and get that early game going in the form of a Hilda. And I love this composition for NB already. TSM though, yeah, it's not too bad of a comp either. It just that it felt like they were forced to pick up a Phobius when there's only what, 1 dash in the roster of NB, 2 dashes in the roster of NB. It could have been a little bit more value placed onto that Phobius pickup, but either way.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there, man. We saw this halfway through the draft where we feel like it might be the checkmate moment. It was just well done, much better done by NB, where you don't really see a cohesive idea from their adversaries here, and it now brings you a little bit of concern. Because the way that they lost in that first game might just happen again here. We don't know if TSM have lost it, but we're just gonna have to see, because now we're going into the second map tournament. is looking like a banger if TSM can continue here and bring it to the third map.
And immediately, NB have a 300 gold lead starting this game with. I don't know where they got that from, but the Little Wanderer getting contested by TSM swings it back into their favor. So now it's an even game. But yeah, a bit of a slower start here with both junglers just taking their time, taking the buffs for themselves. Index this time, now Kalea instead will be playing that Cho. So yeah, it will be a bit of a different start here, a bit of a slower approach for Index, but a little bit more utility instead. As TSM looking to find a little bit more of those junglers. But take a look at this. Joy actually clearing the jungle faster than the Hayabusa. Something that surprises me here. Shizu is up on level 4 faster than his opposition. That is Kuzan rather.
Yeah.
But no early engagement yet as of the moment. This is a result of no tanks being present of NB. So they are playing the game a little bit more slowly. They're going to go in for a fight here. Shizu goes in. The Joy goes unstoppable as he slides in and out of the fight. Kuzan comes in, gets knocked up by Super Bender. Will be denied of the ults. As TSM will be backing off from that. Turtle spawning in just a few seconds.
Yeah, they're actually pushing them away here. Index just inside of the bush, waiting undetected, looking for the turtle here, and Kuzanski is going to be found. Everyone else, there's not going to be much backup here. Index is going to have to wait for the right moment to pull the trigger because everyone else is converging now towards it. It's going to be a 4v4 here, just outside the turtle. The knockup here coming from Index, and Index takes the turtle, steals it away.
No way. Index goes in. Humble gonna have to back off from now. Here comes the demonic force from Super Blender into the back line. Karchko takes down Shizu as Kuzan Sky gets a couple of kills. Hold on. TSM are coming out on top in this fight. A 2-for-1 in favor of TSM. But NB getting that turtle means that the gold is dead even. And what a steal from Index. Just going in with the Jit Kundo. Steals the turtle away.
Here we go. Bit of a reset now. See what's going to be looking like here because if you actually see where Index is venturing forward, it's just trying to hunt down where Kuzan Sky is. And Karchko also worried about where the hell Super Better is going to be coming from. He's so low right now. Forced out, has to back off. And here the 2v1 on top. Humble baiting out so much of this. He is unfortunately stuck between a rock and a hard place because he doesn't know that Blood Dury is right there. They're not gonna call in that fight just yet.
NB, love it, playing to the strengths of their comp. The thing is, the composition here of NB is not really geared for that early game, which is why they're struggling a little bit in these fights. But the way to try it into the flicker! Index, what a play again! The setups this man has is just thick as the Bible, it feels like. It's so many setups he has here with the different heroes he play. Here comes Super Bender going back into the fight with the demonic force. Gets the airborne going in. And that's Kuzan Sky going down to the hands of the Phobias. Karchko getting pinned down as well, but NB find another kill.
They're doing it again, Datum. New Bloods, Newborns rather, is taking everything on the map. You can just see that Kuzan Sky is trying to find something inside the jungle, trying to find some sort of resources, but he's being denied that. If you could see where NB are right now, they're doing it again and again and again and again. Humble looking for something, can't find a single thing just because they're being stifled, they're being choked, stuck in their own domain, can't even get a thing out of their own jungle as well.
And the guy who made it happen again, Index with the Wave the Dragon. Here he goes again, Jet Kundo, not really becoming aggressive yet, but Shine is in his crosshairs, looking to push up. Index, look at the amount of vision and map control Index is commanding on the top half of the map here. It makes you feel like they're already so far ahead, but just the audacity to push up is so
sheer
high for
audacity,
Index,
man.
because he knows he can. He knows he can get away with it.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of this. That they played it right now. They don't need to be fully covered every time like they did in the first map, but this is, I feel like it's a mental game as well, because they did the same thing in game number 1 and they couldn't do it now. Conceal play
coming through,
then a cross out through mid. They do see this. play off, trying to find maybe a straggler from TSM. But the problem is there's no one here. So luckily for them, they're not going to be picked off. But
Yeah.
it's just so much control. They have the Little Wanderer. They have some vision here. And look at this. Guzan Sky. 2v1 down.
Index is just ignoring Kaishko at this point.
He doesn't care.
Jet could go to safety, and there goes the backup coming through from Shizu. Look at how mobile these two players are, Shizu and Index. They could just dance around a 2v4. Meanwhile, on the other side, their team is securing that tower on the bottom side. Super Blender here. And it's just all out control being asserted by NB. Turtle spawning up in 15 seconds. NB looking to hold the line against TSM.
Yeah, but the problem is, man, just look at how the Granger has been tearing through these turrets. We talked about the mid game, the early game potential from the Granger, which we haven't seen so far today. And Supercon is really making it work, man. He's gotten 2 turrets so far, as the rest of the team is keeping TSM confused as to where the hell do you even look at this point. Super Bender now also just zoning them out, making sure they can't get close to the turret.
Oh, again, Index with a setup with the dragon as Karchko gets pushed into the back line. And that's going to be blood on the killing spree. The Valentina gets the kill in the end. Steals away the enemy ulti as well. The real world manipulation to get the final kill. And Shizu to dash in back to take down Kuzen Sky. That's another turtle on top of 2 kills for newborns.
Again and again, it is happening here, man. 4,000 gold after that altercation. The turtle and maybe even a third if they can continue pushing forward. Because look at this, the Granger so far up, making his way and taking it down. TSM trying to find some sort of value here. That's the entire squad trying to hunt them down. But Supercon, this guy's way too fast.
Yeah, he's way too strong as well. You see that 1v1 between Supercat and Shine. Shine just had to immediately back off from that fight after ulting into the face of Supercat because he just couldn't keep toe-to-toe with the enemy Granger. And Newborns, dominance in all 3 lanes, looking to siege this mid tower. And look at the items. Look at the gold graph. It's a 5k gold lead. Guild manipulation being pulled up by Aki. But they're not even affected much by it. They're just going to back off, reset, and then push up one more time. Newborns so far ahead in terms of gold. And it's still so early in the game. 8 minutes in. At least Shine's going to be able to find some sort of a response. Takes down 1 tower on the bottom side.
Yeah, but they equalized it again, man.
Wow.
Supercut in immediate response, man. It's tit for tat. It doesn't matter what you do here because we gotta find a way to get ahead. Humble though, almost caught up by Super Blender and Index. He has to get himself relocated now. They're gonna be going in the square setup, man. The real world manipulation. It doesn't matter. It doesn't stop them.
Yeah. And it's just been perfectly timed. The ability used, I think that was Blood Dury that used the real. Oh no, it wasn't. It was Akleri. So TSM was the one to try and defend that tower with the ult.
It just wasn't enough.
Yeah,
there's not enough.
Oh, Humble might be in a bit of trouble here. The knockup is available as Index gets a knockup onto him with the dragon. Oh, not successful thus far, but it's Suzanski at the back end of this. So the fight, Suzanski gonna have to flicker away to safety as Index have to back on out with the Jet Kundo. Super Bender in the thick of things as Humble has to back off, but will not be able to do so. It's the mega kill coming through for the Valentina as the rest of the TSM squad have to back off for now. That's Shizu backing away. And it's NB getting another kill for free. No one going down, but TSM 1 player less.
It's just so good, man. They keep trying to fight back. You see some sort of opportunity, but the rotation, the positioning from newborns here. They know when you're low, okay, back off. I can make up for that space. And now it's going to be another lure for them. It's 7-2 right now. 6,000 gold lead here for newborns, and it's looking grim for TSM. I don't know why, but it's so early in the game. At the 10-minute mark, we're down to only 4 turrets for TSM.
Last outer turret remaining. The rest just inhibitor turrets here for TSM. Oh, they get the snipe onto Kuzan Sky as well, so gonna be denied of the recall as the Lord spawns onto that XP lane.
Bender.
Shine, Super Bender looking to set something up with Shizu. That's a lot of damage onto Shizu's hands. Dashes twice into this lane. Super Bender yet to reveal themselves. But where is Index? My
There he
eyes
is.
are on Index.
He's just waiting. I think TSM are aware of his position, so they're trying to bait out some sort of mistake from this guy. There comes the vision. They are defending it for now. No new waves, but the Lord also trudging on forward at top lane. They're not going to let it go without at least one charge here. So Index and the entire squad of newborns waiting for it. Here comes the charge. A bit of damage. They do get that turret down in mid as well. We're down to only inhibitors for Team Spectrum.
Yeah. TSM, can they hold the line? They have to look for a fight right now, but here comes Index
Wait.
again. Jet Kundo, conceal play coming into the back line. Index looking for a target. Meanwhile, the front end gets destroyed by Super Kant. Takes down Karjiko. That's one tank down for TSM. And while they're able to defend, NB could reset, push back in because they only used one ult. That's the Death Sonata, and it's on a quick cooldown as well. They could siege this mid tower, and they could just siege the top tower at the same time. Index dashes in, gets the Jet Kundo into the backline, and Kusanski is just dead. No more retribution. There's no more Moskov as well. Everyone from TSM falling like flies. They're down to the last two players, and NB have another successful take into that fight with an execute from Index. But Superkant is not done yet. It's gonna go back into Karjko, and another siege is underway. NB wants the tower of TSM, and they take it.
What do you even do at this point, man? The minions are closing in. 2 turrets down now. Only 1 inhibitor to go. It's taking them so long to come back from this. Shine is here. Yeah, Humble is back. Just stick it off, man. Make sure that at this point, right, no unneeded risks. They need to lock it in. Because otherwise, if they get picked off here, it's gonna be bad. And Index already finds Karjgo. They're just keeping tabs on them at this point, man. Index is daring them to move forward. They're daring them to go in a 1v5 against him because it's going to be too easy for them. And look at this, the Lord not even close to where TSM is standing. They're so concerned at trying to stay alive that they've lost sight of everything. The ultimate now coming in from Shine, but he doesn't want to go in. He does not dare.
Yeah, they have no choice. They couldn't contest that Lord at all because there's waves crashing down on their mid and top lanes. Meanwhile, having to worry about Index. What if the Lord take was a bait? In the end, it's Index that was actually looking for a play, so TSM could not risk that. And the amount of presence that NB has in this entire map is just insane. And Index looking for more, looking to assert that presence, looking to assert more dominance. They have to call for Kusanski to get back today. Here comes the conceal play. The knockup is going to be there. Jet Kundo into the back line. Here comes a double real world manipulation. But Karjko is still alive and kicking into the back line. But can't say the same for the rest of the TSM squad. They're trying to fight, but their base is barely surviving. Look at the base who's attacking it. It's Super Kant. It's everyone else. And TSM are falling down like flies. NB make quick work of TSM again.
What a game that was, man. You thought you were safe, you got rid of the Kalia? No, Index is still the menace. This guy is able to set you up, doesn't matter what hero it's from, man. And wow, this was, I argue this was even better than the first game we had in the series. This is also the first sweep we've had today.
Oh yeah. It's and the way we did it as well was NB. I mean, TSM as a team, no slouches, but NB just played perfectly to their composition, and the way they adapt to their comps, the strengths of their comps is just inspiring to me. And at the helm of it is Index and Shizu, that consistent duo of the core and that roamer, just one finding space and the other finding kills is something that is something to look out for the rest of these squads who are going to go up against NB starting tomorrow, because they are a force to be reckoned here with Josh. I would be excited to see a matchup between NB and ZINO, both teams looking on form for today. I think we're gonna go and get that along the line either tomorrow or on Wednesday. But NB, one of the best performances we've seen in terms of minimizing mistakes. I think they did they did barely any mistakes in those
Yeah.
two games that we saw them here, Josh. And with two different compositions too, it's just impressive stuff for NB here.
Yeah, this was such a tight performance, man. They were so efficient with every minute that passed by, right? They're not just taking that space, they're taking the resources from their opponents. They're siphoning out every little bit of experience and gold that they could from their opponent's jungle. And yeah, what do you even do at that point, man? You have Index that you have to worry about. Yes, no, he's not the one that does the damage, but he enables the rest of the team to just pummel you into a pulp. That's what you saw. Every time he'd bring out the Way the Dragon, the Jeet Kundo, it doesn't matter. This guy is ready as the enabler, the instigator of his team to bring it to the next level.
Yeah, and that that Cho pickup took me back, Josh. It was nice to see a Cho again, and to have it perform that well as well is just a nice treat, a nice ender to this game, which we've had so many phenomenal performances, and that highlight from Index is just something else. Off the back of two really good performances as well, one on the Cho, the other on a Kalea, and I'm beginning to see a formidable squad here in the form of NB, and that's even before I mentioned Super Cunt, a really good marksman that's really knows their spacing. And of course, you got Blood, so consistent on that mid lane. Super Bender as well, always providing that support to both Index and Shizu as well. This is a team that is definitely one to watch out for, and it's definitely one I am waiting to see more of tomorrow and on Wednesday. But I want to lay out predictions here, Josh. Who do you think is going to be the MVP of NB this time around?
I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty hard to call it because you got Supercon really performing well. The way that he was just able to get away with just stealing objectives across the map when you would not be expecting it, just because the entire squad's right. And you forget about Supercon, this guy walks away with 2 turrets without any contestation whatsoever. And even when they tried to contest this guy, he's able to take down 1 or 2 with him if they even kill him at all.
Yeah, not to mention, I'm sorry, I'm glazing Index a lot, but it's just the way that he provides impact to the team is inspiring here, to say the least. He was the one to steal the first turtle with just a Cho, a roaming hero for that. So it's just I couldn't overstate the amount of impact that Index had on this Cho. But if I had to get an MVP, I would give it to Shizu. Just dealt so much damage while performing consistently here across the map.
Yeah, man, that's how we're gonna be closing out the day. A convincing win, the first sweep of everything we've seen so far. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait for the post-match stats to come up, but it's just we can't. At this point, I feel like they're such a well-oiled machine that we can't even talk about them out of gut feel, right? We really need to go down to the numbers to really understand how well this went, just because of how it's not dominant per se, but how efficient, how polished their game plan was.
Yeah, it was a pretty clean, pretty clinical approach, I would say, is what newborns have. And as I said, I can't wait to see more of them tomorrow, face against our other teams, potentially in the other group as well, and in their own particular group. So, man, what a series, what a day already. It's just been day number 1, but I feel like I've had a month's supply of MLBB, and to have it all repeat tomorrow is just a treat. It's just a treat here for 1xBet rival. So thank you again. Before we continue on with the stats, I want to thank 1xBet for organizing rivals here with this tournament in Mekong. And of course, I want to give massive shoutouts to everyone who are still watching this stream, guys. Thank you so much for supporting 1xBet Rivals Mekong. And of course, big shoutouts to our production team as well. Really well done on the production today. I can't wait to work with them more tomorrow. And thank you as well to all of the supporters of the players and the teams. While we're at it, guys, if in case you don't know, we do have an ongoing promo. You can avail a 100% bonus of your first deposit when you use the code RIVALS. That's RIVALS. Just use that when you're topping up, and on your first deposit you can get up to 100% bonus if you use that code. You can use that to bet on this tournament for the games tomorrow. But before that, let's just take a look at the numbers of the game that's just transpired. Who actually dealt the most damage? Who dealt the most number of kills? Let's see. NB with 16 kills on the board. Wow, it's actually a perfect game for both Supercant and Blood. No deaths for both of them. Impressive stuff from the carries.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about earlier just the fact that they were so Index and Shizu were so flashy here that I feel like you would forget about Supercon, that you wouldn't even be looking towards Blood, because these two were more the initiators of these engagements than anything else. So they were wary about Index and Shizu to the point that they forgot about these three, about Blood and Supercon, who were just waiting on the back lines to pull the triggers.
Yeah. Let's see what the MVP is going to be this game. Might be Supercant, actually. There you go.
There you go.
Supercant with the 607 KDA just fending off Shine single-handedly on that Moskov. And you could see as well the late game fights between those two. There was just no contest. Supercant just destroy Shine every single time. Which is why, as you said, he was a split pushing powerhouse, which is not something you see a lot of in Grangers, because Grangers aren't the best pushers. Actually, they push a little bit slow compared to other marksmen because of his limitation to single target damage. But because of how far ahead he was, Supercut just pushed so much, and you can actually see him here just complete item. 5 items completed, even with the upgraded boots. It's just impressive from the marksman.
Again, I think that would be that main instigator, but behind the scenes, the real damage was coming from Super Bender, it was coming from Supercant, it was coming from Blood. Not even just the kills, right? Even just past the real world manipulation that was coming in from McLeary, nothing was working. These guys were unstoppable from, I think, minute 3 onwards. And yeah, despite it being a little close at the start, these guys really just pushed forward. They got so far ahead of their opponents that they could do things like this. In the midst of 2 turrets, in the midst of the real world manipulation, being stuck even inside of the enemy base, despite the presence of those turrets, they were able to get away with all kinds of hijinks just because of how far ahead they were of their adversaries. TSM didn't look like they even stood a chance at this point.
And what impresses me the most about this roster for NB, particularly the way they start fights, is the consistency at which they do so. I mean, doing it once is impressive. Doing it over and over again is just mastery here for NB, particularly for Index. So I love the way they execute with the Cho, because it's just so much harder compared to Kalea. Cho has a limited range compared to a Kalea. You have to use the Jet Kundo 3 times just to get up close. Compared to the Kalea, you can just jump in once and you already can use that. But let's take a look at the overall tale of the tape today, the summary of matches from all 4 of our matches here today. So we have, of course, 4 teams that have won their first games today. Of course, starting off with the first series of the day, we have YG, Yangon Galacticos, winning in a 2-1 fashion. And then we got Team Max 2-1 again against TDN. And then, or the third game, we have Team ZINO Esports.
ZINO, yeah.
Yeah, and with a 2-0 win. And then, of course, you have NB Newborns with another 2-0 explosive win with the series. So there you go, the standings. We will update you on who is ahead the most tomorrow. But that is the results of today's matches, guys.
Yeah. And of course, if you guys don't already know, this is just day one. We got a couple more days of the group stage before we finalize our playoffs bracket, which is going to be the top 3 teams per group, resulting in our top 6 bracket. And this is, yeah, there's pretty high stakes. You don't want to be the one team that does grit group in your group. So there is going to be a little bit more pressure for those teams that have not been able to find any victory today, and even the longer it goes on without a win, then things are going to be much more difficult to kind of eke it out through the group stage here for each team right now, because this, of course, has quite a bit of a prize pool when we think about it.
Yeah. No, I'm excited to see just how the teams are going to step it up tomorrow, because as we head closer and closer to the end of the group stage, the stakes get higher and higher, right? It gets tighter and tighter, the competition. But that concludes day number 1, of our 1xBet rivals Mekong. My name's Daydom here with the one and only Jaswave. Do come back tomorrow, because we will have another heaping serving of MLBB right up here with you when we come back. But for now, we'll just have a rest. I want to say good night. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.